Graphic audio. A movie in your mind.
Graphic Audio proudly presents R.A.Salvatore's The Demon War Saga. Book 5, Ascendance, Part 1. Narrated by Richard Rowan, with performances by Tim Gatman, Andy Clements, Elizabeth Jernigan, Nanette Savard, David Coyne, Stephen Carpenter, Mort Shelby, Scott McCormick, Colleen Delaney, Corey James, Eric Messner, Joe Brack, Christopher Graybill, Terrence Aselford, M.B. Van Dorn, Johann Detweiler, Dylan Lynch, Michael Glenn, and Yasmin Twazan. God's year, 839. Spring came early to the city of Palmaris, the northernmost great city of the kingdom of Hans the Bear. Merrywinkles and Prinnicut tulips bloomed in brilliant purples and blues all along the banks of the great Mazer Delaval, and the wind seemed constant and gentle from the southwest, hardly ever shifting around to bring a chill from the gloomy Gulf of Corona. The city itself was quite lively, with folk out of doors in droves nearly every day, soaking in the sunshine. In truth, the world had shaken off the tragedies of the Rosy Plague of 827 to 834, a plague cured by a miracle at a shrine atop a faraway mountain, a miracle revealed to the world by the woman who now ruled as Baroness of Palmaris. Since Giuseppe Wyndon accepted the title, each year it seemed a bit brighter than the one before, as if all the world, natural and man-made, was reacting positively to her rule. Palmaris had never known such prosperity and peace. The city's numbers had swelled during the last years of the plague, for Palmaris had served as the gateway to the Northland and the miracle at Mount Ada, and many pilgrims stayed on in the city after their long return journey. Farmers had replaced those families decimated by the plague, cultivating new fields about the city for several miles to the north and west. Craftsmen, seeing an opportunity for a new and large market, had set up shops all along the well-ordered avenues, serving the needs of the thriving communities of both farmers and sailors. And under the guidance and tolerant example of Baroness Giuseppe and Abbot Brauman Hurd of St. Precious Abbey, the population of dark-skinned Southerners, the Baronese, had thrived. That particular group had been hit especially hard by the plague, and then hit hard again by the hatred of the Brothers Repentant, a rebellious Abelican church faction that blamed the heathen Baronese for the Rosy Plague and incited the folk of Palmaris to retributive violence against them. That had all changed under the leadership of Baroness Giuseppe, and dramatically. Many of those Baronese who had come north, from their homeland or from the southernmost cities of Hans the Bear, to partake of the curative miracle known as the Covenant of Avalon, had found opportunities in Palmaris that they never would have dreamed possible in Hans the Bear. Now, nearly a third of the dock workers and the crewmen of the many ships that called Palmaris their home port were Baronese. A few even owned their own boats now, or served as officers, even captains on the Palmaris garrison ships. And while the attitudes of those native to Hans the Bear hadn't fundamentally changed concerning the Baronese, with the subtleties of racism deeply ingrained, there were enough Baronese now to afford their community a measure of security. Even more than that, there were enough of them to begin to show the native Bearmen that underneath the skin color and the cultural differences, the Baronese were not so different at all. Throughout this healthy city of peace and prosperity, where the future seemed so bright, Baroness Giuseppe often wandered, though without her baronial raiments and guards. She was in her mid-30s now, but neither the years nor the long and difficult road she had traveled, a road full of pain and trial and grievous losses, had done anything to diminish her inner glow of vitality. For she knew the truth now, all of it. She had seen the miracle at Avalon's Arm, on the flat top of Mount Ada. She had spoken with the ghost of Brother Romeo Mullahy and learned of the Covenant. And she knew. Giuseppe had lost her parents, and then her adoptive parents. She had lost her Elbrian, her dear, beloved husband. She had lost her child, torn from her womb, she believed, by the demon-inspired Dalibert Markwort. But now, she had come to understand what those sacrifices had gained, the betterment of the world, and of her little corner of the world. And now she knew the truth of God, of spirituality, of living beyond this mortal coil. From that truth came a serenity and a comfort that Giuseppe had not known since her innocent days as a child, running in the fields and pine valleys of Dundalis in the wild timberlands, her days before she had come to know such pain and death. Giuseppe was out one warm spring night, wandering under a canopy of countless stars, absorbing the sights, the smells, the noises of Palmaris.
Fresh fish just pulled out of the ocean! Fresh and at a fair price!
Giuseppe couldn't help but smile at the sound of the fish vendor's voice. For only a couple of years before, no Baronese vendor would have ventured into this part of Palmaris with any hopes of selling his wares. Indeed, back in those days that seemed so far removed now, many of the Palmaris bearmen wouldn't think of eating anything touched by Baronese hands. Giuseppe made her way across town. A few curious stares followed her, but she was fairly certain that she was not recognized. With the three-quarter moon Sheila shining silver overhead, the Baroness came in sight of a structure that sent waves of emotions through her. The Giant's Bones, it was called, though in a previous incarnation, before it had been burned to the foundation by Father Abbot Markwort's lackeys, the establishment had been known as Fellowship Way, and it had garnered a reputation as one of the most hospitable taverns in Palmaris, or in any other city. She paused before the place, her lips pursed, and brushed her shoulder-length blonde hair back from her face. In Fellowship Way, Giuseppe had gone from a scared little girl to a woman, under the loving tutelage of her adoptive parents, Gravis and Pettibois Chilichunk. She walked along this avenue often now, and never without pausing before the doors and staring, remembering the good times spent within, forcing away the terrible memories of Gravis and Pettibois' last dark days. She remembered Pettibois most vividly, the woman dancing among the tables, a huge tray full of foaming flagons balanced on one strong arm, her smile brighter than the light from the generous hearth. After a few moments, and now with a wide smile on her face, Giuseppe moved around the side of the Giant's Bones and down a narrow alley, coming to a very climbable gutter pipe. Up she went, moving with the grace of a warrior, of one who had perfected Benel Desana, the elven sword dance. Giuseppe came to the roof and shifted along, then leaned back against the warm bricks of the chimney and stared out to the east, to the tall masts standing above the foggy shroud, like great skeletal trees on the distant Mazer Delaval. Even those masts evoked memories in her, for she had spent her first dozen years in the timberlands, the source of the great trees used for constructing the ship's masts. How many times had she watched a caravan roll out of Dundalis down the south road, the ox team straining with every step, dragging a huge log behind? How many times had she and Elbrian sneaked out of the brush along the side of the road and climbed atop one of those timber sleds, after betting on how many yards they could get before the driver noticed them and shooed them away?
Elbrian.
He had given her the nickname Pony when they were young, a name that had stuck through almost all of her years. Hardly anyone called her that now. No one but Roger Lockless, actually, and he only sparingly. She preferred it that way, she supposed. Somehow, with Elbrian gone, the name Pony just didn't seem to fit her anymore. Barely 2 decades had passed since those innocent and wonderful days, and yet Giuseppe could hardly believe that she had ever known such a carefree existence. All her adult life, even before her adult life, had been filled with tumult and momentous events. She sat on that flat rooftop now, smelling the smoke from the fire below and the salt from the Mazer Delaval and the Gulf of Corona beyond it. She let the memories of her life and the lessons play out of their own accord, no doubt coloring, albeit unconsciously, her feelings about present surroundings. Minutes drifted by, becoming an hour, and a chill breeze came in off the water. The Baroness hardly cared, hardly even noticed. She just sat and reflected, falling within herself to a place of calm and quiet, a place untouched by evil memories, or thoughts of the bustle of her present day, seemingly endless duties. She didn't notice the glow of a lantern moving along the alleyway below her, nor the creak of the gutter pipe under the weight of a climbing man.
There you are.
Pony turned to see the smiling face, sharp dimples, and ever-present beard shadow of Abbot Brahmin Hurd. Brahmin was into his mid-40s now, nearly 10 years Giuseppe's senior. His hair was as much silver as its former dark brown, and he had many lines running out from the sides of his gray eyes. Smiling creases, he called them. He had always been a large man, a gentle giant, barrel-chested and barrel-waisted, but of late, the waist had been outdoing the chest. Behind him came his reliable second, a dear old friend who had been with Brahmin for more than 2 decades. Master Marlborough Vicenti was a nervous little man with far too many twitches, but his competent mind seemed to see many things just slightly differently from others, often offering a helpful viewpoint. Though she always preferred to be alone in this her special place, and though she felt as if the lantern was a bit of an intrusion, Giuseppe could not help but be happy at the sight of her 2 dear friends. Both these monks had stood behind Giuseppe and Elbrian in the dark last days of Father Abbot Dalibert Marquardt, though their lives would have been forfeit, and horribly so, had Marquardt won, as it had seemed he would. In the years since, Giuseppe's relationship with the pair had gone through many stages, including when Giuseppe was angry with them, and with all the Abelican monks who had hidden in their abbeys, afraid to try and help heal the plague victims. All her bad feelings about that time had been long washed away, though. For in the last few years, Brahmin and Vicenti had proven of immeasurable help to Giuseppe as she had settled into ruling the great city. As Baroness, the secular concerns of Palmares were her domain, and as Abbot of St. Precious, the spiritual concerns of Palmares lay in the domain of Brahmin Hurd. Never before had Palmares known such harmony between church and state, not even when good Baron Bildeborough sat on the secular throne at Chasewind Manor, and kind-hearted Abbot de Brinian presided over St. Precious.
Did it ever occur to you that my reason for leaving Chasewind Manor without an escort was so that I could find some time alone?
And so we are, just us 3. Now, you will never see the sail from that position.
The sail?
Why, yes. That is the spring moon, is it not, Master Vicenti?
I do believe that it is, yes, Father.
Giuseppe knew when she was being teased, and given that, she understood then to what sail Brahmin was referring. She wouldn't make it easy for him, though.
I see many sails, or at least masts. Though with Captain Alumet's Saudi Jacintha sailing along the Mantis Arm, none of these are of any interest to me.
Oh, indeed. It would not interest the Baroness of Palmares if her king sailed to her city.
Alas for the kingdom, with such disrespect.
Giuseppe's lips grew very tight, but in truth it was a facade for her companion's benefit, for she didn't mind the needling. It was common knowledge that King Danube Brak-Ursel did intend to spend this summer in Palmares, as he had the last 2, and the 2 before that. Though on those first couple of occasions he had arrived only to learn that the Baroness of the city had left her domain, traveling north to the Timberlands to summer with old friends. This year, like the last 2, Danube had taken care to send advance warning of his arrival and to request that Giuseppe be present for his lengthy visit. As it was no secret to all the people that King Danube would grace their city once more this summer of God's year 839, so it was also no secret to anybody in Palmares, and in Ursel, and in all the towns in between, that their king was not coming for any urgent state business, nor even to ensure that Palmares was running well under the leadership of the young Baroness. No, he was coming out of personal motivation, one that went by the name of Giuseppe Winden.
Do you suppose, dear brother, that this will be the summer when aloof Giuseppe at last allows King Danube to kiss her?
On the hand.
Then the side of your face will be wet when I slap you.
You do understand that he will likely be more forward toward you with his intentions.
I do.
And how will you respond?
How indeed.
Giuseppe liked Danube Brak-Ursel well enough. Who would not? The king had always been polite and fair and generous to her. Though he was older than she, he was certainly not unpleasant to look at, with his dark hair and strong build. Yes, Giuseppe liked him, and would have had no second thoughts about agreeing to serve as his escort while he stayed in Palmares. No second thoughts about allowing their relationship to develop, to see if love might blossom, except she had given her heart to another, to Elbrian Winden, her best friend, her husband, her lover. The man against whom she would ever measure all others, and against whom she knew no others would ever measure up. She liked Danube sincerely, but she knew in her heart that she would never love him, would never love any man the way she had loved Elbrian. Given that inescapable truth, would she be acting fairly if she accepted his proposal? Giuseppe honestly didn't know.
Even Roger Lockless has come to see the union as a favorable event.
Giuseppe shot Brother Vicente a hard glance.
I did not mean...
Giuseppe did not relent her piercing gaze for a long while. She understood the implications of all this, and indeed, she knew that Roger Lockless, her best friend and closest advisor at Chasewind Manor, had changed his opinion of King Danube's advances to her. So much so, in fact, that Roger and his wife Dainzy had left Palmaris before the first winter snows, bound for Dundalis, far to the north. Roger, a friend of Elbrian, had been adamant against Giuseppe's having anything to do with the king or any other man, out of loyalty to Elbrian, Pony knew. But that position had softened gradually over the course of the previous summer. Still, Giuseppe did not like Vicente or anyone else using that sort of external pressure over what had to be, in the end, a decision based on her feelings. Yes, it might be a good thing for the common folk for her to wed King Danube, and thus become Queen of Hunts the Bear. Certainly in that capacity she could act as mediator in the still common squabbling between church and state.
Forgive my friend. We of the church would certainly welcome your union with King Danube, should it come to pass. Of course, I would welcome it all the more if it was what was truly in Pony's heart.
I have not been called that name for a long...
Pony's heart.
The king is not in Pony's heart. Never in Pony's heart. And it seems that I must remind you, my friends, that I am officially of the state, not your church.
We know the truth of that.
You are of both church and state, it would seem. You chose the position of state of Baroness over any that the church might have bestowed upon you. 'Tis true, but in that capacity you have worked to bring us together, in spirit and in practice.
Your church would never have accepted me in any position of power without a tremendous fight.
I do not agree. Not after the second miracle of Mount Ada and the Covenant of Avalon. Even Fio Baurai left that sacred place a changed man, left understanding the power and goodness of Giuseppe Winden. He would not even have opposed her appointment to a post as great as Abbess of St. Precious. Yet you chose to be Baroness because in that capacity, and with me, your friend, serving as Abbot of St. Precious, you knew that you could do the most good. And you chose wisely, as every person in Palmaris will attest. So again, it will be for you to choose, weighing your heart against your desire to do great things for all the world. Doubt not that any ascension of Giuseppe Winden to the position of Queen of Hunts the Bear would be welcomed throughout the Abelican Church as a great blessing, a time of hope indeed for a brighter future.
The future of the church looks bright already.
Indeed, for the Covenant of Avalon has brought many of our previously battling brothers together in spirit, for the time being at least. Father Abbot Agrangair's health is failing. He is an old man, growing tired by all accounts. He may remain in power and in this world for another year, perhaps 2, but doubtfully more than that.
And there is no clear successor. Fio Baurai will likely try for the position.
And I will back him.
Will you not seek the nomination?
I am still too young to win, I fear. And if I opted to try, I would be taking votes away from Baurai, no doubt.
A man of whom you were never fond.
But a far better choice than the alternative. For if it is not Master Baurai, then surely it will be Abbot Olin of St. Bondabruce of Entel, a man who did not partake of the Covenant of Avalon.
Entel is a long way from the Barbican.
A man who quietly supported Marcalo Dianero and his brothers repentant during the dark days of the plague. And so it will likely be that Master Fio Baurai, or perhaps Abbot Olin, no fool and no stranger to the games of politics, will win. In either case, the smooth voyage of the Abelican Church might soon encounter an unexpected storm. Better it would be for us, for all, if Giuseppe Winden had assumed a position of even greater authority.
Giuseppe stared at her two friends long and hard, recognizing that responsibility had indeed come calling once again. She spent a long moment considering King Danube again, for he was a good and decent man, a handsome man. But she knew that she would never love him as she had loved Elbrian.
"10 times my lifespan. 10 times. And for them there is a promise of another life after this, while I'll rot in the ground in blackness, not even knowing. How could I not have been born to Elofar? Why this feeble human parentage? This curse? This sentence to a brief and fast-fading life? This invitation to nothingness? What unfairness to me! And doubly unfair that I have been raised among the Tuelofar. These immortal beings, where the shortcomings of my heritage are so painfully obvious every moment of every day. Lady Dasselran told me the truth. Told me that, unless some enemy or ill-timed disease fells me, I can expect to live 6 decades, perhaps 7 or even 8, and that 10 decades of life are not unknown among my kind, but no more than that. Dasselran has seen the birth and death of 6 centuries, I have been told. And yet if I see one to completion, I will be rare and extremely fortunate among my kind. Likely she will still be around to witness my death. Even worse, after 6 centuries, the Lady of Carolfar seems as youthful and alive as the Tuelofar much younger than she. She does not groan when she labors physically, but I have been told that I can expect to, and far sooner than my last days. I have lived for 14 years and am barely an adult by human standards, though I am strong of limb and sharp of mind. I will flourish physically in my later teens and throughout my 20s, but after that, the decline will begin. Slowly at first, throughout my 4th decade of life, then more rapidly. What curse is this? How am I to experience all the wonders of the world? How am I to garner the memories of my companions, even those memories so trivial in the lifespan of a Tuelofar, but that would seem momentous to a short-lived human? How am I to unravel the mysteries of this reasoning existence, to sort out any kind of perspective, when my end will arrive so quickly? It is the cruelest of jokes to be born human. Would that I were of the people, that I were Tuelofar, that I could find the wisdom of the ages by finding the increasing experiences of one such as Lady Dasselran. I love my life, every moment of every day, and to think that I will be cold and dead in the ground while those around me are still young and vital tears at my heart and brings red anger to my eyes. Curse my human parentage, I say. My guardians speak highly of my father, the great and noble Nightbird, the dead Nightbird, cold and unknowing in the ground. For those few Tuelofar who died in Nightbird's lifetime, for Tuntun who fell in the attack against the demon Dactyl in Mount Ada, there is another existence beyond this worldly life. They are in a place of beauty that overshadows even beautiful Underblock Inniness, a place of wonderment and the purest joy. But for humans, so Dasselran told me, there is only cold death and emptiness. For among the races of Corona, only the Tuelofar, the demons, and the angels are immortal. Only these 3 can transcend their physical bodies. Curse my human parents! I wish I had never been born, for better never knowing any of this than to understand the cruel fate that awaits me. Curse my parents.
Your body is the conduit.
Lady Dasselran tried very hard to hide her exasperation. She leaned back against a birch tree, ruffling her nearly transparent elven wings and tossing her head carelessly, sending her golden locks back over her delicate shoulders. She was the only elf who truly understood the magical gemstones, having worked intimately with her powerful emerald for centuries. Thus, Dasselran had taken on this part of young Adrian's training herself, the first time a human had ever been trained in the gemstone magic by one of the Tuelofar. The young man, nearly 1.5 feet taller than Dasselran's 4-foot height, grimaced and clutched the gemstone, a lightning-producing graphite, all the tighter, as if he meant to squeeze the magical energy out of it. He was built much like his father, strong and muscular, with wide shoulders and corded muscles, but many of his features favored his mother, of whom he knew practically nothing. At first, Dasselran thought to correct him again, but when she noted the intensity on Adrian's face, she decided to allow him these moments of personal revelations. The Lady of Carolfar could hardly suppress her grin as she watched the concentrating Adrian, her Adrian. The young human, she believed, would become the savior of her people. Though she wasn't over fond of the lumbering larger folk, R.A.Salvatore could not deny that this one was handsome, with his thick shock of blonde hair and his piercing blue eyes, his lips full like those of his mother, and his jaw strong and square, a chin and chiseled cheekbones quite familiar to the lady who had overseen the training of Elbrian the Nightbird. Yes, this one had the best features of both his parents, it seemed, a beauty brought out all the more because he was growing up in the splendor of Anderblack Innis, a place of health and vitality. In just the last year, Adrian's lanky frame had thickened considerably, his weight blossoming from a slight 120 pounds to 160 and more, and not an ounce of it was fat. He was all sinew and muscle, all cords of strength. But unlike other humans, there was a suppleness to the young man's muscles, an incredible flexibility that made his work with Benel de Sada all the more graceful. Adrian was far from finished growing, R.A.Salvatore knew. His father had topped 6 feet, and so would Adrian, and easily, and the lady suspected that he would range well on the other side of 200 pounds. Yes, physically he would be a specimen, he already was, to make people stop and stare. But his real strength, R.A.Salvatore hoped, would be less visible, would be in the pure focus of his well-disciplined mind. He would outfight any man and any elf. But a greater woe would befall his enemies when Adrian combined this second talent, this training with the magical gemstones. His mother was among the most powerful stone users in all the world, so it was said, and so, R.A.Salvatore demanded, would this Adrian be?
What is wrong with this stone? Thanamandile! Cursed stone, Thanamandile!
It is not a contest of wills.
Thanamandile!
A crackling blue bolt snapped out of Adrian's hand and flickered downward to slam into the grass at his feet. The resulting report sent both the young man and the elven lady into the air. Adrian came to his feet, staring incredulously at the small gray gemstone, looking from it to the blackened spot on the green grass of the hillock. Lady R.A.Salvatore looked from the boy to the spot, at a loss for words. She knew that he had done it wrong, so very wrong. Gemstone magic was a cooperative interaction between the wielder and the stone, and the powers of an enchanted gemstone could not be pulled forth by brute force of will. And yet, Adrian had just done that, had just fought a battle of wills with an insentient energy, and had won. R.A.Salvatore looked at him then, at the smug, satisfied smile on his handsome face. Something else showed there, something the Lady of Caer-Alfar found strangely unsettling. She had watched the progress of dozens of rangers in her life, and always there would be a series of breakthroughs that the humans in training would realize. Those breakthroughs were often met with smiles of joy, sometimes with a grim nod, but always with a profound satisfaction, for the tests of the Caer-Alfar were not easily passed. So it was with Adrian now, his expression falling into the latter category more than the first, for there was no joy on his face, just grim satisfaction. And, the lady recognized, even something a bit more than that, something akin to the look of a heartless conqueror, supremely arrogant, and taking more joy in the defeat of his enemy than in the attainment of any other goal. Logically, Lady R.A.Salvatore knew that she shouldn't have expected less from this young one. The elves had trained him from birth to be just that kind of force, but the look of sheer intensity on Adrian's face, the effort necessary for him to have forced out the gemstone powers in such a confrontational manner, gave R.A.Salvatore definite pause. There was an inner strength in this one beyond her expectations. Logically, and given the monumental task she had in mind for him, R.A.Salvatore knew that to be a good thing. But still. She started to go into her gemstone training litany again, the speech she had delivered to Adrian several times already, about working in unison with the powers of the stone, instead of battling against them. But the lady was too tired of it all at that moment, and too taken aback by the display she had just witnessed.
You will work with gemstones again, and soon.
R.A.Salvatore held out her hand for Adrian to give her back the graphite. The young man's blue eyes glowered fiercely for just a moment, an impetuous moment, but telling, of his true desire to keep the stone. Clearly, this work with the gemstones had awakened something within the boy, some deep emotion, a flicker perhaps of power beyond anything he had ever believed possible. And he wanted that power, the lady understood without the slightest doubt. He wanted to work it and master it and dominate it. That was good, for he had to be driven, had to achieve the very highest levels of power if her plans for him were to come to fruition. However, like the sheer willpower he had just shown in tearing the magic from the stone, this level of ambition, so clearly reflected in those striking and imposing eyes, warned R.A.Salvatore of something potentially ominous. The moment passed quickly, and Adrian obediently walked over and placed the graphite in R.A.Salvatore's hand, offering only a shrug and a quick flash of a sheepish smile as he did. R.A.Salvatore saw that smile for what it was, a feint. If Adrian's true feelings at having to relinquish that gemstone had been honestly expressed in a smile, she figured, he would have had to grow fangs. Bryn Dariel was down in the field below him, tacking up Diradusk, the smallish but muscular stallion that Belamar Jaraviel had brought to Anderbluck Innis for her training several years before. All the Tuel Elfar were there this night as well, most sitting among the boughs of the trees lining the long narrow field, and many holding torches. Jaraviel, whom the other elves were now calling Maratil Tuk, or Snow Goose, a teasing reference to his apparent wanderlust, and another elf, Tuel Dahlia, were on the field with Bryn, chatting with her, and probably, Adrian figured, instructing her. Because that's what the elves always did, the young man thought with a smirk. Instruct and criticize. It was their unrelenting way. How many times Adrian had wanted to look Tuel Dahlia, who was his secondary instructor after Lady Dasselrond, or even the great Lady of Caer Elfar herself, square in the eye and scream for them to just leave him alone. Several times, particularly in the last year, such an impulse had been nearly overwhelming, and only Adrian's recollection that he really did not have much time, a few decades perhaps, coupled with the understanding that he had much left to learn from the Tuel Elfar, had kept his tongue in check. Still, the boy, who thought of himself as a young man, would not always play by the rules of his instructors. Even on this moonlit night, for he had been explicitly told to stay away from Bryn's challenge, had been told that this event was for her eyes and the eyes of the Tuel Elfar alone. Yet here he was, lying in the grass of a steep knoll above the narrow field. He had already congratulated himself many times for learning well the lessons the elves had taught him concerning stealth. His thoughts turned outward a moment later, when Jaraviel and Toel moved away from the saddled and bridled horse, and Bryn Dariel, the only other human Adrian had ever known, a ranger in training several years his senior, gracefully swung up into the saddle. She settled herself comfortably, with a bit more shifting than usual, a certain indication of her nervousness, Adrian knew, and shook her long hair from in front of her face. She didn't look anything like Adrian, which had surprised him somewhat because in his eyes, most of the Tuel Elfar looked much alike, and he had presumed that humans would resemble one another as well. But he was fair-skinned with light hair and bright blue eyes, while Bryn, of Togai heritage, had skin the golden brown color of Quiola hardwood, hair the color of a raven's wing, and eyes as dark and liquid as Adrian's were bright and crystalline. Even the shape of her eyes did not resemble his, having more of a teardrop appearance. Nor did her body resemble his, though as with Adrian, Bryn's years of superb training had honed her muscles to a perfect edge. But she was thin and lithe, a smallish thing really, while Adrian's arms were already beginning to thicken with solid muscle. Elven males and females did not look so disparate, for all were thin, skinny even, and while the female elves had breasts, they didn't look anything like the globes that now adorned Bryn's chest. Looking at her did something to Adrian's psyche, and to his body, that he could not understand. He hadn't had much contact with her in his early days in Anderbluck Innis, but in the last couple of years, mostly because of Jaraviel, she'd become one of his closest companions. Of late, though, he often found himself wondering why his palms grew so sweaty whenever he was near her, or why he wanted to inhale more deeply when he was close enough to her to catch her sweet scent. Those distracting thoughts flew away suddenly, as Bryn pulled back on Diradusk's reins. With the suddenness of a lightning strike, the young ranger whirled her mount and galloped down to the far end of the field. Another elf came out of the trees there, handing Bryn a bow and a quiver of arrows. Only then did Adrian notice that 6 targets, man-sized and shaped and colored as if they were wearing white flowing robes, had been placed along the opposite edge of the field. The young man chewed his lower lip in anticipation. He had seen Bryn ride a few times, and truly she was a sight to behold, seeming as if she were one with her steed, rider and mount of a single mind. He had never seen her at work with the bow, but from what he had heard, or overheard, for he had listened in on many of Dasselron's conversations with Jaravio concerning the young woman, Bryn was spectacular. It seemed to Adrian then as if all the forest suddenly went quiet. Not a nightbird calling or a cricket chirping, not a whisper of the seemingly ever-present elf song. Even the many torches seemed supernaturally quiet and still, a moment of the purest tension. Only then did young Adrian appreciate the gravity of the night and the weight of his intrusion. This was no simple test for Bryn, he realized. This was something beyond that. Some essential proving, a critical culmination, he suspected, of her training. She saw the distant targets, mere silhouettes in the torchlight and moonlight. It somewhat unnerved Bryn that the elves had chosen to fashion these targets in the likeness of Baronese Yatolls, the hated enemies of the Togairu, like her parents. Their resentment of the Eastern Kingdom's conquest of Togai, and of the Yatolls' insinuation into every tradition, even religion, of the nomadic Togairu, had led to her parents' murder. The Yatolls served the Chezru chieftain, who ruled Albaran. He was, it was rumored, an eternal being, an undiminished spirit who transferred from aged body to the spirit of a soon-to-be-born Baronese male child. Thus, the loyalists of Togai hated the present Chezru chieftain as much as his predecessor, who had sent his armies swarming into Togai. The young ranger knew her duty to her homeland, and so apparently did the elves. She inspected her quiver. They had given her only 8 arrows, and Jaravio's last words to her had been unequivocal.
One pass.
Bryn pulled back on the bow, which had been fashioned of dark fern by a prominent elven bowyer. Its draw was smooth and light, but Bryn had no doubt that it could send the arrows flying with deadly speed and precision. She checked the arrows again. All were of good design and strength, but one seemed exceptional. Bryn put this one to the bowstring.
Are you ready, dear Dusk?
Bryn could have taken a slower approach, she knew, so that she could get several shots away before having to make her first turn. But she let her emotions guide her desire to do this to perfection, her need to impress Lady Dasselrond and Jaravio and the others, her need to vent her anger at the cursed Baronese. The arrow soared to thunk into one of the targets. Bryn leaned low to the right of steady Diradusk's neck, watching as the second arrow struck dead center of the target. She raised her bow again, quickly.
That was not a mortal wound!
Bryn had to take up the reins then, bending Diradusk to the right, but she dropped them almost immediately as the horse turned, and set another arrow to her bowstring. This time she scored a critical hit on the third target. Bryn grabbed the reins in the same hand that held her bow, and pulled forth an arrow with her other hand. She turned Diradusk to the left, bringing the horse into a run parallel with the line of targets, straight across the narrow width of the field. Bryn threw her left leg over the horse, balancing side saddle as she took aim. The fourth target shook from the impact, and then the fifth, just as Bryn started her second left turn, back the way she had come.
There is still one remaining!
Bryn executed a maneuver she had been practicing in private, one that the Togairu warriors had long ago perfected. She stood straight on Diradusk's left flank, with only her left foot in a stirrup, and facing backward. Bryn needn't have fired the second shot, for the first shot struck the last target right in the heart, and the second hit home less than an inch from the first. Bryn rolled back over Diradusk's back, settling easily into her saddle, and slinging her bow over one shoulder. Her smile was brighter than the light of the full moon. Up on the hillock, Adrian lay with his mouth open and his eyes growing dry, for he could hardly think to blink. The younger ranger in training could not deny the beauty of Bryn Dariel, nor the beauty and grace and sheer skill of her accomplishment this night. Whatever test the Tuelafar might have intended for her, she had surely passed, and well enough to draw admiration, even awe, from her strict and uncompromising instructors. Adrian could certainly appreciate that, would even be thrilled to see the elves flustered by the human's incredible talent. But at the same time, young Adrian wished that he had a graphite gemstone in his possession, that he might blow Diradusk right out from under the heroic Bryn. Always before, she had thought of this time of year, the spring, as her favorite, a time of renewal, of reaffirming life itself. But this year, like the last few, brought with it a springtime that Lady Constance Pemblebury of the court at Ursel dreaded. For King Danube, the man she so adored and the father of her 2 sons, was leaving again, as he did every spring, loading up his royal boat and sailing down the Mazer Delaval to the city of Palmaris and that woman, Baroness Giuseppe Winden. The very thought of her brought bile into Constance Pemblebury's throat. On many levels, she could respect the heroic woman. Had their situations been different, Constance could imagine the 2 of them as friends. But now there was one little impediment. Danube loved Giuseppe. He wasn't even secretive about that anymore. In the last couple of years, he had often proclaimed his love for the woman to Duke Callis, his closest friend, trusted advisor, along with Constance and the leader of his Allheart Brigade. To his credit, King Danube had tried to spare Constance's feelings as much as possible, never mentioning Giuseppe in Constance's presence, unless, of course, Constance happened to bring up the matter, as she had that morning, pleading with Danube to remain in Ursel this summer, practically throwing herself at his feet and wrapping her arms about his ankles in desperation. She had reminded him that Merwick, their oldest son, would begin his formal schooling in letters and etiquette this summer, and that Torrance, a year younger than his brother, at 10, would serve as squire for an Allheart knight. Wouldn't King Danube desire to be present at Merwick's important ceremony? After all, the boy was in line to inherit the throne, after Danube's younger brother, Prince Midalus of Vanguard, and who knew what might befall Midalus in that northern wild region. So of course King Danube would want to personally oversee the training of one as important as Merwick, Constance had reasoned. But Danube had flatly denied her request, and though he had tried to be gentle, his words had struck Constance as coldly as a timberland's late winter rain. He would not stay, would not be denied his time with the woman he so loved. It hurt Constance that Danube would go to Giuseppe. It hurt her that he no longer shared her bed, even in the cold nights of early winter, when he knew that he would not see the Baroness of Palmaris for many months to come. And Constance found it humorous that even when he was in Giuseppe's presence, Danube was not sharing her bed. What was even more troubling to Constance was that Giuseppe was still of childbearing age, and any offspring of Danube's union with her would surely put Merwick back further in the line of succession. Perhaps Giuseppe would go so far as to force King Danube to oust Merwick and Torrance altogether from the royal line. All of those thoughts played uncomfortably in Constance's mind as she looked out from the northern balcony of Castle Ursel to the docks on the Mazer Delaval and the King's own ship, River Palace. Duke Brotherford's pennant was flying high atop the mast this day, a clear signal that the ship would sail with the next high tide. That pennant seemed to slap Constance's face with every wind-blown flap.
A strong breeze to carry Danube swiftly to his love.
You will not join King Danube on his summer respite.
Constance swung about and saw Targon Bree Callis, Duke of Wester Hants, standing at the open door, one hand resting against the jamb, the other on his hip. Callis was her age, in his early 40s, but with his curly black hair, neatly trimmed goatee, and muscular physique, he could easily pass for a man 10 years younger. His eyes were as sharp as his tongue, and more used to glancing up at the sun and the moon than at a ceiling, and his complexion ruddy. He was, perhaps, Constance Pemblebury's best friend. Yet when she looked at him of late, it only seemed to remind her of the injustice of it all. For while Callis appeared even more regal and confident with each passing year, Constance could not ignore that her own hair was thinning, and that wrinkles now showed at the edges of her eyes and her lips.
Merwick will begin his formal training this summer. I had hoped that the Duke of Westerhans would personally see to his initiation into the knightly ways.
Callis shrugged and grinned knowingly. He had already discussed this matter at great length with King Danube, the two of them agreeing that Merwick would be tutored by Antides, one of Duke Callis's finest commanders, until he reached the ability level suitable for him to begin learning the ways of warfare, both horsed and afoot. Then Duke Callis would take over his supervision. Constance knew that too, and her tone alone betrayed to Callis her true sentiments, that he should not be going along with Danube when Danube was going to the arms of another woman. And as Constance's tone revealed that truth, so did Callus's grin reveal his understanding of it. The Duke's constant amusement with her predicament bothered Constance more than a little. She scowled and turned back to the rail, and noted that Danube's ship was gliding away from the dock, while an escort of several warships waited out on the great river. Surprised, she turned, noting only then that Duke Callus wasn't dressed for any sea voyage, wasn't dressed for traveling at all.
Danube told me that you were to go along.
He was misinformed. I have little desire to lay eyes upon Giuseppe Winden ever again.
You do not approve of Danube's choice?
He will make a queen of a peasant. No, I do not approve.
Or are you jealous? Do you fear Giuseppe will not rebuff his approaches, as she rebuffed your own?
King Danube will pursue her more vigorously this year, and I fear that she will dissuade his advances, insulting the king himself.
And you fear more that she will not.
Queen Giuseppe? Indeed, that is a notion to be feared.
There are many who would disagree with you. Danube, obviously, among them. There are many who consider her the hero of all the world, the one who defeated the demon Dactyl at Mount Ada, who defeated Father Abbot Markwort when he had fallen in evil, and who defeated the Rosy Plague itself. There are many who would argue that there is not another in the world more suited to be Queen of Haunts the Bear.
And their arguments would not be without merit. To the common people, Giuseppe must indeed seem to be all of that and more. But such rabble do not appreciate the other attributes that any woman must, of necessity, bring to the throne. It is a matter of breeding and of culture, not of simple swordplay. Nor do such rabble appreciate the unfortunate and unavoidable baggage that Giuseppe Winden will bring along with her to Ursel.
Her baggage is her allegiance to the Abelican Church.
She is a pawn of Abbot Brauman Herd and all the other robe-wearing fools.
After all these years, you still so hate the Church?
That question went back to an event that had occurred more than 20 years before. Callus had been an upstart at the court of the young King Danube, often bedding Danube's wife, Queen Vivian. When Queen Vivian had succumbed to an illness, despite the efforts of Abbot Jeoith of St. Hans and his supposedly God-given healing gemstones, Callus had never forgiven Jeoith or the Church for not saving his beloved Vivian.
You wear your hatred for the Church more obviously than the plume on your all-heart helm. Has Danube never discovered the source of your bitterness?
Callus didn't look back at her, just stared out at the city for a long, long while, then gave a little helpless shrug. Had King Danube ever learned of Vivian's connections with Callus? Would Danube, who had been busy bedding every courtesan in Ursel, Constance Pemblebury included, even care?
He never loved Vivian as he loves Giuseppe. He has been courting her so patiently for all these years. He will not even share my bed, nor those of any others. It is all for Giuseppe now. Only for Giuseppe.
That is the way love is supposed to be. Perhaps we are both wrong to show such scorn for our friend's choice.
An epiphany, Duke Callus?
If he loves her as you love him, then what is he to do?
We share 2 children.
Callus's laugh cut her to the bone. It was well known in Ursel that King Danube had fathered at least 2 other children. In Hans the Bear, in God's year 839, there was nothing exceptional. Nothing even to be given a second thought.
Is it the loss of your love that so pains you? The mental image that you must carry of Giuseppe in Danube's arms? Or is it something even greater? Is it the possibility of greater loss that Giuseppe Winden will bring with her to Ursel? She is young yet, and strong of body. Do you fear for Constance's heart, or Merwick's inheritance?
Constance Pemblebury's lips grew very thin, and she narrowed her eyes to dart-throwing slits. The word both screamed in her mind, but she would not give Duke Callus the pleasure of hearing her say it aloud. The shake of his head, as he walked back into the palace, told her that she didn't have to. Duke Brotherford, a smallish man with salt and pepper hair and leathery skin that was cracked and ruddy from years at sea, stood on the deck of River Palace. staring at the back of his good friend and liege, King Danube, and grinning. For the king's posture was noticeably forward, with Danube leaning over the front rail. So eager he seemed. And Duke Brotherford could certainly respect that, though he, like so many other nobles of Danube's court, had grave reservations about the advisability of bringing a peasant into their circle to serve as queen. But Danube's posture was surely comical, though it pained Brotherford even to think such mockery of his beloved king. He strode over to stand at the rail beside the king. Beyond, to the north and west, the long dock of Palmaris was in plain sight.
Will she be there this year?
King Danube nodded.
I sent messengers ahead. The first to inform Giuseppe that I would be journeying to Palmaris this summer and would desire her companionship. And then the second, a week later, to confirm that she would indeed remain in the city.
Confirm? Or to command her to do so?
I would not command her so, for what would be the gain, other than to lay my gaze upon her, I mean? For that is ever a pleasure. But no, Giuseppe assured my second courier that she would be in residence this summer.
Do you take that as a good sign that,
Giuseppe has known much tragedy, has known great loss and great love. I have sensed something blossoming between us, but it will not come swiftly. No, her wounds were not yet healed when I last saw her.
But when they are healed?
Then I will have her answer, I suspect. Whatever that answer may be.
A painful delay.
Not so. In most things I am not a patient man. But for Giuseppe, I will wait as long as she needs me to wait. Even if that means that I will spend decades of summering in Palmaris, pacing my throne room in Ursel throughout the dark of winter, just waiting for the weather to calm, that I might go to her once again.
Duke Brotherford hardly knew how to respond to that declamation, for he understood without any doubt that King Danube was not lying, was not even exaggerating. The man had waited so long already, and despite a host of courtesans, particularly Constance Pemblebury, practically kneeling outside his bedchamber door begging entrance. It did the Duke of the Marianics' heart good to see his king so devoted, so obviously in love. Somehow that fact elevated Brotherford's estimation of this man he already admired. Somehow, seeing this true and deep and good emotion in the King of Hans the Bear, the greatest man in all the world, and in Brotherford's estimation, the closest, along with the Father Abbot of the Abelican Church, to God, ennobled Brotherford and affirmed his belief in things greater than this physical world. Danube's love for Giuseppe seemed to him a pure thing, a higher truth than the mere physical lust that so permeated the streets of Ursel. Still, she was a peasant.
It will be a fine summer.
Greetings, Lady Pemblebury.
Abbot Shuden Owan watched as he saw Constance striding across the nave of the great chapel of St. Hans.
All is in place for Prince Torrance's acceptance of the Evergreen. I assure you, as I assured you last week, nothing has changed for the ill, I pray. Oh, no, not that, I pray, for it would be better to be done with the ceremony now, in the spring, before the inevitable host of weddings begin. Of course, your needs would supersede
I have not come here to discuss the ceremony at all.
Constance knew that if she let Owan continue, she would likely spend the better part of an hour listening to his rambling. The man thought himself a great orator. Constance considered him the most complete idiot she had ever met. His rise to the position of Abbot of St. Hans only confirmed for her that Duke Callus's disparaging attitude toward the Abelican Church was not without merit. True, St. Hans had been in a great fix those years before, when Abbot Hingis and several other masters had all died on the road to the distant and wild Barbican, victims of a goblin raid on their journey to partake of the Covenant of Avalon. Old Owan was the highest ranking of the remaining masters. And true, the man had been much more tolerable in his younger days, sometimes seeming even introspective, than after his ascension to the highest position. It seemed as if Owen had come to view his position as confirmation that everyone in the world wanted to hear his every thought spoken again and again. Still, despite the circumstances that had brought him to the position, it seemed to Constance that the church should have some way of removing him. especially since many of the younger brothers of St. Hans had blossomed into fine young masters. Constance dismissed both these thoughts and her current disdain for Abbot Owen, reminding herself that it was in her best interests to keep this man, this easily manipulated fool, in a position of power. She looked at him as he stood there with his head tilted to one side, his tongue constantly licking his thin lips, his dull eyes staring at her, and she offered him a warm smile, the source of which, in truth, was the fact that at that moment, Abbot Owen looked very much to her like one of Ducalus's less than brilliant hunting dogs.
I expect that you will soon preside over a great wedding ceremony at St. Hans.
King Danube?
Constance nodded slightly.
Oh, Lady Pembleberry. At last he has come to see the value of the mother of his children. At last our great king will assume the proper role as father to his princely son.
The ceremony will not include me. King Danube has sailed north to Palmaris.
Official business. Yes, of course, we were informed.
Lust, and nothing more, fills the sails of River Palace. He has gone north to be beside Giuseppe Winden, the Baroness of Palmaris.
The savior of...
Spare me your foolishness. Giuseppe Winden has done great good in her life, I do not doubt. But you do not know her as I know her, Abbot Owen. If she does become the next Queen of Hans the Bear, then you can expect great changes in the structure of Ursel, particularly within St. Hans.
She has no power in the American Church, no title at all.
No title, but do not underestimate her power. And do not doubt that she will use that power to reshape St. Hans as she has done St. Precious in Palmaris.
That is Abbot Brauman's province.
Brauman, who owes his position to his relationship with Giuseppe Winden and nothing more. Do not misunderstand me. Giuseppe Winden will prove a fine queen for King Danube, and will serve the people of Hans the Bear well.
That is very generous of you.
But she is not of noble breeding, and has no knowledge of what it means to be a queen, let alone what it means to be a queen mother.
The blank look on Owen's face, his jaw dropping open, his eyes unblinking, told her that he had caught her point completely.
I have heard rumors that she was damaged.
In her battle with Father Abbot Marquardt in the field north of Palmaris, when she lost her child, yes. I have heard much the same rumor.
See what you can learn, I pray. Is Giuseppe barren?
You fear for Merwick and Torrance?
I fear for Hans the Bear. It is one thing to have a peasant queen who can easily be controlled by a skilled court and king. It is quite another to have that peasant queen bringing children, heirs, into the picture. Their blood and breeding will never suffice to assume the role that destiny puts in their path. Do you not remember the terrors of King Archibald the Red?
Constance referred to a tyrant who had ruled in Hans the Bear in the 6th century, born of a peasant queen with a bitterness toward those of higher station. Taking the cue from his mother, Archibald had tried to invert the entire social structure of the kingdom, seizing land from noblemen to give to peasants, and filling his court with uncouth farmers, all with disastrous consequences. The nobility had turned against Archibald, resulting in a 5-year civil war that had left the kingdom broken and devastated. Abbot Owen knew that history well, Constance could see, from the horrified look on his face.
It would be better for all if Merwick remained in the line of succession. Do you not agree?
Indeed, my lady. I will inquire of Saint Mirabel and Saint Precious to see what I might learn of Giuseppe's condition.
The better for us all if her battle against Father Abbot Marquardt left permanent scars.
She turned on her heel and strode out of the chapel, leaving a very shaken Abbot Owen behind. The heavy axe swooped from on high, arcing out and down in front of him, to hit the log at a perfect angle to split it in two, sending both pieces tumbling to the side of the stump. Without even bothering to pick them up, the strong man grabbed another log and set it in place. Then the woodcutter had to pause and sort out the timber piles, tossing the cut pieces 20 feet to a huge wood pile. The morning air was chill, even more so to the man, for his chiseled body was lathered in sweat, but that hardly seemed to bother him. Indeed, if he even felt the chill, he didn't show it, just went on chopping with more focus than seemed possible. He was nearly 50 years old, though no one watching him would guess his age at even 40. His muscles were hard, his skin tight, and his eyes shone with the fire of youth. That was his blessing and his curse. On and on he went throughout the early morning, a rhythmic snapping noise that was nothing out of the ordinary for the 103 other hardy folk of Micklin's village, an obscure cluster of cottages on the western frontier of Hans the Bear. A group of rugged and uncouth men inhabited the village, spending 11 months of the year out in the wilderlands hunting for furs, and then traveling back to civilization for 1 month to a great and bawdy party and market. No, ever since this man Bertram Dale, though that was likely an alias they all knew, much like those used by more than half the men in town, outlaws all, had come to Micklin's village, the rhythmic sound of wood chopping had become the rooster's crow for the place. Every morning, in pelting rain, driving snow, winter's cold, or summer's heat, Bertram Dale had been out at his work. He had made himself useful in many ways, in addition to cutting the wood for the whole village. He had also become Micklin's village's cook, tailor, and best of all, weaponsmith, showing the huntsmen fabulous techniques for honing their weapons to a fine edge. Curiously, though, Bertram had never shown any interest in hunting, which was easily the most lucrative trade to be found in the region. As time had passed and he had made himself useful to the others, every one of them had offered to take him out and show him how to track and hunt the game of the area, the raccoons, the dangerous wolverines, the otters, the beavers, and the wolves. But Bertram would hear nothing of it. He was content, he said, chopping and cooking and performing his other duties about the village. At first, some had whispered that the man must be afraid to go into the forest, but that talk had quickly faded as each man in turn came to understand part of the truth about this curious newcomer. Bertram understood weaponry better than any of them. He was as strong as any, including Micklin himself, who was at least 100 pounds heavier than Bertram. And he had a grace about his movements that could not be denied. Lately, the whispers had turned from ones of derision to curiosity, with most now reasoning that Bertram must have been a soldier in the Great Demon War of a decade before. Perhaps he had seen some horrors, some whispered, that had driven him out here away from the civilized lands. Or perhaps he had deserted his company in battle, others wondered, and was on the run. In any case, Bertram had surely been a godsend of gossip for the often bored folk of Micklin's village. He hardly seemed to care about the whispers and the rumors, just quietly went about his work every day, restocking the woodpile with freshly cut timber after cords had been stacked beside each of the 6 buildings in the village. Bertram paused in his work to watch the huntsmen go out this morning.
Are you sure you won't be coming with us? I can show you good, Bertram. Inside a month, I'll have you better than half the fools in Micklin's.
But Bertram politely declined the offer with a smile and a shake of his head, and the villager just raised his empty hands and walked off. Bertram only smiled and shook his head, not letting on in the least how perfectly ridiculous he thought those words to be. Within a month, indeed. For this man who called himself Bertram Dale knew that he could outhunt any man in the village already, and that he could outfight any 2 of them put together with ease. It wasn't lack of skill that kept him from the forest and the hunt. It was fear. Fear of himself, of what he might become when the smell of blood was thick in his nostrils. How many times, he wondered, had that happened to him over the last few years? How many times had he settled into a new home, always on the outskirts of the civilized lands, only to be on the run again within a short time, a month or 2, because that inner demon had freed itself and had slaughtered a villager. As much as the fear of being caught and killed, Bertram hated the killing, hated the blood that indelibly stained his warrior's hands. He had never been a gentleman, had never been afraid of killing his enemies in battle, but this was beyond tolerance. He had killed simple farmers, had killed the wives of simple farmers, had killed even the children of simple farmers. And with each kill had come more self-loathing and an even greater sense of helplessness and hopelessness. Now he was in Miklin's village, a place inhabited only by strong, able-bodied huntsmen. He had found a daily routine that kept him fed and sheltered, and away from the temptations of his inner demons. No, Bertram Dale would not go out on those hunts, where he might smell blood, where he might go into a murderous frenzy, and find himself on the run yet again. How many villages were there on the western borderlands of Hans the Bear? He had all the wood cut and piled by mid-morning. He was alone in the village then, and would be until late afternoon likely. He did a quick circuit of the area to ensure that no one was about, then stripped to his waist in a small square between 4 of the buildings. He let his thoughts drift back across the years and the miles, back to a great stone fortress far to the east, a bastion of study and reflection, of training and piety, a place called St. Mirabel. He had spent well over a decade of his life there, training in the ways of the Abelican Order and in the arts martial. He had been an Abelican master, and his fame had approached legend. Before taking the name of Bertram Dale, and several other names before that, he had been Marcalo Dianero, master of St. Mirabel. Marcalo Dianero, abbot of St. Precious. Marcalo Dianero, bishop of Palmares. He had been named by most who had seen him in battle as the greatest warrior ever to bless St. Mirabel, or any other abbey for that matter. He fell into a crouch, perfectly balanced. His hands began weaving in the air before him, drawing small circles, flowing gracefully out in front and to the sides. So many had bowed before him, had respected him, had feared him. Yes, that was his greatest pleasure, he had to admit to himself. The fear in the eyes of his opponents, of his sparring partners when they looked upon him. How he had enjoyed that. Now his hands worked faster, over and under each other, weaving defensive circles with such speed and precision that little would ever find its way through to strike him. Every so often, he would cut the circle short and snap off a wicked punch or a stiff-fingered jab in front or to either side, or even with a subtle and sudden twisting step behind him. In his mind's eye, he saw his opponents falling before his deadly strikes. And they had indeed fallen to him so many times. Once during his tenure at St. Mirabel, the abbey had been attacked by a great force of Powries, and he had leapt into the middle of one group, fighting barehanded, dropping the sturdy bloody-capped dwarves with heavy blows and kicks that stole their breath, or precision strikes that jabbed through tender eyes to tear at brain matter, leaving the dwarves twitching on the cold ground. That had been his truest realization of joy, he thought, and his movements now increased in tempo and intensity, blocking and striking, first like a snake, then like a leaping and clawing lion, then like a kicking stork. To any onlooker, the former monk would have seemed a blur of motion, his movements too quick to follow, taut limbs snapping and retracting in the blink of an eye. This was his release, his litany to stay the rage that knew no true and lasting release. How far he had fallen, how much his world had been shattered. Father Abbot Marquardt had shown him new heights of gemstone power, had shown him how to engage the power of his favored stone, the tiger's paw, more fully. With that stone, Marcalo Dianero had once been able to transform his arm into the killing paw of a tiger. With Marquardt's assistance, the transformation had taken on new dimensions, had been complete. But in that mutation, Dianero's body had somehow apparently absorbed the gemstone, the tiger's paw, and now its magical energies were an indelible part of his very being. He was no longer human. He didn't even seem to be aging anymore. He'd only come to this realization very recently, for he had previously assumed that his superb physical training was merely giving him the appearance of youth. But now he was 49 years old, with the last decade spent in the wilderness, in harsh terrain and climate. He had changed in appearance, in complexion, and in the cut of his hair, but the essence of his physical body was still young and strong. So very strong. He understood the implications. He was no longer truly human. He was the were-tiger now, the beast whose hunger could not be sated. When he had come to realize that this inner power could not be completely controlled, Dianero understood it to be a curse, not a blessing. He hated this creature he had become more than anything in all the world. He despised himself and his life, and wanted nothing more than to die. But alas, he could not even do that, for as he had merged with the powers of his tiger's paw, so had he merged with another stone, a hematite, the stone of healing. Any injuries he now sustained, no matter how grievous, mortal or not, mended completely and quickly. As if in response to that very thought, Dionero leapt into the air, spinning a complete airborne circle, his feet lashing out with tremendous kicks. First one, then a second, that slammed the side of a building. He landed lightly, bringing himself forward over his planted feet in a sudden rush, and snapped out his hands against the hard logs repeatedly. He felt the burning pain, but did not relent, just slammed and slammed again, punching that wall as if breaking through it would somehow free him of this inner curse, would somehow break him free of the were-tiger. He leapt and kicked, and would have gone on for a long time, except that then he felt the inner callings. Then he felt the mounting power, the rage transformed, and transforming him into the killing, half-human, half-feline monstrosity. He pulled back immediately, fighting for control, refusing to let loose the beast. He staggered backward until he banged into the wall of the opposite building, then slumped down to the ground, clutching his hands to his chest, curling up his legs.
No! You cannot have me! I will not let you!
It was a denial of himself, of all his life. Sometime later, the former Abelican brother pulled himself to his feet. He wasn't concerned with his wounds, knowing that they would be almost fully mended by the time any of the huntsmen returned. He went about his chores, but only did those that were essential, for his mind wandered back to his emotional explosion in the small courtyard. He had almost ruined this new life he had found, and though it wasn't really much of a life by Marcalo Dionero's estimation, it seemed like one of his very few choices. He wandered out around mid-afternoon, over to the woodpile, and then, knowing that the supply of logs could always be increased, decided to go out into the forest to retrieve some more, despite the waning daylight. Dionero didn't like being away from the village at this hour, for there were too many animals about, too many deer, smelling like the sweetest prey, tempting the were-tiger to break loose and devour them. Rarely did he venture out after mid-afternoon, but this day he felt as if he had something to prove to himself. Long shadows played across the ground before him, their sharp edges gradually fading to an indistinct blur as the daylight dimmed to twilight. Dionero found a dead tree and hit it with a running, flying kick that laid it on the ground. He hoisted one end and started dragging it back the few hundred yards to Micklin's village, but stopped almost immediately, catching a scent. He dropped the end of the log and stood very still in a balanced crouch, sniffing the air with senses that suddenly seemed very much more keen. A movement to the side caught his attention, and he knew, even as he turned that way, that he, the human, would never have noticed it. He realized that meant the were-tiger was rising within him, was climbing out along a trail of that sweetest of scents. The doe came into view, seemingly oblivious of Dionero, dipping her head to chew the grass, then biting the low leaves of a maple, the white tail flipping up repeatedly. How easy it would have been for Dionero to succumb to the call of the were-tiger, to allow the swift transformation of his physical being, then leap away to his waiting meal. He would have the deer down and dead in a few heartbeats. Then he could feast upon the blood and the tender flesh.
And then I would rush back to Micklin's village and find 15 more meals set at my table.
The deer leapt away at the sudden sound of his voice. Then came the most difficult moment of all, that instant of flight, that sweetest smell of fear growing thick in his nostrils. The were-tiger caught that scent so clearly and leapt for it, rushing through the man, trying to steal his humanity and bring forth the deeper and darker instincts. But Dionero was ready for the internal assault, had come out here specifically for this moment of trial. He clenched his fists at his sides and began fighting. The scent receded as the deer bounded far away, out of sight. And so too did the urging of the were-tiger. Marcalo Dianero picked up his tree trunk and started off for Micklin's village. He found some satisfaction in the victory, but he realized that it truly signified nothing. That his little win here had been on a prepared battlefield against a minor foe. How might he have responded if the deer had come upon him unexpectedly, perhaps in the village when he had been letting loose his rage? How might he respond if he found himself in a fight against a bear or a vicious wolverine, or even worse, another human? A skilled human, and not one he could easily dispatch before the beast screamed for release. Could he suppress the were-tiger then? Marcalo Dianero knew that he could not, and so he understood his victory out here to be symbolic and nothing more. A small dressing to tie over his wounded pride. Some of the huntsmen were back in the village by the time he arrived, one tossing a wild goose at his feet.
Here now, let's have a look, see what you can do with that, eh? I'm starving.
There was that smell of blood again, but now Dianero was merely Bertram Dale, a woodcutter and a cook. He went off quietly to prepare the meal.
I watched you.
Adrian and the older ranger in training found some time alone out in the forest beyond the elven homeland of R.A.Salvatore. Bryn looked at him with a hint of curiosity, but with no outward sign that his tone was bothering her, or could bother her in the least.
When you were riding and shooting the arrows.
Now there came a slight and swift flash of an angry sparkle in Bryn's dark eyes.
I practice my Jona Chukli, my telequest martial, every day for hours and hours.
She used first the Togai phrase, then the elven one for battling from horseback.
And most of that warrior training in Togai fashion involves the use of my horse and my bow. The sessions are not secret, as far as I have been told.
I saw you on the field with the elves. Only 8 arrows for 6 targets, and that with an unfair call against the value of one of your hits.
Do the Tuelafar know that you witnessed the challenge?
Adrian shrugged as if it didn't matter, but then Bryn turned the tables on him, put him into an uncomfortable position.
Well, they likely will now, since you spoke it aloud in Anderblock Inniness. And we both realize that little we say or do in this elven valley can escape the notice of the Tuelafar. Likely your message was heard clearly, and the message is well on its way to Lady Dasselrond.
They did not tell me that I could not watch the challenge.
Bryn only smiled in reply, marveling at the great paradox that she recognized within young Adrian. He was unparalleled in his skills, the humble Bryn readily admitted, exceeding the limits of every previous ranger, his own legendary father included. He could beat her in sparring almost every time, and it had been that way for several years. Furthermore, though he was not yet 14, he could beat many of the elves, which flustered them profoundly. Many times, rangers preparing to depart Anderblock Inniness could defeat most or all of the elven warriors, but always before, that had been because of the greater size and strength possessed by humans. Not so with Adrian. He was bigger than any of the Tuelafar, but his muscles were still young. For the first time, the Tuelafar were losing to a human time and again because he was quicker with the blade and more cunning in his attacks. Bryn could outride him and could shoot a bow as well as Adrian. In tracking and handling animals, she was certainly as good as any. But in every other aspect of ranger training, from fighting to fire building to running to climbing, this young man, 5 years her junior, knew no equal. In so many ways, Adrian was as polished as any of the warriors the Tuelafar had loosed upon the world, more polished. Yet every now and then, something would happen, some comment or situation, that revealed the vulnerability and the youth of the ranger in training. His protest that he hadn't been forbidden to watch the challenge had been exactly that type of revealing remark, Bryn knew. It was not the protest of an adult against an injustice, but the whine over a technicality so common from a child. Bryn enjoyed these moments when Adrian reminded her that he was human, and she enjoyed them more for his sake than for the sake of her pride.
You are almost done.
Done?
Your training. If Lady Dasselrond brought everyone out to watch your exhibition, then it seems likely that you are nearing the end of your training. In fact, I think that you might have already finished the training. I know not what is left for you, but you are almost done and will be leaving Anderblock Inniness soon.
You cannot know that for certain.
But Bryn didn't really disagree, for she had suspected the same thing. Belamar Jaraviel had spoken to her concerning something called a naming, but as usual, the elf had been elusive when she had tried to press him for details. Bryn suspected that ceremony, whatever it was, would mark the end of her days in the Elven Valley.
You are likely right. There is great turmoil in my homeland, and I suspect that Lady Dasselrond would like to send me back there in time to make a difference.
Adrian's expression was one of curiosity and even confusion.
Many years ago, my people, the Togairu, were conquered by the Berenice. It is a situation that cannot be allowed to continue.
I know the tale. You are to be ranger in Togai, then.
That is the land I know. I understand the ways of the great oxen and the high tundra lions, of the black diamond serpent and the wild horses. Never did I doubt that my tenure with the Tuelafar would end with my return to Togai, my land, my home, my love.
Adrian nodded, but then put on a curious expression that Bryn did not miss. Nor did his perplexed look confuse her. Adrian was wondering where he might go at the end of his training, she knew, for he had no home to return to. He didn't even know where he had been born, what kingdom, what city, nor did Bryn. Lady Dasselrond had made Bryn's ultimate mission quite clear to her early in her days in Anderblock Inniness, and Bryn suspected they had a plan for Adrian as well, though it seemed less obvious to her, and apparently to the boy.
You will go back and patrol the tundra about a Togai village, protecting the folk from dangerous animals and monsters. Are there any monsters in Togai? Goblins or giants?
Many monsters. Great mountain yetis and many goblins. Tundra giants with skin the color of the brown turf who hide in covered holes and spring out upon unwary travelers. Many monsters, but none as plentiful or as dangerous as the Berenice.
The desert dwellers! The men who follow the Atoll priests!
The demons who call the Chesru chieftain their god-king. Far too long has their smell infected the clean air of Togai.
Beware that those same elven ears you say have heard my words now hear your own.
Beware? Lady Dasselrond understands my intent completely. I have been trained to lead the revolution against the Berenice, and that is my first and foremost duty.
In all that I have learned in Anderblock Inniness, I have come to know that the affairs of men and the affairs of the Tuelafar are not usually one and the same. You will be named, you say, and so you will become a full ranger. You will have been given a great gift by Lady Dasselrond in her eyes. How then will the lady allow you to use that gift in the affairs of men? Does that not go against the very precepts of the Tuelafar? I do not...
Most rangers are trained as guardians against the encroachment of the wilderness. That was the way of your father, Nightbird, though his path led him to one of the greatest conflicts between the men of Haunts the Bear in the history of the world. But my adoption by the Tuelafar was not an ordinary thing. I was not taken to become a typical ranger. Lady Dasselrond rescued me from my captors, those devil Yatolls who murdered my parents and all my village, with the intent that one day I would return not only to avenge those deaths, but also to lead my people from the slavery they have known since the cursed Berenice came to us.
Adrian leaned forward as he listened to every word, obviously engrossed in this twist in the tale. He knew some of Bryn's history, but not until this very moment had he garnered any idea at all that Bryn Dariel had some special purpose in life, beyond becoming a typical ranger. She went on then, speaking of the Yatolls and the former chieftains of the Togairu, the proud men and women who led the nomadic steppe people in ways, spiritual and physical, older than either the Yatoll or the Abelican religions. She talked of the Togairu spiritual rituals, and many sounded to Adrian similar to the prayers that the Tuelafar had been teaching him and Bryn. Indeed, the young man came to understand, as Bryn already understood, that much of Togai culture bore a striking resemblance to the ways of the Tuelafar. Bryn's voice changed noticeably as she recounted again to Adrian those horrible last days of her village, when she had witnessed the beheading of her father and the rape and murder of her mother. She came through that difficult recounting well, as she always did. The scars were lasting, but under the tutelage of the Tuelafar, she had learned to channel her emotions into optimistic plans for the future. And what a future she envisioned, and now described to Adrian. Nothing less than a revolution to expel the Berenice from the steppes of Togai, to drive the invaders back to the desert sands of their own homeland, and to rid Togai of the ever-deepening ties to the Atoll religion.
Freeing my own people from the trap of lies that is Atoll will probably prove my most difficult task. Many of my people have grown up knowing only the Atoll prayers. They do not remember the old ways.
But your parents held to those ways long after the Baronese conquered the country.
As did all of my tribe, and many other tribes scattered throughout the steppes, praying in secret and meeting, all of us at the ancient religious shrines to celebrate our holiest days. Someone told the Baronese of my parents and their friends, I am sure. Someone told the Atoll priests of our sacrilege, and so they came down upon us with their great force.
The moment of anger passed quickly, as Bryn began talking again of restoring Togai to what it once was, a place of many tribes, united in spirit and living in peace. How wonderful might that first Togai Winter Festival be, when all the peoples of the steppes gathered in the ancient city of Yoshun Magyek to join hands and sing the Berkik Jeroik Suund, the song of the cold night. Adrian's interest grew as Bryn spoke of the revolution, of the great heights her people would ascend to overthrow their oppressors. It occurred to the young warrior that if she succeeded, Bryn Dariel's name would live on in the history of the Togairu for centuries to come. It occurred to Adrian that Bryn Dariel's name would live on beyond the end of Lady Dasselron's days. He didn't know it then, but that thought, that notion of immortality through glory, sank very deeply into the heart of young Adrian Wyndham. When Bryn finished, she sat perfectly still and quiet, staring ahead, though it was obvious to Adrian that she was not seeing anything in front of her, that she was looking far away and far back in time, and into the future all at once.
I still do not understand. Always I hear Lady Dasselron proclaim that the affairs of men are not the affairs of the Tuelafar. And always she makes it obvious that you and I, as humans, are far below the Tuelafar. Why would she care for Togai and the Togairu? Why are the problems of your people the problems of the Tuelafar? And if they are not, then why would she want you to return and begin such a war?
She fears the Atolls. Or rather, she considers the potential problems they might one day cause. Lady Dasselron has had her eyes turned southward to the great mountain range known as the Belt and Buckle for many years now, though I know not why. And she would greatly prefer that the Togairu, whose tales of the Joktonkutos, the Tuelalfar, speak of them whimsically or as beneficent spirits, ruled the southern slopes of the mountains. Always, my mother would tell me tales of the Joktonkutos, or the Jinektonkutos, the light elves and the dark elves, and she told those tales with a warm smile. We, of all the humans, are the most akin to the elven peoples. So my mother would always say, and now that I have come to know the Joktonkutos intimately, I believe that she was correct. Certainly the Togairu are more akin to Lady Dasselron's people than are the Baronese or the white-skinned folk of Hans the Bear. Your people, like the Baronese, try to shape the land to fit their needs, while the Togairu find pleasure in the land that is.
Adrian looked at her as if he did not understand, which he did not, of course, since he had little idea of what his people of Hans the Bear might be like. The Tuelafar had told him some of the history, of course, and had described the great cities to him, and how Adrian wanted to go and see those cities, but the only tales he knew of his people were those his elven teachers had told him, and Adrian was developing a pretty good sense now that not everything the Tuelafar told him was necessarily true.
If Lady Dasselron has any ideas of traveling to that southern mountain range, then better for her, or for any she chooses to send, that the Atolls were long gone from the area.
You know this? She will leave Underblock and Innis? Or will send others to the south?
I merely assume it. For why else would the leader of the Tuelafar care for the plight of the Togairu?
Perhaps Lady Dasselron would simply prefer that there were fewer humans in her world. What better way to bring about that than start a war?
Bryn glanced around nervously, her horrified expression showing that she believed Adrian had just stepped way over the bounds of propriety. He shrugged in response, somewhat nonchalantly.
I do not pretend to understand the desires of the Tuelafar. You do, it seems, but have you learned that much more of them in your few extra years of training?
Bryn looked at him hard.
Or do you just need to think the best of them?
They are my family.
Your masters! And while you might consider them your family, they certainly do not think the same of you, or of me, or of any other humans. Even my father, Nightbird. Yes, they speak of him reverently and say what a great ranger he was. But even his heroic deeds cannot elevate him to the status of the Tu'elofar. Not in the eyes of the Tu'elofar, at least.
Bryn's lips grew very thin, for she knew he was right, Adrian realized, and it pleased him to be right.
They are the only family I have, and the only family you have.
Then I have no family.
How can you speak ill of those who saved your life? Of those who gave you life in every way except birth? Of those who are giving you skills that will elevate you above the masses of our race?
But will never lift me to the very bottom ranks of their race. If I consider Lady Dasselron my family, then it is a false hope for me, since she will never consider me the same.
The Tu'elofar have great fondness for the Rangers.
As have you for Diridusk.
But that is not the same.
She couldn't hope to convince Adrian. From his perspective, his words were true enough. Bryn knew the reality of being a human among the Tu'elofar, as surely as did her young counterpart. Indeed, the elves did consider themselves superior to humans or any other race. Even the words of Belamar Jaraviel, Bryn's mentor and the elf the Tu'elofar considered the friendliest toward humans, held an inescapable edge of inadvertent condescension. But Bryn still did not see things as Adrian did. The Tu'elofar, for all their failings, were giving her something special, a great gift, that she could use to better the lives of her people and to realize her ultimate potential.
Once I might have seen them as you do, but when you return...
Bryn paused at that word, for perhaps that was the key to the difference between her feelings and Adrian's toward Lady Dasselron and her people. She would return to her own people, but Adrian had never been among his own people. How strange that must be for the boy.
You will come to appreciate the gifts of the Tu'elofar. You will change your heart concerning Lady Dasselron and her haughty kin.
Now it was Adrian's turn to merely shrug as if it didn't matter, and Bryn sat staring at him for a long time, wondering, fearing, how deep his anger toward their mentors ran. Adrian wouldn't even admit to that anger, she recognized. He was speaking words that he thought simply pragmatic and honest, but Bryn was perceptive enough to understand. She wondered whether Lady Dasselron had noted it as well, and she could not believe that the venerable Lady of Caer-Alfar and her sharp-eared kin had not. What ill might that bode for poor Adrian? Bryn left him then with a pat on the shoulder, as he sat staring into the boughs of the beautiful forest. She wished that there was some way she might mention this conversation to Lady Dasselron, though of course she could not without getting Adrian into terrible trouble. Adrian sat there for a long while after Bryn had gone, going over the conversation, particularly his own words, those last few comments that had revealed to him a deep and simmering anger. It was all starting to fall together for him, he believed. All the pieces of this great puzzle known as life, lining up in orderly fashion. Adrian didn't like the picture those pieces formed at all. The unfairness of his situation upset him profoundly. Not only was he destined forever to be a lesser being in the eyes of the only group he could call a family, but every member of that family, barring unforeseen circumstance, would outlive him by many of his lifespans. Toel Dahlia might train a dozen or more rangers after him, and would she even remember the one named Adrian? Would his family recall his name even a century hence? But that was also the spark of hope that Adrian had found this night in talking to Bryn Dariel, the ranger destined to lead a revolution, the ranger whose name, it seemed to Adrian, might be long imprinted on the memory of the world.
Yes, perhaps there is a way for a mere human to garner a piece of elven-like immortality.
It was another calm and quiet night. Too quiet, Adrian recognized, and he knew instinctively that something was afoot. Some new test for Bryn, perhaps. With even Toel Dahlia nowhere to be found, the young ranger in training made his way to the same field where Bryn had passed her previous test. The place was empty and quiet, not a torch burning. Adrian walked along the forest paths, rubbing his chin, trying to figure out where the elves might have brought Bryn. He didn't know how many elves lived in Caer-Alfar, but he knew that the number was over 100. Adrian understood that if they were out in the forest, all of them together and with Bryn besides, he would never find them unless he happened upon them by chance. Adrian had spent his entire life in Anderblock-Innis, had trained extensively in the ways of the elves, and all that experience and all that training only let him know better than anyone else in the world how stealthy the elven people could be in the forest night. He wandered the paths, making wider and wider circuits of Caer Elfar, the homeland proper, and growing angrier and angrier with each passing step because he would again be excluded from whatever the Tuelafar were doing with Bryn this night. At the sound, Adrian immediately went on the alert, crouching and slowly turning his head to get some direction from the sound. He knew that the elves could hide their voices or could throw them to misdirect. He wondered, as he at last located the heading and swiftly but quietly started in that direction, whether the elves would have him running futilely through the night. Soon enough, though, the lights of torches came into view, lining another field, this one as wide as it was long, and bordered on all four sides by beautiful pine trees. The young ranger in training stopped and took a long while to consider where he was, to recall all that he could of the region about that field. He started off again a few minutes later, but not heading directly toward the field. Rather, he ran off down to the north, making his way to a dry, sunken stream bed that ran along the field's border. Adrian crept up the bank, his belly low to the ground. He paused again just before he reached the crest, taking in the elf song, trying to discern the mood of the Tuelafar. From that sound, the beautiful and reverent melody, it didn't seem to him that this was another test, and certainly not one of Bryn's warrior prowess. No, this seemed more solemn somehow, more ancient. He crept up a bit more and peeked over the ridge, under the interlocking boughs of pines. There stood the Tuelafar, all of them it seemed, standing in ranks upon the field to Adrian's right, facing Lady Dasselrond. The boy lay there for a long, long time, not even realizing that he was breathing.
Belima Juraviel, for the second time in a short span, you deliver to us a ranger prepared to go out into the wider world. Is she ready?
She is, my lady. I give you Bryn Dariel.
Juraviel turned, holding his arm out the way he had come, and in his wake walked Bryn. Adrian could hardly breathe, or could not breathe, and didn't care whether he did or not. Bryn walked with a grace and a pride befitting the evening. She was naked, except for a couple of large feathers that had been braided into her dark hair. Adrian had seen her naked before many times, for he had often sneaked into the brush beside the small field where the young woman did her morning Benel Desada routines. And always the sight of her smooth brown flesh had excited feelings in Adrian that he could not quite comprehend. But this went beyond any of that. This night, Bryn Dariel seemed to him something far greater than the woman he watched at sword dance, something supernaturally and spiritually beautiful, something that transcended the lustful feelings of the flesh. She was naked and undeniably enticing, but Adrian could not take his gaze from her serene face and her sparkling dark eyes. It seemed to him as if she was wearing her soul as her clothing tonight. Suddenly, Adrian felt as if he didn't belong in that place, as if he was violating Bryn's privacy far more now than during his spying on her morning sword dances. Then he had measured her training, her focus, had admired her physical skills and physical charms, but now he was peeking at her very soul. Bryn walked over to take her place directly before Lady Dasselrond. Adrian realized what the immediate lack of sound meant. The elves had enacted one of their sound walls, a barrier through which their voices would not pass. Lady Dasselrond was talking to Bryn then, as Bellamar Juraviel walked to the far end of the field, disappeared into the pine boughs, then emerged a moment later, leading a large brown and white pinto pony, magnificently muscled, whose eyes were so blue that Adrian could make out their color even from this distance in the torchlight. The pony had a white mane with a single black tuft of hair, and a black tail similarly adorned with a single white tuft. It seemed skittish at first, or at least too full of spirit, and tossed its head with sharp jerking motions that kept Juraviel working hard not to be thrown from his feet. But then the pony was near Bryn, and the chemistry between the two was immediately obvious. The young stallion's ears perked up, and though its eyes continued to take in all the scene before it warily, the pony allowed Bryn to stroke its face and strong neck without a single flip of its head. The pony stood calmly by Bryn's side then, to Adrian's amazement, while Lady Dasselrond began to speak again. Then all the elves began their song anew, though Adrian still could hear none of the elvish voices. It took a long while for Adrian even to notice that Belimar Jaraviel had left the field once more, and when that realization at last came to him, it was too late for him to react. A sudden jerk by Jaraviel pulled Adrian back from the bank and to his feet.
What are you doing here?
Adrian reached back to grab Jaraviel's wrist, but the elf anticipated the move and sharply jerked his hand down, pulling hard enough to take Adrian from his feet. Adrian started to scramble to his feet, intent only on pummeling Jaraviel.
In everything you do of late, you tempt the limits of Lady Dasselron's patience.
Adrian rolled to his knees, then slowly and unthreateningly stood up.
I was not told to stay away from this place this evening.
The answer to your protest lies within your own heart. Did you not recognize that you were violating the privacy of Bryn Dariel?
No one told me.
No one should have to. You have been taught better than that. You have been given insight into your own heart and soul. Can you not measure that which is right from that which is wrong?
But no one told...
Can you not? Will you try to deny the truth that is in your heart with twisted words?
Adrian stood perfectly still, eyeing Jaraviel coldly. He held that threatening posture for a long while, and Jaraviel didn't blink until he heard movement behind him. He turned to see Bryn coming off the field, wrapped in a shawl now, leading her pony.
I did not mean to...
But as Bryn passed by Adrian, very near, and if she even saw him, she did nothing to acknowledge him, he noted that her dark eyes were glazed, as if she were walking in the midst of a dream.
Bryn?
The newly anointed ranger kept on walking. Adrian watched her for a moment, and then he knew. Without a doubt, the boy suddenly understood that Bryn, his only human friend, the only person in all Anderblock Innis who could even remotely relate to him, would leave the Elven Valley that very night.
Bryn!
He started after her, but there was Jaraviel between them, a slender sword drawn and ready, and he wore an expression that left Adrian no doubt that Jaraviel would use that sword against him.
She is leaving.
As am I. This night, we are off to the Southland, young Adrian, to a place where the grasses are ever bent by a relentless wind. Bryn Dariel and Belimar Jaraviel leave the tale of Adrian Wyndon this night.
Will I ever... I mean... Why did no one tell me?
It is not important to that which Lady Dasselron plans for you. I will speak to no one of your indiscretion this night. Now go, and quickly back to your bed, and never, ever let Lady Dasselron know that you bore witness to that which you should not.
Adrian stared at him blankly, completely overwhelmed.
Begone!
Before he even knew what he was doing, Adrian found himself running along the forest paths, all the way back to his small cot under a sheltered bough, on the outskirts of Caer-Elfar. As soon as he had started down the path, Lady Dasselron walked down from the top of the bank, staring after him. She moved beside Jaraviel and rubbed her delicate hand through her thick golden hair, her expression clearly fearful.
He did not deny the truth when I forced him to look into his heart.
But the mere fact that he could so deny that truth to commit the violation is what frightens me. There is a dark side to that one, I fear.
Belimar Jaraviel didn't reply, and didn't have to. He and all the others of Caer-Elfar, Lady Dasselron included, had come to wonder about defiant, headstrong, and frighteningly powerful young Adrian these last few weeks. Jaraviel could not worry about that now, though, for he and Bryn had a long and dangerous road before them. Their time in the tale of Adrian Wyndon had come to its end. So Belimar Jaraviel believed. His face had grown sharper over the last decade of his life, a life filled with revelations and disappointments, with following a path that he truly believed would lead him to God, but then had taken a sharp and unexpected turn with the revelations of the Covenant of Avalon. That covenant, the cure for the Rosy Plague, had effected some changes in Fio Baurai, the most powerful master of St. Mirabel, perhaps the third most powerful man in the Abelican Church, behind Father Abbot Agrangair and Abbot Olin of St. Bondebruce in Entel. Fio Baurai had been dead set against the Abelican brothers going out of their abbey fortresses to meet with the infected populace, had even chided and chastised Brother Francis when the monk, unable to bear the cries of the dying outside St. Mirabel's great walls, had taken a soul stone in hand and gone out to the crowd, offering whatever comfort he might, and in the end, sacrificing his own life with his valiant but futile attempts. But then Giuseppe had found the cure at the arm of Avalon, the former brother who would soon be sainted, a man of compassion. Too much compassion in the eyes of many of the brothers, including the former Father Abbot Dalibert Markwart, who had presided over most of Fio Baurai's higher-level training. In the present world, it seemed very easy to make the case that Avalon was right and that his followers, in striving for a more compassionate and generous attitude of church to its flock, were following the desires of God, as was shown by the covenant itself. Master Fio Baurai could live with that possibility, for it did not make his entire life a lie, as it surely had that of Markwart and his former fanatical followers, such as Master Dianero. Indeed, in the years since the covenant, Baurai's position of authority in the church had only strengthened. Father Abbot Agringer was an old man now, in failing health and with failing mental faculties as well. It fell to the masters around Agringer to guide him through his duties, and leading that group was Fio Baurai, who often shaped those duties, those speeches and prayers, in a direction favorable to Fio Baurai. Despite all that, though, Baurai's road of ascension was not without bumps. He had been offered the Abbey of St. Hans by Agringer after interim Abbot Hingis had died on the road to the Barbican in pilgrimage to the arm of Avalon, but Fio Baurai had refused, setting his eyes on a higher goal, and thinking that goal more attainable if he remained near the Father Abbot, for that was the position Fio Baurai coveted, and the inevitable election following Agringer's seemingly imminent death would likely be his last chance. And so he had thought that everything was moving along smashingly. But then, in one of his rare lucid moments, old Agringer had surprised Baurai and all the other masters in attendance by announcing that he would not name Fio Baurai as his successor. In fact, Agringer would name no one, though he had admitted that he hoped it would fall to Abbot Haney, his successor at St. Belfour, though the man was far too young to be nominated.
I will have to live another decade, I suppose.
The stunning denial of Baurai had surprised everyone at St. Mirabel, and had made those masters who understood the process and the implications very afraid. If not Baurai, then certainly the position would fall to the only other apparently qualified man, Abbot Olin, and that none of the masters of St. Mirabel wanted to see. Indeed, the only men in all the church with the credentials to challenge Olin were Baurai or perhaps Abbot Brauman Hurd of St. Precious. And Brauman faced the same problems as did Abbot Haney, for he, like so many of the new abbots and masters of the Abelican order, did not have the experience to win the votes of the older masters and abbots, even those who were not over fond of Abbot Olin. So it was with a lot weighing on his mind that Fio Baurai had come to Palmaris this spring, ostensibly to be in attendance at the dedication of the Chapel of Avalon in Caertanella, but in truth so that he could spend some quiet time with Abbot Brauman and his cronies, to win them over, to secure some votes. He cut a striking figure as he walked off the ferry that crossed the Mazer Delaval from Amboy, with his narrow, hawkish features, his perfectly trimmed silver-gray hair, and his orderly dress, with the left sleeve of his dark brown robe tied at the shoulder. As he made his way along the busy docks of Palmaris, children shied away from him. But to Fio Baurai that seemed more of a compliment, a granting of proper respect than anything else. He would rather have respect than friendship from another person any day, whatever their age. He brought with him an entourage of a half-dozen younger brothers, marching in 2 orderly lines, a respectful 3 steps behind him. He listened to the chatter on the streets as they made their way toward St. Precious, and all that gossip, it seemed, centered on King Danube Brock Ursel's courtship of the Baroness of Palmaris, Giuseppe Winden. Fio Baurai did well to hide his smile at that news. He had known, of course, of the budding relationship long before he had come to Palmaris, and he had thought long and hard about how it might benefit him in some way. Giuseppe was a friend of the church, of Abbot Brauman at least. Would it suit Fio Baurai's designs to have her sitting on the throne in Ursel? Or might he even take that to a second and equally important level? Yes, it was hard to hide his smile. King Danube was a fine rider. He brought his horse right across the track, cutting off Giuseppe on Greystone. Giuseppe thought to echo the horse's complaints, sending a scolding gaze toward King Danube Brock Ursel.
And you tried to pawn that one off on me, insisting it was the better horse. Yeah!
The horse galloped full out across the white fields of the grounds behind Chasewind Manor. Caught by surprise by both his actions and his attitude, Giuseppe couldn't find the words to respond. She simply took up the challenge and touched her heels to Greystone's flanks. Once Greystone had been the favored riding horse of Baron Rochefort Bildeborough, and not without reason. The horse was more than 20 years old now, but how he could still run. He stretched out his graceful and powerful neck, lowered his ears, and thundered on, gaining on Danube and the smaller Grey with every long and strong stride.
Right upon you off indeed! Show him!
And Greystone did, gaining and then overtaking the king and the Grey. Of course, it didn't hurt that King Danube outweighed Giuseppe by 100 pounds. Still, the grace and ease of both rider and horse could not easily be dismissed. They seemed in perfect harmony, the rider an extension of the horse an extension of the rider. So smoothly and so beautifully they ran. And as they flowed by King Danube, so too flowed away Giuseppe's anger at the man. For Danube was grinning, telling her that it had all been a tease. When she thought about it, she came to realize that the king, in cutting her off so suddenly, had paid her an incredible compliment as a rider, had trusted her abilities, and had not thought to protect her from potential harm, as so many others often tried to do. Thus it was with a smile of her own that Giuseppe eased her horse into a canter, and then a swift trot. She turned him as King Danube came trotting up to her, the long expanse of the field behind him.
I told you that Greystone was the finest in all the stable.
Even at his age, he is indeed an amazing creature. As fine a horse as I have ever seen. Except, of course, for one other. For that magnificent stallion Symphony. My pardon, dear woman. I did not mean...
Giuseppe stopped him with an upraised hand and a genuinely warm expression. Her memories were not King Danube's fault, after all, nor his responsibility, as he did not treat her as physically delicate, so she did not want him to treat her as emotionally delicate.
It is all right. It is time for me to truly bury the dead, to dismiss my own selfish grief and take heart in the joys that I knew with Elbrian.
He was a fine man.
I loved him with all my heart and soul. I do not know that I will ever love another like that. Can you accept that truth?
That set Danube back, and his mouth dropped open in surprise at her bluntness and honesty. Yet his expression fast changed back to a warm and contented look.
You do me great justice and honor in speaking so truthfully. And I am not ignorant of your situation, for I too once loved another deeply. I will tell you of Queen Vivian, I think, and perhaps this very night.
You did not answer my question.
You ride Greystone. Can there be any doubt that you and the horse have formed a very special and magical bond?
Giuseppe looked down at her mount and his golden mane.
But have you ever known a finer, a greater horse than Symphony?
No, of course not.
Yet you are content, more than content, with Greystone, correct?
That brought another smile to Giuseppe's fair face, and Danube's heart leapt when he saw the glow there.
Greystone is the swifter, but he is too old for another run. You will not win the race this time!
Giuseppe could not argue the truth of his words, for Greystone was indeed breathing heavily. He could not pace the younger stallion again, not in a fair race. So Giuseppe decided not to make it fair. The field was not straight, but bent subtly to the right around a growth of trees. Into those trees went Giuseppe and her horse, a run they knew well, one full of fallen trees that had to be jumped, but one much shorter than the course King Danube had taken. Danube's surprise was complete then, when he rounded the last bend, only to find Giuseppe and Greystone ahead of him, running easily and with victory well in hand. King Danube felt warm watching the beautiful woman, her thick blonde hair shimmering in the sunlight. He hadn't exactly lied when he had mentioned the similarities of their emotional states concerning dead past lovers, but he knew, though he wouldn't openly admit it, that there was one very profound difference. Danube Brock-Ursel had loved Vivian, the woman he had made his queen when he was a young man, but he had not loved her the way he now loved Giuseppe. Everything about this woman, her beauty, her graceful movements, her courage and cunning, her words, even her thoughts, called out to his heart, made him feel young and vibrant, made him want to race a horse across a sun-speckled field or sail his ship around the known world. Everything about Giuseppe invaded his every waking moment and his every dream. No, he had loved Vivian, but not like this. Not with this intensity and hopeless passion. Could he be satisfied, considering that Giuseppe had just admitted, and truthfully he knew, that she could never love another as she had loved Elbrian? Would half her affections be enough for him? They would have to be, Danube admitted to himself, for in looking at Giuseppe Winden, at this woman who had stolen his heart and soul, King Danube Brock-Ursel knew that he had no choice. In looking at her, in listening to her every word and every sound, King Danube had to believe that even half her affections were half more than he deserved.
She resists.
Theo Baurai sat with Abbot Brauman atop the high gate tower of St. Precious. Master Vicenti had been with them. But Baurai had sent him away on an errand Brauman realized that had been fabricated so that he and Baurai could be alone.
She resists because she has known the truest love. She has known the love of Elbrian, and little, I fear, can measure up to that.
He is the king of Hans the Bear. He is the most powerful man in all the world.
Even the king of Hans the Bear cannot shine brightly beside the one known as Nightbird. Even the father abbot of the Abelican Order.
Beware your tongue. I know and admire your love and respect for this man, brother, yet there is no reason to step into the realm of sacrilege. You do him little justice by so elevating him above the realm of mortals. If the true exploits are not enough...
They are far more than could be expected of any man, of any king, of any father abbot.
Enough! All right, I surrender, good Abbot Brauman.
The tone, even the friendly reference, caught Brauman hurt off guard, for it was certainly nothing he had ever come to expect from Theo Baurai.
You cannot blame Giuseppe, then, if her heart is not open to receive the attentions of another, king or not.
Indeed, but better for the kingdom if Giuseppe finds it in her heart to return the affections of King Danube.
Abbot Brauman stared at the master curiously.
She is a friend of the Abelican Church, and in these times of prosperity and peace, the tightening of the bonds between church and state can only be a good thing.
Abbot Brauman worked hard to keep the doubt from his face. He had known Theo Baurai for many years, and while he, like so many of the Abelican brothers, had found an epiphany that had pushed him in a positive direction at the Covenant of Avalon, Baurai was certainly self-serving, and he was ambitious, as determined to ascend to the position of Father Abbot as any man Brauman Heard had ever known. Was that it, then? Had Theo Baurai come to Palmaris speaking well of Giuseppe and of the possibility that she would one day become queen in an effort to win over Brauman? For Masters Castinagus, Vicenti, and Talamus of St. Precious would likely follow Abbot Brauman's lead when it came to nominate and elect a new Father Abbot.
Perhaps in the spring. Perhaps Giuseppe will find her way closer to King Danube in the spring of next year. She has agreed to travel to Ursel to summer next year, and that is perhaps an important step in the process that will put her on the throne of Hans the Bear.
And do you believe that she will accept King Danube's proposal if and when it is given?
I do not pretend to know that which is in Giuseppe's heart, more than to say that her love for Elbrian has lasted beyond the grave. I do admire and believe that Giuseppe does, as well, King Danube's patience and persistence. Perhaps she will find her way to his side. Perhaps not.
You do not seem to prefer one way or the other.
Abbot Brauman only shrugged again, for that was an honest assessment of his opinion on this matter. He liked King Danube and respected the way he had waited for Giuseppe, had allowed things to blossom according to her timetable instead of one that he could have easily imposed. But still, there remained within Brauman a nagging loyalty to dead Elbrian, and he could not help but feel some sense of betrayal.
Perhaps there is a way that we can effect the desired change, whatever Giuseppe decides is her best course.
Abbot Brauman's expression showed that he was uncertain about any such plan, and that he did not completely trust the source either.
King Danube is in a fine mood by all reports. Perhaps he could be persuaded to agree to a slight change in the Palmaris hierarchy.
How so?
A second bishop of Palmaris? One more akin to King Danube's wishes than was Marcolo Dionero?
King Danube's mood can only be grand if he is in the company of Giuseppe. But that does not mean he has forgotten the dark days of Bishop Dionero.
Nay, nor would I desire such a post if you somehow persuaded King Danube to offer it. The duties of Abbot of St. Precious are heavy enough, good brother, without adding the weight of the secular position.
Oh, you? No, hardly would King Danube agree to that. Nor would the church, though you are doing a fine job at your current post. Nay, Brother Brahman, I was thinking that perhaps the present Abbot of St. Precious might move on to another temporary position to clear the path for my designs. We will soon consecrate the Chapel of Avalon in Caertanella. Not a major abbey as yet, of course, since the population is so small in that region, and it will take time for us to build a great physical structure. But neither of us doubts that Avalon will soon be canonized. It seems to have come down to mere formalities now. So that particular chapel, soon to be abbey, might well become among the most important in all the world, and will act as a gateway to the Northlands, where many pilgrims still desire to travel so that they might kiss the mummified hand of Avalon Despris.
You are asking me to surrender the Abbey of St. Precious, that I might go and preside over the Chapel of Avalon.
That would seem fitting. Better that you, above anyone else in the world, preside as the initial parson of the chapel. Better that you, who has so offered his heart to Avalon longer than any brother in the church, preside over the conversion from chapel to abbey.
The word sounded wonderful to Brahman Herd. On one level, it would indeed be an honor for him to oversee such attainments of glory for the memory of the dead hero Avalon, and in truth he was growing a bit weary of his unending duties here in the bustling city, clerical work mostly, scheduling weddings and funerals and other such ceremonies. Caertanella might prove a welcome relief, as long as the reduction in responsibility was not accompanied by a reduction in rank, and the appointment was temporary, with guarantees that Brahman would soon get back his post at St. Precious.
It would not be a lasting appointment, perhaps ending as early as this spring.
Brahman stared at the surprising man, long and hard. None of this made immediate sense to him. But he knew Baurai well enough to understand that there had to be layers of intrigue, and ones that would lead to personal gain for Baurai, lurking beneath the surface.
You ask me to go north to Caertanella, to clear the way for Theo Baurai to assume power here in Palmaris.
No, hardly that.
For even if I speak with King Danube, even if I implore Jill Sepany to speak to him on your behalf, and she agrees, I doubt that he will see the way clear for as dramatic a step as that. His first experience with a bishop was not a pleasant one.
I assure you that I have no intention of either seeking or accepting such a position if it were offered by God himself. Nay, I have come to look in on you, to attend the opening of the Chapel of Avalon as St. Mirabel's official emissary, and to see for myself the level of interest mounting between King Danube and Jill Sepany. I will not remain in Palmaris for more than a few weeks after the dedication of the chapel, and my destination, without doubt, is St. Mirabel, where I will resume my duties as principal advisor to Father Abbot Adgringare. I have no designs on Palmaris, Abbot Brahman, nor on your precious St. Precious.
Brahman's eyes narrowed as he scrutinized the man, finding himself lost in the seeming illogic of Baurai's widening web. If not Brahman, if not Baurai, then who did the man have in mind to preside over Palmaris? Master Glendenhook of St. Mirabel, perhaps, for he had ever been Baurai's lackey, but still that made no sense to Brahman, for what gain might that bring to Baurai in his quest to become Father Abbot? Glendenhook already had a voice and a vote in any college of abbots, and what chance, honestly, did they have of bringing Glendenhook, who was far from a diplomatic creature in any event, to such a powerful position? No, none of this made any sense to Abbot Brahman at that moment.
King Danube would not agree to appointing another bishop who served as an officer of the church, not after the debacle of Father Abbot Markwart and Bishop Dionero. But we may be able to court the king's desires by intimating that we believe his current secular power in Palmaris should assume both roles.
Brahman spent a moment digesting that, and unraveling it, and as he came to understand that Theo Baurai, the stern master of St. Mirabel, had just said that he would agree to having Jill Sepany, who was not even officially ordained into the Abelican Church, become, in effect, the abbess of St. Precious, the third most powerful abbey in all the order, his eyes popped wide indeed.
It makes perfect sense for the good of the church and of the state. Giuseppe has proven herself an able secular leader, and her influence and ties within the church cannot be denied. Nor will King Danube likely deny her the title if we present the option to him. Indeed, he will either be thrilled to see that his court might be making inroads in the powers of the church, or he will, at the least, be caught in such a terrible conflict between his heart and his head that he'll not dare oppose it.
You assumed that Giuseppe would desire the title.
I assume that you could make her desire it. If you present it to her as an opportunity to better the cause of Avalon, she will likely accept. If you then elaborate it into the realm of her responsibility, out of common goals and her friendship with you, then she will embrace it wholeheartedly.
You do not know that. Nor do you truly understand Giuseppe.
No, and nor do you. But we can find out long before we approach King Danube with the offer. Consider it, brother, I pray you. You would be free to preside over the Chapel of Avalon during this most important time, to oversee the chapel's growth to abbey, to assign the architects and the masons, even as you guide the elevation of Brother Avalon to his rightful position of saint.
You were never an admirer of Avalon Despres. You stood with Father Abbot Markwort when he branded Avalon a heretic, when he burned Master Jejona at the stake.
I cannot deny or discourage Brother Avalon's ascension. Not after the revelations of his glory during the dark days of the Rosy Plague. I'm neither the fool you think me, nor so prideful that I cannot admit an error in judgment. We have come to learn that Father Abbot Markwort and those who followed him were in error, though whether that error was one of conscience and rightful, though errant intentions, is a debate that will linger for many decades to come. It seems more than fitting that Abbot Brahman, who stood behind the followers of Avalon at risk of his own life and who rode that victory to power...
Brahman bristled at the words.
Now, you cannot deny it, nor should you. You chose your side correctly, and at great personal risk. And it is only fitting that you found reward for your judgment and your bravery. I do not deny you that, nay, not for one moment. And now I offer you the chance to see your true calling, that of herald for Avalon Despres and for Master Jejona, through to completion in the very near future.
That last tempting crumb, the possibility of further exonerating and glorifying Master Jejona, was not lost on Abbot Brahman. Indeed, more than anything else in the world, more even than the canonization of Avalon, whom Brahman did not really know, the Abbot of St. Precious wanted to see his former mentor elevated to the status he so surely deserved. Given the chance to pick one or the other, Brahman heard would pass over Avalon for sainthood and grant it instead to Master Jejona. And Theo Balrai obviously knew that.
And why you would fear the ascension of Giuseppe, a woman you speak of in nothing short of reverent tones, to the position of Bishop of Palmaris, purely escapes me, dear Abbot.
What escapes me is your reason for wishing her ascension.
It seems prudent. An opportunity we should not let pass us by. For King Danube is too smitten with the woman to deny her this, and while he might believe that he will thus be expanding his secular rule into the ranks of the church by bringing a betterness into our ranks, in truth both you and I know that appointing Giuseppe will have the exactly opposite effect. She is a betterness by title, but an abbess at heart, as was shown by her work during the years of plague, and by the simple fact that God and Avalon chose her as the messenger of the covenant. King Danube will agree to it, but bishop is no title that Giuseppe will hold for long, for when she at last decides upon the court of Ursel as her home, she will become queen, and her successor will be ours to approve or reject.
Brahman's face screwed up with curiosity as he tried to keep up with Theo Balrai's plotting. The mere fact that this man could so readily place layers upon layers of intrigue together in such a seemingly simple manner raised more than a few hairs on the back of Brahman Herd's neck. Still, the logic of it all seemed irrefutable. Danube would likely agree to Giuseppe's rise to the position of bishop, and if she then went to Ursel to become his queen, the precedent for bishop would remain, and Danube might well agree to continue it. With Giuseppe's support, the next bishop would likely come from the church, instead of the secular realm.
Bishop Brahman of Palmaris has a wonderful ring, does it not? Giuseppe will likely support it, even press for it, and King Danube in his bliss over his impending marriage will likely go along.
You believe that you tempt me, but in truth you do not understand that which is in my heart. I care not for my personal gain above the well-being of my dearest friend, and I'll not submit her to any plotting that goes against that which is good for her.
How can you believe that such an ascension will not prove beneficial to Giuseppe? She has decided upon a life of service now by her own words, and we might be able to bring her into a position to strengthen that potential immeasurably. You do not believe that she will see the benefit?
The benefit to Giuseppe or the Abelican Church?
To both. Though if the gain was only to the church, then she should still be pleased to go along, as should you, and without this questioning. Your duty to the Abelican Church is clear, Abbot Brauman. Convince the woman to go along with this, to accept both titles unified into the position of bishop, until such time as she is betrothed to King Danube, should that come to be. That union will then bind church and state more completely than they have ever been, and will allow the good work of the Abelican Church to strengthen throughout the land.
You will make of her a figurehead, at least on the side of the church, with no real power within our patriarchal structure. You use her popularity for our gain and not her own. King Danube will indeed likely go along with your designs, for I, too, doubt that he will deny Giuseppe this opportunity. And playing on that goodwill might buy us a permanent position of bishop in Palmaris. Indeed, even without that continuance, the church's gain will be great, for the mere association with Giuseppe will elevate the love of the common man for the church greatly. And no, Master Baurai, I do not think that an evil thing. Yet I do fear so using my friends for gains to others. For Giuseppe, despite what you say, there will be little realized advantage. The church side of the position of bishop, that as abbess of St. Precious, will afford her little real power, and none at all as soon as she relinquishes the position to go to the court at Ursel. No, for Giuseppe, bishop will prove an empty title, one bereft of any real power as soon as she leaves Palmaris.
She will leave to become queen! And you misweigh the situation. Popularity is power, my friend, and that is the simplest truth of existence, the one that those who are not popular try very hard and very futilely to disparage. Within Palmaris and without Giuseppe will be able to exert great power and influence with her mere words, with hardly any effort. She will possibly one day be queen, and if we are wise and cunning, she will continue to hold a voice in the church even then. I do not wish to use her popularity and her favor with King Danube and then discard her. Far from it, for the loss then will be ours alone. No, my friend, I've come to believe that Giuseppe Winden has earned a voice in the church, as bishop if we can effect that, and then beyond. Perhaps her role as queen will involve a position of power within St. Hans and Ursel, a sovereign sister appointment perhaps, even an appointment there as abbess, for surely there is no bounty of qualified brethren in that troubled southern abbey.
Master Baurai could then have pushed Abbot Brauman over with a feather, so stunned was he. His mind whirled and stumbled repeatedly over Baurai's plans, for they made little sense to him. Even after the revelations of the Covenant of Avalon, even after the church began to see Avalon Despres and his followers as true Abelicans, Theo Baurai had done little to effect any real change within the entrenched power structure. Whenever Giuseppe's name had come up as a potential candidate to be lured into the church, with the exception of bringing her in to head St. Gwendolyn Abbey, which was traditionally led by a woman, Baurai had reacted with a scowl. And now here he was, pressing to bind her tightly to the church's side.
It would be unprecedented to have the reigning queen of Hans the Bear hold a voice in the next College of Abbots, which I assure you will soon enough be convened, given Father Abbot Agringair's advanced age and ill health.
A voice in the college? Abbot Brauman silently asked himself. Or a vote in the college? Was that the true prize Theo Baurai had traveled to Palmaris to secure? Did he think to mend old wounds in an effort to gather allies for himself in the next election for Father Abbot? But if that was the case, then why would he wish a voice for Giuseppe?
Would not Master Theo Baurai, who desires an election to Father Abbot, be better served without Giuseppe at the college? It is well known that she favors others in the church.
She favors others who are not yet ready to ascend to the position.
You speak as if Father Abbot Agrangair is already in his grave.
Father Abbot Agrangair is dead in every way but the physical.
Though Bowrai's words were callous, Abbot Brauman found it hard to fault him, for there was, quite unexpectedly, a hint of sympathy and compassion in his often cold voice. Perhaps the years with Agrangair, a gentleman by all accounts, had rubbed off well on Theo Bowrai.
He remembers little, sometimes not even his own name. He has been an exemplary Father Abbot, better by far than I ever would have believed possible, for I was no supporter of his election those years ago. But his time with us is not long, I am sure. A few months, a year or two, no more. I say that not from eagerness to ascend, though I do believe myself the best qualified to succeed Father Abbot Agrangair, but merely because it is the truth, one well known among the brethren of St. Mirabel who witnessed the man's decline every day.
Abbot Brauman sat back in his chair and began tapping the ends of his fingers together, studying Theo Bowrai, trying to sort through it all. Was he trying to persuade Brauman, hoping to win the voting bloc that would likely include Vicenti, Castinagus, Talamus, and Master Delman of St. Belfor, and might perhaps even take in Abbot Haney of that northern abbey? Though he had been in St. Belfor for several years, Delman remained loyal to Brauman Herd and the friends he had left behind at St. Precious. Haney, a young abbot who had succeeded Agrangair in St. Belfor, might well look to the more worldly Delman as a guide for his vote. But where did Theo Bowrai think Giuseppe might fit in? Was he merely hoping to win over Brauman by seemingly favoring her? Or did he truly wish to have her voice heard at the college? Then, it hit Brauman completely, as he considered Theo Bowrai's only real competition for the highest office. For Bowrai was correct, of course, in saying that Brauman Herd was too young and inexperienced to ascend. And given the swift decline of Marcalo Dianero, the tumult within St. Hans, with a new abbot yet again, the extreme weakness within St. Gwendolyn after the depredations of the plague in that particular abbey, and the fact that both St. Precious and St. Belfor were now headed by abbots, Brauman and Haney, much too young to try for the position of Father Abbot, only one of the older masters and abbots stood out for his accomplishments and leadership: Abbot Olin of St. Bondebrus in Entel. Olin had been a serious rival of Agrangair's for the title at the College of Abbots a decade before, and in recent years, the southern abbot's position had only strengthened and solidified. But Olin had one weakness, one dark mark to hinder his ascension, one that the supporters of Abbot Agrangair had used to great effect against him in the last election. He was tied to the southern kingdom of Bairon more intimately than any Abelican abbot had been in centuries. Hans the Bear and Bairon weren't at war, certainly, but neither were they the best of neighbors. Furthermore, the Abelican Church and the Yatol priests of the southern kingdom had never been on friendly terms. Olin presided over his abbey in Entel, the southernmost Hans the Bear city, a thriving port only a short boat ride around the Belt and Buckle mountain range from Jacintha, the capital city of Bairon, the seat of the Chesru chieftain who led the Yatols. Olin's ties to the strange customs of Entel had always been uncomfortable for the Abelican order, but his closeness to Bairon had often been the source of absolute distress for King Danube Brock-Ursel. Giuseppe would be queen, Master Bowrai was obviously thinking, as were most observers, and as such, she would be sensitive to King Danube's desires and political needs. Having Olin as Father Abbot of the Abelican Church would not sit comfortably with King Danube, no doubt, and so Giuseppe would be pushed into the voting bloc of Master Bowrai. What a cunning plan, Brauman had to admit, and he found that he wasn't upset with Bowrai at all for such plotting. In fact, he found that he rather admired the man's tenacity and political adeptness. Being Father Abbot was a matter of juggling the needs of the church and the demands of the king, after all. It was a political position as much as anything else, despite Agrangair's refusal to work hard in any political role. Traditionally, most Father Abbots had kept close consult with the reigning king. Having Giuseppe become bishop then, and thus pleasing Brauman and several others, would prove very beneficial to Theo Bowrai at the College of Abbots, especially if she did indeed become Queen of Hans the Bear. Though Giuseppe was no fan of Theo Bowrai, neither was she an enemy, and any wife of Danube would have to favor him over Abbot Olin and his many baronies friends. In truth, Abbot Brahman didn't much like the implications of Theobauri's scheme, and using Giuseppe in any way certainly left a bitter taste in his mouth. But he had to admit, to himself at least, that in many ways, Bauri's plans seemed for the good of the church and the state. At that point, despite any personal misgivings, Brahman could only look with favor at the appointment of Giuseppe to the position of Bishop of Palmaris and his own transfer to preside over the opening and ascension of the Chapel of Avalon.
So, you will convince her?
Abbot Brahman paused for a long while, but did eventually nod his head. Summer had passed its midpoint, with the 8th month nearing its end. The day was brutally hot, the air thick with moisture steaming from the many lakes nearby, Marcelo Dinero knew. The sun had been blazing hot every day. Then, every day of the last week, great thunderstorms erupted in the late afternoon, shaking the ground and drenching the earth. So it had been the previous day, a wild and windy storm. And thus, on this hot morning, Dinero, Bertram Dale, had to add considerable roof repairs to his chores. He had awakened long before dawn and had gone right out to the woodpile to do his chopping, trying to be done with that heavy work before the hot sun climbed high into the sky. Now, dressed only in his trousers, his lean, tanned and muscled torso sweating in the midday sun, he perched atop a roof, tearing away the ruined thatch and working on the supports. He had to pause often to wipe the sweat from his brow, but still much slipped past the bandana he had tied there, stinging his eyes. Even in his superb physical condition, Dinero had to stop to catch his breath in the stifling air many times, often dousing himself with water. On one such break, he glanced around, and from his high perch caught sight of a group of men, a pair walking and 3 riding, moving along the road toward Micklin's village. Though the approaching band wasn't close enough for him to discern features clearly, it wasn't a group of huntsmen, Dinero knew at once, for none of his fellow villagers had gone out on horseback. Wary, Dinero rolled over the edge of the roof, holding the wall top, and dropped lightly to his feet. Not many strangers came this way, and those who did were more often running from something than heading toward anything. Dinero found a sleeveless shirt and pulled it on, then removed his bandana and wiped his face. He moved steadily toward the end of town nearest the approaching strangers. His eyes darted side to side as he went, studying the area closely, picking potential escape routes or advantageous defensive positions, and looking for any other strangers who might have slipped into Micklin's village in advance of the approaching band. The fact that this group was riding in so openly gave Dinero hope that these were not worthless vagabonds bringing with them nothing but trouble. The person sitting atop the middle horse seemed to be singing.
But Trakel's sword was swifter still.
The Ballad of Trakel Chaser.
This was a well-known old song about a legendary dragon hunter who had braved the winter of northern Alpinidor to go and wreak vengeance upon a great dragon that had laid waste Trakel's vanguard village. Dinero had seen several different versions of the song in the library at St. Mirabel, and had heard it sung many times by villagers who had come to the abbey for market. Dinero was still wary, though, for he thought it too simple a melody for a traveling bard to be offering. Perhaps the writer wanted any villagers who might be about to believe that they were only a traveling bard. Still out of sight, Dinero studied the group carefully as they neared, trying to gain a measure of this band's formidability by the way they rode and the way they walked. A practiced warrior had a gentle and fluid stride, he knew, while a simple thug often walked as if his feet were attacking the ground with every step. So it was with both of those walking. A bear-like man whose bald head shone brightly in the sun, and a smaller man with a grizzled face and reddish hair, showing his vanguard ancestry. Both carried large weapons across their shoulders, an axe for the heavy man, a gigantic spear for the other. One of the riders appeared no more refined, a gap-toothed tall man with long black hair, though his sword, belted at his hip, appeared to Dinero a much finer and more dangerous weapon. The remaining 2, including the bard, seemed more sophisticated still in dress and hygiene, both having short hair and clean-shaven faces. One was of medium build, around Dinero's size, and he carried a short bow, strung and slung over one shoulder, with a quiver of arrows tied to his saddle in easy reach. The other, the singer, was a woman with shining light brown eyes that seemed all the more brilliant when she flashed her beaming bright smile. She carried no weapon at all as far as Dionero could see. To the battle-hardened former monk, that made her the most dangerous of the group. They were up to the nearest buildings by then, and still making no effort to conceal themselves, so out went Dionero, stepping in the path before them.
Greetings! Not often does Micklin's village see visitors, so forgive our lack of any formal greeting. Bertram Dale at your service.
Fair greetings on a fair day. We are wandering adventurers out to see the world, in search of tales to spin into great ballads.
Dionero wasn't looking at the woman, though he found her appearance somewhat interesting, because he was more concerned with the two walking thugs who had slipped off to the side. They were looking for other townsfolk, Dionero knew, and that told him without any doubt at all that this was no innocent band.
We have food and drink to offer travelers.
I could use some fire in my throat.
That comment had come from the tall man on the horse.
Not liquor. We have water, tortaberry juice, and a fine mixture squeezed from blueberries and grapes. Nothing more. But if you will get down from your mounts, I will set them out to graze in the corral, and then fix a fine meal for all of you.
The three riders looked at each other. They neither accepted nor refused, but Dionero noted neither did they begin to dismount. The other two, meanwhile, pushed through the door of a nearby cottage and peered in.
Pray tell your companions to adhere to standards of privacy and decency. We are friendly enough folk, but some of our buildings are common, and others, like the one in which they now seem so interested, are private.
I was just looking.
My fellows of Micklin's village will soon return from the day's hunt. I am sure that they will allow you to stay as long as you desire, and they will wish to hear all your songs and tales, trading good entertainment for good food and warm beds.
The bard, staring at Dionero in a curious way, smiled at his offer, and still astride, dipped a graceful bow.
And perhaps they will tell me stories greater still, that I might put them to song.
All that I have heard you sing thus far is an old song known to every child in Hans the Bear.
The world has gone quiet, I fear. The great wars are ended and the plague is long flown.
But she ain't no fancy bard, fancying herself the poet of the world with all her pretty rhyming songs and big words. But she's just Sadia the whore, and no better than any of us.
Even as the dirty man finished, the woman shot him an intense, threatening gaze, and Dionero found the hairs on the back of his neck standing up. He knew then, without doubt, that she was a formidable one indeed. He couldn't watch that continuing exchange, though, for movement to the side caught his wary gaze. He noted the two men on foot, now pushing into another building, this one the town's common hall.
In my homeland, such words are considered quite rude.
Dionero turned back to find the tall man glaring at him from his high perch. And it was high indeed, for the man's horse had to be near to 18 hands. The tall man spat upon the ground near Dionero's feet. The former monk did well to control his anger. Not yet. The two men on foot moved to the next house in line, but Dionero decided that the time had come to put his cards into open view.
You will not go uninvited into any house. We have a common room which you have just seen, and nothing more than that for any of you until the other folk of the village agree.
We are merely curious, and have been long on the road. Be at ease, my friend, for we have come to hear the tales, not to make them.
Dionero turned to Sadia, or at least made it look as if he had turned to her, for in truth he kept his gaze to the side, to the two men on foot who were emerging from the house. He saw immediately that they had moved their weapons slightly to a more accessible position.
And we be 5, you be 1. We goes where we wants to go.
Dionero raised his face to look at the bards.
What say you then?
She don't say nothing. I'm talking now, and I'm telling you to shut your mouth.
Dionero looked at the bard and shrugged, and she returned the non-committal motion.
Be gone from this place.
Dragging your carcass behind her.
Marcala Dionero exploded into motion, taking 2 running strides toward the tall man, then leaping and somersaulting in midair, kicking his feet into the tall rider. Suddenly, the bear-like man came in high with his attack, exactly as Dionero wanted, the great axe sweeping across in an attempt to lop off Dianero's head. Down went the former monk, then around he spun, extending one leg, sweeping his heel into the back of the big man's ankle. The man with the spear attacked the low-crouching Dianero. Dianero got his left forearm up under the point of the spear and pushed it away so that it missed the mark. Dianero leapt forward. The spearman wisely shoved the hilt across his body to block his enemy's charge. The spearman had a second weapon, though, a long dirk.
Come on, I'll gut you like a swine.
Dianero skidded to a stop and turned, then ducked. An arrow cut the air just above his head. He looked at the mounted archer and saw the man calmly fitting another arrow to his bowstring. Dianero felt the charge behind him. The foolish spearman trying to score an easy kill, but he stopped him cold with a snap kick that caught the man on the kneecap. The advantage was minor and fleeting, Dianero knew, for both the tall rider and the bear-like man were back on their feet, coming at him in a coordinated manner. The archer had already proven he had little hesitation in using his weapon. Dianero realized that he was not alone. The were-tiger was with him, boiling up, begging for release. How easy it would be to let it come forth in all of its terrible splendor. They would run away, and he could hunt them, would hunt them, and drag them down. How easy. Dianero recognized that one of his arms was already convulsing and changed. He was fighting it automatically after all these years of battling the urges, but if he embraced the were-tiger just for a moment, then the transformation would be complete and the battle won. Dianero looked down. His arm had completely transformed. Whatever the outcome of the battle, to give in to the beast was to lose. Marcalo Dianero focused on the task before him. Another arrow whipped by, narrowly missing him. He ran toward the two standing men, then turned quickly to the right and dove into a headlong roll. Scrambling to get behind the now riderless horse, both the bear-like man and the tall one pursued him, but when they came around the horse, they found to their surprise that Dianero had stopped running and now met their charge with a vicious swipe of a great cat's paw. Dianero nicked the tall man on the shoulder, tearing his leather vest and his skin. Then the claw slashed deeply beneath the man's chin. He fell back, but Dianero couldn't pursue, for the bear-like man came forward, his huge axe sweeping wildly. The archer and his horse swung around behind Dianero, so he retreated behind the riderless horse, keeping it between him and the mounted bowman. The bear-like man came in fast pursuit, and the stubborn tall man was right behind him, sword in hand. Despite the immediate danger, Dianero couldn't help but notice that the bard had once again taken up her musical instrument. He thought that an odd action in the middle of combat.
Here your bones is broke, you're bloody and a mess, and if you don't do something, you'll be lying out.
Suddenly, an uneasiness assaulted Marcalo Dianero, some weird sensation of being out of balance. When he took note of his two immediate opponents, particularly the tall man, he came to understand, for the man's wound was healing right before his eyes.
What?
The former monk knew well the ways of magic.
More than just a simple bard, I see.
The song. He had heard of musical instruments encrusted with magical gemstones whose powers could be summoned through song. Now here it was before him, a song healing his enemies and making him uneasy. Suddenly, the fight seemed much more difficult. And just as suddenly, the calling of the were-tiger became much more tempting.
Out of the way, you bloody stupid beast!
The riderless horse galloped off quickly, leaving Dianero exposed to bow shots. The arrow scored a hit on the back of Dianero's calf, cutting a deep red line. Another arrow razored by him. A new perspective washed over the former monk at that critical moment. A sudden realization that he was cheating himself by so denying this very real part of himself, the beast within. Dianero went around the corner of the building. He allowed the were-tiger to transform his legs into those of a great cat. His attackers rounded the corner behind him, but he was already launching a mighty spring, landing atop the roof. He went right to the peak and crouched low.
Go around the other way!
The mounted archer made his way around the building.
Where'd the little rat go? Look for hidden doors. Oh, but I'll be squashing him good!
Hey, we'll peg him up on the wall, we will!
Then, the wave of uneasiness once again assaulted Dionero, and he realized that the bard was playing a different song.
What magic is this?
Panic struck Dionero as he became the were-tiger in full, as his focus became the hunt. Now he heard the bard song in a completely different way, one that excited him, that had him twitching, wanting to spring and to run, to tear into flesh and destroy his enemies. Belly low to the roof peak, the great tiger stalked one measured step at a time, coming into position above the two fools. The tall man with the sword was closer. Down came the great cat, flying like a huge missile. Dionero's target was the bear-like man, but he kicked out as he flew past the tall man, his claws raking at his throat. He hit the bear-like man full force.
Somebody help! Savior, please!
An arrow whistled past the were-tiger, and he dashed around the side of a building. Somewhere deep inside, Dionero understood that the melody that had driven him to his bestial state was also lending speed to the horse's hooves. Dionero charged back around the building. The mounted archer was still in sight, galloping hard down the road in the direction the group had come, but the bard was nowhere to be seen or heard. Off Dionero went. The archer, so intent on fleeing that he had his head down, was taken completely by surprise. Sometime later, Marcalo Dionero, in human form again, and wearing only his tattered pants and a coating of blood, walked back toward Miklin's village. He didn't know exactly how much time had passed since he had feasted and then fallen into a lethargy, transforming back to a human sometime during that slumber. He hadn't even tried to pursue the bard after his kill, for he hadn't thought of doing so, being completely engrossed in the mind of the tiger. Never before had the beast overcome him so completely, so consumingly. He had been more beast than man in more than physical appearance this time, had been out of his mind with bloodlust and sheer hunger, for the feast and for the sport of killing. Now he was tired and angry, at the bandits and at himself, mostly at himself. Dionero had justified the transformation, had willingly accepted it, not as a necessity but as a welcomed enhancement, another weapon to use against his deserving enemies. But the were-tiger was more than that, Dionero knew, despite his sudden convenient revelations. The were-tiger assaulted the very soul of Marcalo Dionero, took from him everything, all of the discipline and control that he had spent almost all his life perfecting at St. Mirabel, and took, too, his sense of morality. In were-tiger form, Marcalo Dionero could not find God, for God had blessed him and his human kin with the ability to think past the beastly urges, to weigh each movement and action before implementing them. The were-tiger was a creature of instinct and hunger, cunning to the kill. Marcalo Dionero hated it profoundly, and hated himself for having failed again, for letting loose the beast he had thought permanently contained.
You are a fool, Marcalo Dionero.
He walked back into Miklin's village. There lay the tall man, his throat torn out by the were-tiger, and next to him was the bear-like man, shredded upon the ground, a mass of skin flaps waving in the breeze. And blood. So much blood. Dionero found the spear-wielding man propped against the wall. When the man saw Dionero, he tried to get up and flee, and fell back to the ground, clutching his knee.
The demon! The demon dactyls come to get me!
Marcalo Dionero casually walked over, grabbed the man, the only witness, roughly by the hair, and jerked his head back, exposing his throat. Dionero did not even think of this latest kill, for in his heart, and that curious moral code that Marcalo Dionero had always followed, he had done nothing wrong in executing the man. The fool, a thief and murderer obviously, had brought the stern justice upon himself, Dionero believed. No. Now Dionero was thinking of how he would explain to the villagers the types of injuries he had inflicted upon this group. He was even more preoccupied by the thought of the bard.
A bard. Of all the people to let run free. Of all the witnesses to let escape.
I did not offer you a choice in the matter.
And if I do not wish to go back down the hole?
Lady d'Asselrand put an amused look on her face, one designed to show young Adrian that she might actually prefer his outright denial, if only to give her the satisfaction of personally dragging him down the hole.
I want to stay out here, under the stars, where the air is sweet with scents and the wind refreshes.
If you do your work well and efficiently, you will be back out here before the stars fill the black sky.
Adrian looked at her for a while, then shrugged.
No, I prefer to remain.
The lady swept her arm up and looked into the late afternoon sky.
Bask in it. Enjoy your final hours in Anderblock Inniness.
Adrian's eyes went wide as he regarded Lady d'Asselrand, as he evaluated her posture and her cat-like grin. And he knew beyond doubt that she was not joking. He recognized only then that he was pushing the stern lady of Caer Elfar a bit too far this time, as he had been since Brindariel's departure.
Get in the hole, impetuous young fool, else you will be turned out of my land with no way to return. And think not that I am bluffing, for I have grown weary of you.
Adrian stared at her blankly, stunned by her sudden hardness, and by the finality of her tone and her command.
If you persist, and are lucky, you will be allowed to view the sunset beyond the valley.
I know not how to do this. I have said as much many times.
That is why you must keep trying to do it. If we practice only at those skills in which we excel, then we are doomed to mediocrity. The fact that you so admit your weakness only strengthens my resolve that you will go into the hole, will go to Oracle this day and every day.
Nor do I enjoy it.
Whenever did you come to believe that you were supposed to enjoy any of this? You are here with a purpose beyond your pleasure. Never forget that.
That is not fair!
I've given you two choices, clearly stated, and with no room to bargain. Choose your path. There is nothing more to be said.
With that, Lady d'Asselrand simply turned and walked away.
I am without the strings of a puppet!
Adrian fought back tears then, and an overwhelming sense of desperation and loneliness that he didn't begin to understand. The departure of Brindariel, the only other human in Anderblock Inniness, and by far the closest thing to a friend Adrian Wyndon had ever known, had wounded him profoundly, had left him more alone than he had ever been, with little hope of that void being filled. But as much as he wanted to scream at d'Asselrand and defy her, Adrian was more afraid of what might lie beyond the sheltered valley of Anderblock Inniness. This was his home, the only one he had ever known. The stories he had been told of the wider world had not been pleasant ones. They had been nightmarish tales of war and strife, and a devastating plague. Adrian squeezed down the hole, coming into a small earthen cave. A root formed a seat on one side, a single candle burned on the floor before it, and a mirror was placed across the way. Adrian paused and took in the scent of the candle, for it was full of fragrance, of lilac and a myriad other scents of the woodland valley. Immediately his nerves began to cool, his muscles relax, and he suspected, though hardly cared, that there was a bit of elven trickery about the candle, a bit of aroma magic, to calm the wild Adrian. With a shrug, the young man sat down on the exposed root and faced the mirror. He stared at it for a long while, then blew out the candle. At first he saw nothing, but as his eyes adjusted to the dimness, the shape of the rectangular mirror came into view. He tried to look past it, perhaps to sort out the patterns of roots on the opposite wall, perhaps to count them, anything to pass the long hour or so d'Asselrand would surely keep him here. He had attempted Oracle several unsuccessful times already. Though it was a gift the Tuel Alfar often reserved for older ranger trainees, Lady d'Asselrand had insisted that Adrian keep trying. He was ready, according to her. But to Adrian's thinking, she was pushing him too far and too hard, and to do something that he cared nothing at all about. So, as he had done the previous times, the young man looked beyond the mirror and started to take up account of the crisscrossing roots. started, but hardly finished. For, so subtly that he hardly noticed the shift, Adrian's eyes were soon staring back at that mirror, not at the outline this time, but at the interior, the reflective surface, which seemed no more than a black pool in the darkness. Something moved within that darkness. Adrian noticed it, though he realized that he could not have seen anything, for it was too dim in the cave. Still, something lurked there, he knew. Something quiet and dark. Adrian's focus tightened, eyes narrowing, as he forgot all about defying Lady Dasselrond. He didn't understand any of what was happening here, though he sensed that something was. Now all of the reflective surface seemed less dark, seemed cloudy, and at the left-hand side, Adrian clearly noted the silhouette of a cloaked figure, though it was just a silhouette.
Adrian, I am your father.
Nightbird!
Adrian sensed then that the figure was displeased with him, which frightened him. He got a sensation in his head, pushing him along a line of thinking that showed him the folly of his continuing to defy Lady Dasselrond. That notion built and went on, revealing to him a life of misery, a life without skill. Adrian, as stubborn as ever, tried to deny it, but the images coming to him now, real images, though dim and shadowy, within the surface of the mirror, could not be misinterpreted. Several times Adrian tried to protest. Several times he started a sentence, only to have the words and the foolish notion die away in the damp and stale and smoky air of the small earthen cave. For there it was, being played out undeniably before him, the life he was now choosing with his every grumble and every argument. Hours passed, though Adrian was unaware of time.
Trust Lady Dasselrond, for she will bring to you great power.
Only then did Adrian realize that other images were dancing around inside the cloudy reflections of the mirror. He saw great cities, so unlike anything he had ever seen in the quiet and subtle tree houses of R.A.Salvatore. He saw open-air markets and a huge building. One of the abbeys, he realized, though he knew not how he knew that. Throngs of people, human beings like him, moved about in the images, some seeming to walk to the very edge of the glassy barrier to stare at him. The young man was drawn to those images, was leaning forward, though he didn't realize it. He felt a pang of emptiness more profound than anything he had ever known before. And that lonely feeling was only enhanced by the spirit figure subtly telling him of the potential he might one day realize.
Lady Dasselrond will take you on the path to great power, and then I will show you how best to use that power.
Adrian sat bolt upright at the surprising promise, and the shock broke his concentration, the images in the mirror fast fading to nothingness. He could no longer see the spirit silhouette, could no longer see the clouds in the mirror, could no longer, he then realized, even see the edges of the mirror, for the cave had grown pitch black. Sometime after, Adrian crawled out of the earthen cave to find that he was alone in the forest. He didn't even look to see if any of the elves might be hiding in the boughs of the leafy trees all around him, for he sensed they were not there, and in truth, he didn't care if they were. He found a clear spot not far from the oracle cave, where he could see a significant portion of the starry nighttime sky. Then he sat down and stared up, let his spirit climb high into the starlit canopy, as he pondered the telepathic communication.
What does it mean? A chance, perhaps? Might there indeed be a path to immortality?
You should not be surprised.
Tuel spoke to Lady Dasselrond when they were back in R.A.Salvatore, long before Adrian had emerged from the hole.
He has grown more obstinate and unruly since Brindariel left us. I expected that he would refuse you again and force you to put him out.
Yet he stayed in the cave at Oracle.
Tuel shrugged as if that were of little consequence against the overwhelming wave of negativity that Adrian had become.
Perhaps you view our young ranger in the wrong light. You are reacting to him according to the standards that we place upon our other students.
Is he not to become a ranger?
Only to the extent that he is being trained by the Tuel Alfar. Not in the respect that a ranger then returns to his people to serve them as silent protector. Adrian was not brought into R.A.Salvatore out of any debt we felt to his father. nor because the world was in need of another ranger. He was brought for one reason alone. And while you see his stubbornness as a detriment to the training, I view his independent arrogance as a necessary quality.
Tuel realized that whatever the reason was, it had to involve the stain, the rot that the demon Dactyl had inflicted upon Anderblock-Inanis. Dasselrond's expression told her not to walk down that avenue, so she changed the subject somewhat.
Yet you were ready to put him out of R.A.Salvatore. When he defied you at the tree, you were ready to put him out of Anderblock-Inanis altogether. Perhaps even to have him killed. I recognize the sincerity in your threat, lady.
We walk a narrow plank with that one. I see his incredible strength growing daily. It is an inner willpower that he will need, and yet I understand that if we cannot control that power and bend it to our needs, then he becomes worse than a waste of our time. He becomes a danger.
He is just a human.
He has the fighting prowess of his father, at least. And he is strong in the gemstones, as was his mother. Perhaps beyond her, and beyond our understanding. But more important, he has strength of mind too great to be controlled or diverted. He knows of us, and yet, unlike all of the others, he will not see the world our way. And I doubt he will ever come to view the Tuel-Alfar as his true family.
Yet we continue to share with him our secrets?
I hope Oracle will give him peace of mind. If the ghost of his father finds him and guides him, then perhaps our young Adrian will become more agreeable.
Tuel was more than satisfied with that explanation, for in truth, it was more than she ever would have expected. She nodded and bowed gracefully, then left the lady to her thoughts. Thoughts obviously centered on young Adrian. Indeed, Lady Dasselrond was recalling her last encounter with the young human, was measuring his obstinance against the fact that her scouts were reporting that he was still down in the earthen cave, was still either engaged in Oracle, or was at least trying. Lady Dasselrond was not over fond of the young ranger. She didn't particularly care for any humans, and found Adrian even less likable than any of the others she had dealt with. But that was because young Adrian was less malleable, Dasselrond knew, and she would have to use his independence and pride against him. For indeed, Adrian was there, had been there from the very beginning, for the singular purpose of eradicating the stain of the demon Dactyl. Lady Dasselrond still did not understand exactly what such a task might require. Would Adrian have to travel to the dark underworld to do battle with Bestis Bolzabar? But she did suspect that this ranger's sacrifice would have to be no less than that of his father. Lady Dasselrond had no illusions that young Adrian would give his life for her or for R.A.Salvatore. No, she'd have to continue to walk the narrow plank, as she'd put it to Tuel. She'd have to balance control over the young man with allowing him to grow stronger in many areas. And she'd have to bury her own anger, and repeatedly, as her tolerance for the unruly human continued to wane. Giuseppe looked at the bouquets, hundreds and hundreds of roses and carnations, with a mixture of awe, gratification, respect, and regret. Never had she seen so many flowers all together in one place. Never had she experienced such a sweet aroma as this, truly overwhelming. Though for King Danube to do something this dramatic was not too difficult a feat, a snap of his fingers and a call to his many servants, never since her days with Elbrian had anyone gone so out of his way in an effort to please her. And so she was flattered, and so the mere volume of flowers inspired awe, but there was, too, some sense of regret in her. This had been her best summer with Danube by far. Their conversations had been light and friendly, full of honest discussion of the state of the kingdom and what each of them might do to improve the lot of the common folk. The king was witty and charming, full of mirth and smiles, and while Giuseppe appreciated that type of companionship, she understood herself to be the source of those smiles. Thus the discomfort, and now this, to awaken to find her room and half the upstairs of Chasewind Manor full of bouquets. It was the most overt act of love Danube had shown her since his arrival, one that asked her in a less than subtle manner to elevate their friendship to a higher and more emotional level, a level that the widow of Nightbird believed she would never desire again. Danube was waiting for her when she went downstairs, sitting in the common room and shifting a bit nervously, Giuseppe saw. He had taken a chance, obviously so, at great risk to his pride. She didn't know how she should respond. The realization surprised her somewhat, but the last thing she wanted to do was hurt King Danube. He had been so patient with her through all these years of living in the shadow of Nightbird, and except for the flowers, had been careful not to apply too much pressure to Giuseppe. So what was she to do now? She walked right up to stand before him, and as the king rose, she moved even closer and kissed him on the cheek.
They are truly beautiful. It is not often that a man of your power and station would go to such trouble, and at such personal risk.
Personal risk? Ever do you speak bluntly, Baroness? Perhaps that is the quality I most admire in you.
I've seen too much to be bothered by the foibles of the human condition. Take my words as a great compliment, and as a sincere thank you.
For I have managed to brighten your morning?
Giuseppe's widening smile was all the answer he needed.
It is a glorious morning, with a cool breeze blowing across the golden warmth of the sun. Will you ride with me?
It was an invitation Giuseppe wouldn't think of refusing, and soon after, she and King Danube were galloping across the field behind Chasewind Manor, feeling the wind in their hair and the sun on their faces. To Danube's credit, he did not press the questions he had obviously opened with the bouquets, and Giuseppe appreciated the space and the time that she might properly think through that somewhat surprising advance. They rode for most of the morning, then shared a wonderful lunch on the back balcony of the mansion.
Might I have the pleasure of the beautiful Giuseppe's company on a little sailing trip I have planned for the afternoon? Duke Brotherford has informed me that the dolphins have come into the Gulf of Corona, and he assures me that it is a sight that one must behold.
In truth, Giuseppe found that she would have liked nothing more than to join Danube on that exciting adventure, for she had heard some of his soldiers talking of the great dolphins, gracefully leaping 20 feet out of the water.
I fear I must refuse this day, for I have agreed to a previous and important engagement and have little time to spare.
Enough time for a ride, then? A short run through the backfields?
Smiling, Giuseppe nodded. Soon enough, the pair were out again, trotting easily along the beautiful grounds behind Chasewind Manor, the scents of the summertime fields thick about them, the chatter of the many birds adding natural song to the dance of the horses.
The sailing will be fine this day. Are you certain you cannot join me?
I cannot, for I have promised to spend the afternoon with Abbot Brauman, who is making preparations for the dedication of the Chapel of Avalon.
Your old friend, Brother Avalon. When will that church get around to canonizing him? Did not the time of plague convince them? Did it not convince every man and woman in all the kingdom? In all the world?
It did Giuseppe's heart good to hear the King of Hans the Bear speaking so highly of her lost friend, even more so because she understood the sincerity behind Danube's words. He was not just saying these things to please Giuseppe.
I could perhaps speak with the current abbot of St. Hans, though I doubt that the voice of Ohon carries much weight within the church. At least, if the church has grown wiser since the days of Markwart's rule.
The process of canonization is well underway, I have been told. Even those in the church who do not favor the teachings of Avalon cannot dispute the miracles at Mount Ada. Not the second one, at least. Not a single man or woman who entered the covenant and tasted the blood of Avalon was subsequently touched by the rosy plague, and all those who went there already ill were cured.
It would seem that if any have ever been truly worthy of the title of saint, Avalon Despris certainly is.
Danube glanced up at the sky then, noting that the sun had well passed its zenith, and his smile turned into a frown.
You must be away to St. Precious. We meet again tonight, perhaps?
Giuseppe considered the invitation for a moment. Her first instinct was to refuse. Hadn't she been spending too much time with King Danube already? And in a relationship that was fast edging toward a deeper, more uncomfortable level? But then, she surprised herself.
Perhaps we shall, indeed.
Danube's smile seemed as bright as the sun itself.
This time you'll not beat me back to Chasewind.
Giuseppe honestly considered letting Danube finally beat her that day. After all, hadn't he just filled the second level of Chasewind Manor with flowers for her? It was a fleeting thought, though, one that washed away as soon as she put her heels to Greystone's flanks.
He will ask for your hand this season.
Giuseppe looked at Abbot Brauman, wondering why he was so pressing her this day.
Every indication is that King Danube will seek to make Giuseppe his queen before the turn of the year.
Then he has told everyone save Giuseppe.
Well, of course he must be certain of your answer before he dares ask. It would not do for the King of Hans the Bear to have such a proposal refused.
Of course, Brauman was correct in all his reasoning, as those apparent rumors were, she believed, truthful. All the indications were that King Danube was indeed heading down a trail that would lead to the altar of St. Hans.
And what will you say?
Have we not spoken enough of this already?
I fear that we have not, if you know not the answer. Is it not my place to guide you through this difficult decision?
As the Abbot of St. Precious?
As your friend.
Then speak to me as a friend. It is obvious that you desire that I accept him. Do not even begin to try to deny such a preference. And yet you skirt the issue with pleasantries and subtle hints, one after the other.
True enough. I do wish the union, because in that union, Giuseppe will have a much greater voice, with a much greater potential to make the world a better place, and to elevate Avalon and Jejona to the status they so rightfully deserve. For me, all other missions seem to pale beside that reality.
But you are not the one who must then share your life and your soul with the king.
Well, there is another possibility.
I have not yet told you that I mean to decline Danube's proposal, should it come.
But in the meanwhile, there is something that we might be able to get King Danube to agree to that would give you a greater voice in the city and in all the region.
Giuseppe looked at him curiously.
I have been offered the position of presiding over the initiation and first year of the Chapel of Avalon. And while that would seem a demotion, and indeed, in the purest sense, it would be, it would grant me the power to oversee the very direction of that soon-to-be abbey and soon-to-be, unless I miss my guess, very influential abbey. That would leave a void at St. Precious that none above Giuseppe would be capable of filling.
But I am already the Baroness. Another bishop. After the debacle of Marquardt's lackeys?
That was different.
King Danube would never agree to the appointment of another bishop, not after the disaster that was Marcalo Dianero.
In both previous cases with Brother Dianero and Brother Francis, the position originated within the church, not the state. In this instance, the church would be offering an expansion of King Danube's power, not the other way round. He may indeed agree, especially considering the trust he has in the person in question.
But then the church would never agree to it.
It was Master Theo Baurai of St. Maribel who proposed it to me. Yours is a voice that many in the church have long craved to hear speaking from the pulpit.
Well, Giuseppe could not deny the truth of that statement, especially after her work in discovering and then precipitating the Covenant of Avalon. She had never numbered Theo Baurai of St. Maribel among the many that Brauman now spoke of. The mere fact that Baurai had suggested the significant power shift set off alarms within her mind. Perhaps Baurai and the others were accepting the seeming inevitability of a union between her and King Danube, and were trying to stake a claim to her voice now, while they still might find some level of influence. Of course, such a union would send Giuseppe to Ursel, and would thus leave a void in Palmaris.
You are trading on my good favor with the king. I become bishop, then go off to become queen. And who then?
I do none of this for personal gain. I would never do such a thing. If you go to Ursel to become queen of Hans the Bear, then yes, I would be your likely successor as Bishop of Palmaris.
Then I am just a means for you, or for Theo Baurai, to once again entrench your church in Palmaris?
Hardly entrenched if King Danube, with Giuseppe whispering into his ear, decides that there will be no bishop should you leave to become queen. I do none of this for personal gain, on my word.
But for the gain of your church?
For the gain of the people of Palmaris. Better that you lead both spiritually and secularly when I go north and have Master Theo Baurai handpick another from St. Maribel, one likely who knows nothing of Palmaris and her needs. And better then, if I return to lead both spiritually and secularly, in your absence, than to have King Danube appoint one such as Duke Callus or Duke Tetrafel as Baron. This is not taking advantage of your relationship with King Danube, but rather it is seizing an opportunity presented to us. Can you deny the gain to our cause, and that our cause is for the betterment of the people?
Giuseppe took her time again to digest the words. The whole thing held a bit of a stench to her, seeming somehow unseemly, but despite all that, she did agree with Brahman's assessment that it was her place, and his, and everyone else's, to do what they might to make the world a better place. And as Bishop of Palmaris, she could certainly implement some changes that would better the lives of the common folk of the region.
Allow Master Baurai and me to go and speak with King Danube on this issue of appointing you as bishop. We will say nothing of your involvement. Indeed, it would be better if you do not tell me of your final decision on the matter until and unless it is formally offered you.
If that is the case, then why do you need my permission to go to King Danube?
Because you are my friend. And while I do agree with Master Baurai on this issue, and while I do wish to be free to go to preside over the beginning of the Chapel of Avalon, I would flatly refuse the offer if I thought that it would in any way bring harm to our friendship.
Giuseppe looked away, staring vacantly, her mind rolling back over the years to her youthful days in Dundalis, to her time in Palmaris when she was Cat the Stray, a lost young woman with no memory of the tragedy that had stolen her family, her friends, and her youth. How far she had come. Here she was now, speaking of events that would change the lives of perhaps 30,000 people, perhaps more. And if she became Queen of Hans the Bear, she would hold the second voice in the greatest kingdom in all the world. Cat the Stray, Giuseppe, guiding the lives of hundreds of thousands. The mere thought of it made her knees weaken and sent her stomach into flip-flops. And yet, she had to fight past those fears and doubts. She could not deny this opportunity that fate had put before her. No, when she had returned from Dundalis to do battle with the Rosy Plague, when she had thrown off the nickname of Pony and had become Giuseppe to all the world, she had firmly told herself that she would accept her responsibilities, that she would give of herself to better the world, however she might. This was who she was now, a person in the service of the common folk, a person who had decided that her duty would supersede her personal desires. Perhaps there was some nefarious plotting behind the scenes at St. Mirabel, not with Abbot Brauman though, for Giuseppe knew her friend better than to believe that. But even if that was the case, she could not refuse the invitation, should it come. The people would gain by her accepting, and then by honestly telling King Danube that he would be doing the folk of Palmaris a good turn by allowing Brauman to succeed her, should it come to that.
He has not asked for my hand.
Perhaps then your reign as bishop will be long indeed.
How long do you plan to remain out of the city? A few months if I go to Ursel? Or forever if I stay here?
I would remain in the north if you remained as bishop, 'tis true, but only because I would know in my heart that the folk of Palmaris would be better served if I did so, and only because I feel it my calling to oversee the transformation of Avalon to sainthood.
Whatever good to the world, my own private world will be emptier without you at my side.
Care Tinella's not so far.
Though both of them understood that Giuseppe was really referring to the distance that would separate them, should she decide to marry King Danube. Ursel was a long way from Palmaris. Giuseppe's thoughts were whirling when Abbot Brauman left her. She had known of the rumors that King Danube would ask for her hand this year, of course, but hearing it spoken so openly and matter-of-factly, it made it so much more tangible, so much more real. For the first time, Giuseppe honestly sat back and considered how she might answer such a proposal from the king of Hans the Bear. Agreeing to become bishop was one thing, and not really a difficult choice, but becoming queen entailed so much more. King Danube Ursel sat staring at his two guests, thinking it fortunate that Duke Targon Bricalis had decided against coming to Palmaris this year. For if the volatile warrior duke had come north, then surely he would be at King Danube's side now. And if he was, then surely he would be trembling with rage at the suggestion of these two Abelican monks that King Danube appoint yet another Bishop of Palmaris.
You do not begin to doubt Giuseppe's ability in this. And yes, you are right in assuming that the church is trying to steal a bit of her away from the state. And why should we not? Was it not Giuseppe who found the Covenant of Avalon and brought the word not to the castle door in Ursel, but to the front gate of St. Mirabel? Was it not Giuseppe who accompanied Brother Avalon Despris, who will likely soon be declared a saint, to Mount Ada to do battle with and destroy the demon Dactyl? The church has desired her voice for many years, my king.
Brahmin noted that Master Baurai was scowling at him in angry disbelief.
I am not used to such honesty from your church, Abbot Brauman.
Perhaps it was the lack of politics that confused you, my king. For we have come here speaking simple truth and offering you an opportunity that will favor us both in the end, because it will favor the people of Palmaris.
And how long might we expect this situation of bishop to hold?
For as long as Giuseppe desires it. Until perhaps she finds her way to another title in a more southern city.
What do you know of it?
Nothing more than the rumors that every man and woman in Palmaris has been whispering for more than 2 years.
And you have spoken with Giuseppe on this? On these matters?
He has not.
Baurai was afraid that Brahmin might be stepping too boldly here, and might therefore alienate the king. A logical fear, the abbot had to admit, except that he was seeing something else in Danube's eyes. Yes, he was the king and a fine and heroic leader, but he was also a man, plain and simple, and Giuseppe had stolen his heart. Thus King Danube was a man vulnerable.
If I have spoken with her, then obviously I cannot divulge any of that to you, my king. Giuseppe Winden is my dearest friend in all the world, and I'll not betray her.
I am the king of all.
But, my king, rest assured, for your own reputation and for the sensibilities of my friend, if I knew that she would refuse your proposal, then I would tell you plainly and privately.
Then you know she will not.
I believe that she does not know. But I can assure you that she holds nothing but fondness and respect for you.
And love?
Again Brahmin shrugged, but he was smiling warmly, and it seemed as if that answer was good enough for King Danube.
I will offer her the position of bishop, then. We will see how long she holds the title.
As soon as they left King Danube, Master Baurai turned sharply on Brahmin.
Whatever possessed you to take such a risk, one does not become personal with the king of Hans the Bear.
This is not about politics, Master Baurai. This is about the future of my dearest friend. I'll not barter her happiness for the sake of your election to succeed Father Abbot Agrangair. And be warned now that whatever the outcome, Giuseppe will indeed be a strong voice at the next College of Abbots, and that Abbot Brauman of St. Precious holds a strong voice with Giuseppe.
That set Baurai back on his heels, for he hadn't imagined that Brahmin would so turn his own plan back on him.
I agree to this, as does Giuseppe, because it is the right thing to do. I desired to see if King Danube would agree for the same reasons, because Giuseppe should know his heart on the matter. And so I took what may be construed as a great chance, but only construed that way if one is viewing the potential gain or loss to the church.
You are an abbot.
I am a friend first, an abbot second.
With that, Abbot Brahmin Herd walked away, very conscious that Fio Baurai was not following. Dionero knew that something was afoot as soon as Michael and Joelis entered the common room at Micklin's village. All the huntsmen were together with him, a rare occasion since the season had begun to wane, and all 15 were often out setting their trap lines in preparation for their autumn 100-mile pilgrimage to Tyenkin's Corner, the town that held the market for the huntsmen of the region. But they were all here this evening, even surly Micklin, though the stars were out and shining and the wind was not too chill. A perfect evening for setting trap lines. The talk in the common room was light, mostly concerning the impending journey and the expected takes on the fur piles, and on the amount of booze, food, and women that take might buy. Dionero hardly listened, for he hardly cared, and soon enough he started for the door, thinking to get a good night's sleep.
Where you going, Bertram?
The voice belonged to Micklin himself. Dionero paused to consider that unexpected call. Yet another confirmation to him that something was out of the ordinary this evening, for Micklin rarely noticed him, unless the burly man had some chore needing to be done. and Micklin never ever used Dienaro's assumed name, at least not in any way that was not derisive.
I hope to complete the second woodpile tomorrow. The day may yet be warm, and I hope to be done before the sun is high in the sky.
I'm thinking that you won't be working much tomorrow.
Sleeping most of the day and puking after that!
Another of the men moved toward Dienaro, pulling a silver cup out from behind him with one hand and an ornate, decorated bottle out with the other. Dienaro caught on immediately. The huntsman hadn't made too big a deal about his efforts to secure their village against the band of rogues. He had received a few pats on the back, to be sure, and many offers of splitting gold bears once the furs were sold, but now it seemed obvious to him that the men wanted to more deeply show their appreciation. But the former monk didn't want the accolades or the cheers, and most assuredly did not want the potent drink. He didn't want any reminders of that defense of Micklin's village, what he still considered a horrible failure on his part for letting loose the deadly were-tiger.
To Bertram Dale! Huzzah! To Bertram Dale! Huzzah!
The man before him thumbed the cork out of the bottle, the forceful popping alone telling Dienaro that it was Elvish Boggle, a rare and extraordinarily priced drink. Grinning wide enough to show all 6 of his teeth, the man half-filled the silver cup, handing it over.
For saving me the trouble of killing the fools myself.
Micklin held his own cup up in toast, and every other cup in the room went up, except for one. Marcalo Dienaro stood staring at the pale, bubbling Boggle. He considered the drink, Boggle, and reminded himself that this cup alone was worth a small pouch of gold bears, perhaps a large pouch in regions where Boggle was more rare. After a few moments, the former monk glanced up to see that every cup was still raised, all eyes upon him, waiting patiently.
Take your drink and give your speech!
I did what needed to be done, nothing more.
Drink first, speak later! Hear, hear for Bertram Dale! Hear, hear for Bertram Dale!
Every man in the room quickly upended his drink. Dienaro did as well, slowly and carefully, feeling the slight burn, mixed with a tingling and deceivingly delicate aroma. Then he straightened and wiped his lips, and had to take a long moment reorienting himself, for even that small cup of the potent liquid had sent his mind into a bit of a spin.
Now be the time for some food!
Several men ran back behind tables and brought forth trays laden with meats and berries and cakes. So many cakes, more cakes than Marcalo Dienaro had ever seen before. And he was glad of the feast, because it had gotten him out of giving a speech, and because he felt like he needed some food to steady the spinning in his head. They all sat down, and the talk began anew, as trays made their way about the tables, with bottles inevitably following. Questions came at Dienaro from every corner, with the men wanting to know how he had taken out 3 armed men in the compound, then had chased another down on the road and slain him as well. Bertram Dale recounted his tale as modestly as possible, crediting a good deal of luck for his victories more than any amazing skill. For the last thing that Dienaro wanted was to call attention to his fighting prowess, which in this wild town would most certainly invite challenges. One man moved near Dienaro, lifting a bottle of Boggle as if to fill the man's cup again. Dienaro moved his hand to cover the cup. He knew better than to partake of any more of the potent drink.
The cakes are dry. How you'd eat them without something to wash them down, eh?
The man brought his other hand forward, as if to move Dienaro's hand away, but with a sudden twist, Dienaro flipped his hand over the grabbing man's hand and slammed it down on the table.
No more drink. Just blueberry juice, if we've any.
A wineskin was soon passed along, and Dienaro's cup was filled with juice. The former monk tried to excuse himself again after the meal, but the huntsman would hear nothing of it, claiming that the party was just getting started. They all milled about, falling back to their minor conversations, though many kept at Dienaro, begging him to recount his story again and again. The former monk played along, and soon admitted to himself that he was enjoying this attention. Perhaps it was the Boggle, perhaps the mere fact that for so long he had been forced to hide his identity and his exploits. One day long ago, so very long ago it seemed, he had enjoyed talking, particularly if he was the subject of the conversation. During his days at St. Mirabel, Dienaro had earned his reputation as a self-promoter, a bit of a braggart, except that he had never ever said anything about his abilities that he could not prove. So now he was enjoying the night with his His friends, he supposed, for these men of Micklin's village were as close to being his friends as he expected anyone would ever again be. There was a simple charm to this gathering and this night, boisterous, light-hearted, and without implications, beyond the headaches that most of his fellows would awake to in the morning. Soon enough, Marcello Dinero stopped trying to leave.
He's a bit too tight in the arse by my thinking.
Michael spoke to Joella sometime later. The grubby Michael tossed his long and stringy hair from his patchy face and gave a wink, then slithered over behind Bertram Dale and waited patiently as the hero took a sip from his mug of berry juice, then set the cup down on the small table.
Please, friends, it was nothing. Really, it was more luck than anything else. They were little
Michael tipped his own cup to pour just a bit of his drink into that cup, then moved back beside Joella's.
Come on. I'll get the others to take turns too.
Just a bit at a time. Don't want him tasting it and getting all ferocious on us.
Joella's moved across the room to the same spot Michael had just occupied behind Bertram Dale. After similarly tipping his cup over Bertram's, then topping off Bertram's drink with berry juice, Joella's moved away to find another conspirator. With each refill, the group found that they could safely put more of the potent whiskey into Bertram Dale's drink, and it soon became obvious to all that the normally introverted man was beginning to loosen up. He was laughing and talking, and he even at one point mentioned something that would indicate that he had spent some time serving in the Abelican Church, at the great abbey of St. Mirabel, no less. Michael watched it all with growing amusement, thinking it perfectly harmless.
So, you was in the church, eh?
What? No.
You just said that you worked at St. Mirabel, out in the east, a monk's place if ever there was one. You even spoke of working on the wall, and that's work for monks alone. So when were you talking to both sides, Bertram Dale? When you said you did work on the sea wall of St. Mirabel Abbey? Or now when you're denying it?
What are you saying?
I lived in the area for a bit. I'm knowing that you can't be having it both ways. You were wearing the robes, weren't you?
Briefly, very briefly. It took a little time for me to learn that I was not of heart compatible with today's Abelican Church.
That must have been some time ago. You go into the order at 20 years, correct?
Dinero nodded slightly in response and turned to the side to retrieve his cup, lifting and draining it in one huge swallow. He noted the burn as the liquid flowed down his throat. That meant nothing to him immediately, but then his eyes widened as he came to realize the truth, came to understand the reason behind the fuzziness of his recollections, the reason behind this, albeit minor, error here with this little group.
It is not a time I wish to recount.
Dinero stood up and bowed, somewhat ungracefully, and started away, unintentionally veering as he walked toward the door. But others, wanting to hear again the tale of how Bertram had saved their village, had different ideas, and they corralled him before he got near the door. The press of their bodies bearing Dinero halfway across the room, they fell into a comfortable chair. He noted that Michael was there almost immediately, placing his mug down on the nearest table, and dragging the table over so that it abutted Dinero's chair.
I want to hear more of St. Mirabel.
The former monk felt a deep and primal stirring then, and had to consciously fight back against, releasing the feral growl that had risen in his throat.
I'm gonna go there one day, I am.
Another drink was shoved into Dinero's hand. Dinero tried to resist, and wound up with more than half the cup's contents spilled onto his lap. He leapt up, felt the beast keenly, then slowed and pushed back with all his strength and focus, hardly paying attention as someone forced his arm up so that the cup tilted at his mouth, spilling the rest of its contents. Hardly realizing the motion, Dinero drank some of the liquid and felt the sharp burn, realizing then that they were no longer even pretending to be giving him berry juice. He couldn't yell at them then, though, for he had to keep his focus inward. Another drink was shoved up to his mouth, and then another, and he slapped at them and staggered away.
Please, friends, I beg of you, have had enough. I must get back to my bed. Please, you must let me go.
To their credit, they did let him go, and he veered and staggered across the room to slam heavily against the wall. He had the beast beaten, he believed, if only he could just stand there for a long while, with no drink and no talk, no anything, just calm. With his eyes barely open and his thoughts turned inward, Marcalo Dianero didn't even see the approach of burly Micklin.
How'd you do it, eh, Mr. Bertram Dale? How the likes of Skinny yourself take down the bandits? You got friends about that we're not known of?
Micklin poked him hard on the shoulder and raised an accusing finger in front of Dianero's face. There it was again, that terrible beast, using Micklin's prodding finger like a beacon to get around the edges of Marcalo Dianero's alcohol-weakened control.
When did you become so great a fighter? And might you want to be showing us your mighty techniques? Pulling down 3 armed men? But he's had a hard time beating up stubborn logs!
Dianero came away from the wall then, determinedly standing straight.
3 men!
Micklin shoved Dianero hard against the wall.
4! Do not forget the one on the road. I killed his horse as well.
And a stupid thing that was to do.
Dianero understood the source of this one's ire. Since the founding of this small community, Micklin had been undeniably and uncontestedly the man in control, the boss. Now, simply because of his actions this day, and not by words spoken against Micklin or in defiance of Micklin's rule, Dianero had threatened that position.
For, so he says. Do you all hear this? The hero speaks!
You be leaving him alone, Micklin. He ain't done nothing but for the good of us all.
Oh, but he must show us! We're all needed to learn to fight as well as Bertram Dale!
Micklin grabbed Dianero by the shoulders and pulled him away from the wall. Or rather, he started to. Micklin grabbed a hold of what was left of his face. Marcalo Dianero, hardly aware of it, looked down to his right hand, his tiger paw, to see a huge chunk of Micklin's face hanging there at the end of his great claws. Dianero then understood what was happening within him, what was coming over him fully, without hesitation, and without any chance of denial. The drink and the threat were too much for him, too demanding of the were-tiger for him to suppress it. He knew it too, understood what he was again becoming.
No! You must run! All of you get out or you're all going to die! Get out! Now!
A moment later, every eye was trained on the spectacle of Bertram Dale, on the great tiger that Bertram Dale had become. A couple of the men managed to get to their weapons, but even armed, and even when a trio managed to join in coordinated effort, the hunters were no match for the fury of the were-tiger. Marcalo Dianero awoke sometime later, in the forest, some distance from Micklin's village. He recalled many of the scenes and the horrifying sounds, but he had no idea of how many of the 15 villagers he might have killed. Sore in every joint, his head throbbing from the previous night's drinking, what fools they had been to secretly intoxicate him. Dianero pulled himself to his feet and headed back toward the village. In a secluded place not far from the houses, he had buried a private stash of belongings, fearing just this type of incident. He had another set of clothing there, a water skin, a small knife, and most important of all, a bundle of parchments he had stolen from St. Mirabel when he had been sent away to investigate reports of the Rosy Plague in the Southland a decade before. Dianero hugged those parchments to his chest as he looked back toward Micklin's village. He saw several forms moving between the houses, and he was glad that he had not killed them all. Despite the fact that now he had left witnesses behind, Yet more tales of the great man-tiger that had stalked the frontier of Hans the Bear for the last several years. It wasn't a legacy that did Marcalo Dianero proud.
Is the world itself not large enough to contain me?
The bedraggled and weary wretch started away, down this road or that, or no road at all. How far might he walk? He had thought the were-tiger beaten this time, suppressed and under his complete control. And though it had taken extraordinary events to bring forth the beast, such events might well happen again, he knew. Even worse, the tiger had found its way past his discipline and his determination, and would not easily be put back away. The were-tiger's hunger was sated now, if only temporarily. That, Marcalo Dianero realized and admitted, was the only reason that he didn't then transform into the beast and rush headlong back into Miklin's village to finish what he had started. Because the great and terrible cat was still there, he knew, lurking below the surface, ready to claw its way out and rain destruction on Dianero's enemies.
If that was only the truth.
It wasn't that the were-tiger arose to destroy enemies, but rather that the were-tiger arose to destroy, randomly, indiscriminately. Those men back there in Miklin's village, even the brute Miklin himself, had not deserved to face the fury of the were-tiger. Perhaps Miklin had earned a punch in the mouth. Perhaps Dianero would have been well served and justified in showing the man his more conventional martial powers, slapping him around and throwing him down, embarrassing him in front of the others. But that was the problem, the former monk recognized. He could not begin to seek that kind of release for his frustrations, for that beginning would serve as a port for the lurking tiger. Yet without that release, Dianero's inevitably mounting frustrations would also serve as a port. And so he was in an unwinnable and untenable position, and he was acutely aware of the fact that any village he entered would be placed in mortal danger by his mere presence. He could not do that. No more. For now he could and had to admit the truth of his internal struggle. The beast was stronger than the man. Forlorn, facing an existence of exile, the life of a hermit, Marcalo Dianero wandered away from Miklin's village, moving west instead of east, further from the civilized lands of Hans the Bear. He wandered for days, having little trouble in finding sustenance, for in his defeated state, Marcalo Dianero no longer tried to deny the urges of the were-tiger. When he got hungry, he let the great cat run free, and soon enough, and so easily, he fed. Dianero didn't know how many miles he had covered, or even how many days had gone by. He found himself walking along a high ridgeline one late afternoon.
I know that voice.
As desperate for conversation as for revenge, the man ran along the ridge, trying to trace the source of the melody. It seemed to come from everywhere at once, echoing off the stone walls of the rocky, hilly region. He entertained the notion of letting loose the were-tiger then, for surely the great cat would have little trouble finding the bard. He dismissed that thought immediately and completely, for his needs this day were of a different sort. For companionship. Time passed, and Dianero continued to search for the source of the elusive melody. The sun began to disappear behind the western horizon, and the song halted.
No, not yet.
Night settled over the forest, and Dianero realized that he had no idea what direction to travel. Just as he was about to give up his hunt for the evasive bard, he heard the soft call of the bard's song. As he searched for the direction once more, Dianero found a definitive clue, the glow of a campfire. He moved with speed and made no attempt at stealth. A short while later, he simply strolled into Sadia's camp, walking to stand directly across the fire from the surprised woman. She pulled her lute in defensively, wearing a horrified expression and glancing all around. Dianero expected her to try to run, but then, as if she merely came to accept the inevitable, her muscles relaxed.
I would not have believed that you would be stubborn enough to track me all the way out here.
Not stubborn, and not tracking. I happened upon you by chance. Simple luck.
Bad luck for Saga the Bard.
Dianero merely shrugged.
I am composing a new song. The Lay of Dianero, I call it. That is your true identity, of course. though I would have thought you much older.
Dionero put on a puzzled expression and stared at her hard.
Of course you are he. Your movements alone betray you as an Abelican monk. A former Abelican monk.
There are many former Abelican monks.
But how many of them have a reputation for turning into a tiger?
Dionero narrowed his eyes threateningly, if for no better reason than to destroy the woman's confident grin.
The rumors of Baron Rochefort Bilderborough's demise? Rumors tied to Bishop Marcalo Dionero.
You presume to know much.
That is my trade, is it not? I collect tales, embellish them, and pass them along. Though I must admit that the tale of Marcalo Dionero, if the rumors are true, needs little embellishment.
They are true. Every one.
You have not heard every one.
But I know that there are enough truths so that lies are unnecessary.
Then you are Marcalo Dionero. Still alive despite all the efforts of the widow Winden.
Widowed because of me.
Sadia raised her delicate eyebrows at that.
Yes, it was Marcalo Dionero who slew Nightbird. Curse his name.
Why would you tell me?
Why would I not? For all these years I have had to hide my identity and my history. What have I to lose in telling you?
Because you mean to kill me?
After the treatment your band offered me, can you give me a reason why I should not?
Because without me, you are alone.
With you, I will likely be alone soon enough. You have seen the beast that is within me.
Then the tale of your last fight with Giuseppe is true. It is said that she goaded the tiger out of you, showing the truth of you to all the folk of Palmaris and to the Baron Tetrafel and his soldiers, thus banishing you from the city.
She goaded, or I allowed it.
The perceptive Sadia's face brightened knowingly.
I am still waiting for a reason.
I am not without talents.
She presented her lute.
You are offering me companionship after seeing that other side of who I am.
Perhaps I enjoy living dangerously.
What you do not understand, dear foolish bard, is that the were-tiger can come out on its own accord, and it does not discriminate between friend and foe, only between dinner and lunch.
Charming. And...
Sadia held up her lute.
Charming. I am not without skills, Marcalo Dionero, and not without magic. Perhaps I can help you.
And if you are wrong, the price would be your life.
And if I do not try, is the cost any less?
It was a good point, Dionero had to admit, for from Sadia's point of view, she and her fellows had tried to kill him, and certainly he would pay her back then and there, the same way he had paid back the other ruffians. But was that the case? Dionero honestly asked himself, for in truth he harbored no resentment toward this interesting woman. Indeed, so relieved was he at merely hearing another human voice that he could not begin to imagine purposely killing her. Of course, he knew that the were-tiger might have other ideas.
Your life is the stuff of epic song. And despite the actions of my former traveling companions, fools all and never friends of mine, I truly am a bard, or hope to be. Who better than Sadia, who has seen the wrath of your darker side, to write the Lay of Dionero?
Dionero's stare was less imposing then, for in truth, he did not know what he was thinking. Sadia had caught him off guard with every turn of the conversation. Why in the world would she want to remain anywhere near him? Was this just a ploy to save her life? To buy her some time? That, of course, seemed the most probable.
Leave. Go far, far away and compose your song.
Sadia stood there for a moment, then carefully placed her lute on the ground beside her. And Dionero saw that it was gem-encrusted, as he had expected when he had sensed the magic during the fight at Miklin's village.
I would prefer to stay.
Sadia came forward, placing a hand on the front of each of Dionero's strong shoulders, then bringing one to his cheek, gently. So gently. Dionero wanted to say something. He just didn't know any appropriate words at that moment. Sadia came even closer, her lips brushing his softly.
You fascinate me.
I should frighten you.
Sadia backed off just enough to show him her wistful smile.
Oh, you do. And nothing excites me more than danger.
She came at him again, forcefully, full of passion that bordered on anger. Their arms were rubbing all about each other's bodies, their legs entwining and bodies pressing. Sadia pulled him to the side, tripped him, and down the pair went in a passionate tumble. Marcalo Dianero had never known the love of a woman, both because of his standing among the brothers of St. Mirabel, and even more important, because giving in to such base emotions had always seemed to him an admission of weakness and a denial of discipline. He gave in then, though, wholly and with all his battered heart and soul. And it was not until that moment of completion, of complete release, that he understood the depth of the danger. For in that instant of ecstasy, the beast within him growled. The primal urges of the tiger found their release to the surface. Dianero leapt away from Sadia and shoved her back when she tried to pursue.
I warned you!
And then he fell back, angry, so angry, because he knew that he was about to slaughter this one too, thus throwing himself back into absolute solitude. He was becoming the were-tiger and could not stop it, and Sadia would die as all the others had died. Suddenly, Dianero heard the beautiful music, so soft, so sweet. Dianero opened his eyes and stared at Sadia, sitting cross-legged and naked, her lute in hand, gently brushing the strings. For a brief moment, he was Marcalo Dianero again, the man and not the beast. But no, he realized, Sadia's music alone could not deny the were-tiger once it had been roused. And then he knew no more, for the cat had won.
Yeah.
Sometime later, after feeding upon an unfortunate deer, Marcalo Dianero, cold and naked, walked back to the camp, expecting to find the gruesome remains of his latest human victim. Sadia sat by the fire, smiling at him.
How did...
Sit with me.
She lifted a blanket that she obviously meant to drape about his shoulders.
You owe me a bit of conversation, I guess. And then perhaps we can rouse the beast once more.
You should be dead.
Dianero did take a seat beside the amazing woman.
I already told you that I was not without a bit of magic.
She lifted her gem-encrusted lute.
Music to charm the wild beast, perhaps?
Dianero stared at her with a mixture of amazement and admiration. She was on the very edge of destruction here, facing the prospect of a terrible death, and yet there was no hesitance in her voice.
You are a far preferable companion than the last group, and a better lover than I have ever known. And I assure you that I am not without comparisons.
Dianero merely continued to stare.
And less dangerous than that last group.
The former monk's eyes widened at that remark.
'Tis true. There is that power within you indeed. But there remains within you as well a code of honor and discipline.
You cannot be certain that I will not destroy you.
That is the fun of it.
Dianero believed her, every word, and they made love again, and the tiger did not appear. They walked together the next day, talking easily, and with Marcalo Dianero admitting feelings and pains to Sadia that he had not before that time even admitted to himself.
Roger! Dainty, I knew you would be here!
Giuseppe rushed across the common room of Caertanella to Roger Lockless and wrapped him in a big hug, then moved to similarly embrace Stainsy. Giuseppe's smile did not hold, though, when she glanced behind the pair to see that the third expected arrival was apparently not with them.
Belster could not make the journey.
Is he ill? I will go to him straight away.
Not ill. He hurt his leg. He fares well and tried to make the journey, but we had to turn back. for the bouncing of the wagon was paining him greatly.
I will go to him.
I told him as much.
Roger's gaze went across the room to King Danube, sitting at the bar and chatting easily with another man whom Roger recognized as Duke Brotherford of the Mirianic.
And perhaps it would do you well to visit Elbrian's grave this season?
Giuseppe narrowed her gaze as she continued to eye Roger.
Has he asked you to wed him?
Ooh, me queen.
Giuseppe scowled at Dainsy, but it was feigned anger, and Dainsy knew it.
He has not.
But neither has he left yet.
Giuseppe glanced back over her shoulder at King Danube and merely shrugged, not denying the truth of that, and revealing her belief that King Danube did indeed intend to propose before he returned to the Southland.
And if he does, will Pony agree to become the queen of Hans the Bear?
No, Pony will never marry another, for I fear that Pony died when Elbrian died, not to be seen again.
Forgive me. But do tell me how Giuseppe will answer King Danube, should the proposal come. That is, if Giuseppe even knows.
She does not know. But after yet another summer beside him, I remain convinced that King Danube is a fine and honorable man, a worthy king.
But do you love him?
I enjoy his company greatly. I know that I feel better when he is beside me. So yes, Dainsy, I believe that I do.
Giuseppe didn't miss Roger's slight scowl at that, nor his sincere attempt to bite it back.
Not as I loved Elbrian. That love, the love that you two have found, I know that I will never find again. Nor in truth do I desire to find it again, unless it is in the existence beyond this mortal body with my Elbrian. But I suspect that I can be satisfied, nay, even more than that. I can be happy with the type of love that I believe I have found with King Danube. Will I agree to his proposal, should it come? I know not, because I will not know the truth of my feelings until that moment is upon me.
Roger was nodding, satisfied it seemed, and also smiling, as if he knew something that Giuseppe did not.
Hans the Bear will thrive under the reign of Queen Giuseppe.
This was exactly the way that Giuseppe had hoped her reunion with Roger and Dainsy would go, touching on the most serious of subjects with the intimate humor that only best friends might know. Asking the most important questions, but doing so in friendship with complete trust. How she had missed Roger's company for the last year. What Giuseppe had known for certain was that she would never have accepted King Danube's proposal without first speaking of it, should it come, with Roger and Dainsy. She glanced over her shoulder at the king again. No, Pony could never marry him, could never love him. But Giuseppe, perhaps. On a cold and windy autumn day, falling leaves filling the air with a dance that was both animated and somber, King Danube Brock Ursel, Baroness Giuseppe, Roger and Dainsy Lockless, Duke Brotherford, Abbot Brahman Hurd, Master Fio Baurai, and other dignitaries from Palmaris' secular and religious communities stood about the main room, the chapel, of the simple stone structure that had been erected in Caer Tenella, some 150 miles north of Palmaris. The dedication of the Chapel of Avalon Despris was well attended, given the season and the locale, with all of the folk of Caer Tenella and her sister town of Lansdowne, a small group that had come south from Dundalis and the other two towns of the Timberlands, and a smattering of common folk who had made the journey from Palmaris, clustered within and about the building. Still, for Giuseppe and Brahman Hurd, the number of people just didn't seem sufficient.
All the world should be here. How many thousands did he save?
Myself among them. Be sure that I'd have travelled all the way from the Weathered Isles to see this day.
Giuseppe looked at Dainsy and smiled warmly, believing every word. She had known Dainsy for years, since the woman had been Dainsy Aucombe, a seemingly hapless serving girl in the Fellowship Way. What a transformation the change in name had seemed to bring to the young woman. That and the trials of the Rosy Plague. No more was Dainsy a giddy young girl, wearing her heart like an open invitation for anyone to come along and wound. Now she was much more reserved and calm, thoughtful even. Life with Roger was suiting her very well. as that union was obviously suiting Roger well. Giuseppe had known Roger since he had first taken what was now his proper last name, Lockless. Such a young man he had been, a braggart and a bit of a fool, but with enough talent and that other intangible quality, charisma, that had made him valuable to Elbrine and Giuseppe during the aftermath of the Demon War, and had truly endeared him to them. As he had grown, Roger had taken back his true surname, Billingsbury, but as he had grown more, in the years after Elbrine's death, he had again taken the name of Lockless, this time formally. And how he had grown. And right before her eyes, Giuseppe realized, she could still remember the joy she had found on that day when she had first learned that Daisy and Roger, two of her best friends in all the world, were to be wed. And how she had missed them over these last months. Many times over the course of the summer, she had wandered toward Roger's usual room in Chasewind Manor, hoping to speak with him about her adventures with Danube, only to remember that he was not there for her this time. Indeed, Giuseppe was glad that they were with her now, and what might prove to be one of the most important seasons of her life. It was a day of many speeches and many cheers, a day both solemn and somber, and yet, like the leaves blowing about on the autumn wind outside, a day full of the dance of life. Former abbot and now Parson Browman led it off with a long recounting of his days at St. Mirabel, secretly following Master Joe Jonah, the one man at the parent abbey who had come to truly understand that Father Abbot Markwort had strayed from the path of righteousness, that Avalon Despris, branded a heretic, should be named a saint. Browman's voice broke many times during his long retelling, since the road to victory for those who now followed the teachings of Brother Avalon and Master Joe Jonah had not been without tragedy. Avalon was dead, consumed by the blast he had used to take down the demon Dactyl at Mount Ada, and Joe Jonah was dead, consumed by the fires lit by Father Abbot Markwort's fury. And Elbrine was dead, killed by the beast within Marcalo Dianero and the tainted spirit of Markwort in the great final battle of the Demon War.
How representative of the darkness that resided within the church was the beast that resided within Marcalo Dianero, a power that Brother Dianero thought he could use for the gain of the Abelican Church, but which, along the errant path he and Father Abbot Markwort had taken, came to consume so much that was beautiful in the world.
Brahman looked directly at Giuseppe as he spoke those words, and indeed, there were tears in her blue eyes. But she steeled her jaw and sniffed away the tears, and even managed a slight smile and nod to Browman to show her approval of his treatment of the tale.
And now I present Good Master Theo Baurai of St. Maribel.
Surely, to perceptive Giuseppe, the man seemed less at ease in this forum than did his predecessor. Master Baurai spoke quickly, and though his words concerning those days back at St. Maribel when Dalibert Markwort ruled the church were much the same as those of Parson Browman, to Giuseppe they seemed far less convincing. Master Baurai's heart was not in this ceremony, in this chapel, in the canonization of Avalon, or in anything else that was now happening within and about the Abelican Church. He was a survivor, not a believer, an opportunist, and a man too full of ambition. Giuseppe toned back her internal criticism, reminding herself that Baurai, whatever his motivations might be, seemed to be working on the same side as Browman. Perhaps his heart was less noble, but did that really matter if his actions were for the betterment of the church and the world?
And now it is my great honor to present the Honorable King Danube Brock Ursel, ruler of all Saint Hans the Bear.
King Danube moved to the forefront with just the sort of casual confidence that Giuseppe found so admirable. His was a confidence rooted in conviction, his ability to try and to risk failure or foolishness. Such was the way of his relationship with Giuseppe, and she knew it. With a snap of his fingers, King Danube could catch a wife from among virtually every unmarried woman in the kingdom, including a fair number of the talented and beautiful women in Ursel. Why then would he risk the embarrassment of so obviously pursuing a woman who was honestly hesitant about a relationship with him or with any other man? In some men, the motivation would have been simple pride, the desire to conquer the unconquerable, the challenge of the hunt. But that was not the case with Danube, Giuseppe was fairly certain. When she pushed him away, he did not respond with a telling urgency that less substantial men like Duke Targon Bree Callis would have displayed, with a sudden push to strengthen the relationship, and failing that, the abrupt anger and dismissal reflective of wounded pride. No, in the years of his gradual courtship, King Danube had accepted every rebuff in the spirit in which it had been given, had tried hard to accept Giuseppe's viewpoint and understand her feelings. Casual confidence was the way Giuseppe viewed that, King Danube's willingness to do his best and accept the outcome.
It was then I first came to know Elbrian and Giuseppe as my prisoners. Misguided by the twisted words of a twisted man, we thought them outlaws.
Giuseppe noted that Master Baurai flinched a bit at Danube's description of Markwart as a twisted man. Among the churchmen, Brauman had confided to her, it had been decided that the memory of Father Abbot Dalibert Markwart would be handled delicately and without judgment, at least for the foreseeable future. Yet here was King Danube making such a bold statement.
We learned the truth soon after that imprisonment. The truth of Elbrian the Nightbird, the truth of Avalyn Despris, and the truth of Giuseppe. And that truth was only bolstered and strengthened and made obvious to even the greatest skeptics when again this trio, Baroness Giuseppe, guided by the spirit of Nightbird to the site of Avalyn's second miracle, rescued all of us from the rosy plague. It is with great joy, then, that I am able to attend this ceremony dedicating a chapel to a man more deserving, perhaps, than any other in history, save Saint Abel himself. And that joy is only heightened when I look out and see that Baroness Giuseppe is here in attendance. And I beseech her now to come forward to tell us of her days with Avalyn, of the battle with the cursed demon Dactyl, of the first and second miracles at Mount Ada.
King Danube held his hand out toward her as he finished, motioning for her to come up beside him. The woman who was Pony did not want to go up there, did not want to share her memories of Nightbird or of Avalyn. The woman who was Giuseppe knew she had to go up there, had to tell the world the truth and reinforce the path of the present-day church and state. And so she did. She stood beside King Danube and told the story of her first meeting with Avalyn, when he was known as the Mad Friar, little more than a drunken brawler to the unobservant, but in truth, a man who had learned to see clearly the errant course of the Abelican Church and was trying, in any way he could find, to illuminate the people of the world. She told of the fighting in the wild timberlands against the demon's minions and of the arduous journey to Ada, to the lair of the beast. Then, careful not to offend the churchmen in attendance, though she knew that most of them agreed with her on this particular point, she told of the aftermath of the demon war, of Markwart's errant path, and finally of her journey back to Ada with Dainzy, to the mummified arm of Avalyn Despris, the site of the covenant and the miracle that had cured so many of the rosy plague. When she finished, she found that she was looking directly at Parson Brauman, and that he was smiling widely and nodding his approval. King Danube moved close beside her then and put his hand on her shoulder, which surprised her.
It is obvious to me now what must be done. With the dedication of this chapel of Avalyn and the acknowledgement of Brauman Hurd as parson, it would seem that St. Precious Abbey and the city of Palmaris are without their abbot. Thus, with the blessings of St. Mirabel, offered by Master Theo Baurai, and of St. Precious, offered by the former Abbot Brauman, I hereby decree that Giuseppe Winden will abandon her title of Baroness of Palmaris and will undertake the duties of bishop. I am the king. You cannot refuse.
Then what else might King Danube propose that Giuseppe cannot refuse?
Giuseppe turned back to the gathering and worked hard to keep her face devoid of any revealing emotions. Most of all at that moment she wanted to laugh aloud, for she felt as if she had surely won the little sparring match with King Danube at that time, a battle of surprises that she enjoyed. At the feast after the ceremony, Giuseppe found herself inundated with quiet questions from Brauman and Roger and Dainzy, all wanting to know what she had said to King Danube immediately after his pronouncement. To all of them, Giuseppe only smiled in response.
I want you to return to Ursel with me.
It was a rainy morning that heralded the beginning of Calember. With the turn of that month, the 11th of the year, Duke Brotherford had informed the king that the time was coming when River Palace should begin her southward sail.
Have I something to attend at court? It would not do for me to leave the city so soon after my appointment as bishop. What faith might the people hold in security and constancy if I am to run out even as I only begin my new duties?
Danube sat back and looked around him at the woman's new daytime quarters. Giuseppe had gone to St. Precious upon their return from Caertanella, believing that her new position would be better served if she utilized both of the traditional seats of church and state power. Since she would have been the only woman living at St. Precious, she had chosen to keep her bedchamber and private suite at Chasewind Manor, but by day she made the journey across Palmaris, pointedly without escort, to attend her duties at the abbey. Danube knew that she was right, though the people of Palmaris would no doubt cheer wildly at the prospect of Danube taking Giuseppe as his queen. After the celebration, the city would be left in a shaky position. But still, the man simply did not wish to wait any longer. He had to board River Palace within a couple of days and make his journey to Ursel. And what a long and empty journey it would be. What a long and empty winter it would be, if Giuseppe was not at his side.
Nothing at court. My reasons for asking you to come to Ursel are personal.
The truth of my situation here remains the same.
Oh, this is not one of my undeniable commands. You were bound by duty to the people to accept my appointment of you as Bishop of Palmaris. This is very different.
The king hesitated then, feeling vulnerable and excited and alive all at once, and tried hard to hold her stare, but found himself glancing to one side of the room and then the other. But then he was caught, suddenly and unexpectedly, by Giuseppe's gentle but strong hands, one on either side of his face, holding him steady and forcing him to look at her.
You will never know the answer until you ask the question.
Marry me?
Giuseppe let go of him and backed away, though her eyes did not waver from his.
Become the Queen of Haunts the Bear. What service might you give to the people?
Giuseppe stopped him by bringing a finger over his lips.
That is not why a woman should marry. One does not become the Queen of Haunts the Bear out of responsibility. Would you really wish for me to become your wife because of the opportunities it would offer me to better serve?
The king didn't answer, for he knew that he didn't have to. He just kept staring at her, kept tapping his fingers against his chin.
Or would you have me become your wife because you are a good and honorable and handsome man? A man I do love.
If you have any faith in me at all, then the questions are rhetorical.
Giuseppe moved Danube's hands down from his face with one hand, while her other went behind his head, pulling him to her for a gentle kiss.
Your proposal was not unexpected, and so my answer is no impulse, and nothing which I will later regret. I will become your wife first, the Queen of Haunts the Bear second.
King Danube fell over her in a great hug and put his head on her shoulder, mostly because he did not wish her to see the moisture that was suddenly rimming his eyes. Never had he known such joy, and never had Danube Ursel felt better about who he really was. All of his life had been a movement from privilege to greater privilege, surrounded by people who never dared refuse him anything. Not so this time, he knew without doubt. Giuseppe was no tamed woman, was bound by duty only in matters extraneous to her heart. She could have refused him, and given his understanding of the man who had once been her husband, he had expected her to, despite their obviously genuine friendship. How could anyone stand up to scrutiny next to Elbrian Wyndon, the Nightbird, the man who had saved the world twice, Elbrian the hero, the warrior, worshipped by the folk of Palmaris, and all the Northland? Danube could not begrudge Elbrian that love, for even Danube honestly admired the man, a respect that had only grown as he had learned more and more of Nightbird's exploits over the years of turmoil and battle.
I will not forsake the people of Palmaris at this time. I cannot journey to Ursel with you.
In the spring, then. I will begin the preparations for the wedding. Such a wedding as Haunts the Bear has never known.
Giuseppe smiled and nodded. a host of possibilities evident on her fair face.
I will dread every day of the winter, and will watch every hour as the season turns for the approach of your ship.
Sometime later, Giuseppe sat alone in her room at Chasewind Manor. Roger and Daisy had come calling, but she had begged that they wait for her downstairs, that she be given some time alone. For she had to digest the turns that fate had placed in her life's road this day, and had to think hard on her own responses in negotiating those turns. She had been generous to King Danube, she realized. Yes, she did on many levels love him, but his last words to her that day, his proclamation that he would dread every day of winter, resonated within her. Could she honestly say the same about her own feelings? Would she dread the long winter? And more important, would it seem all the longer to her because Danube would not be at her side? There were varying levels of love, Giuseppe supposed, and with a sigh she admitted to herself that she did not know the specific points of their boundaries. Did she love King Danube enough to be his wife? Enough to share his bed, to love him and to make love to him as she had done with Elbrian? She had given herself wholly to Elbrian in body and soul, had let him see her completely naked, physically and emotionally. She had trusted him at her most vulnerable, implicitly, joyously. Could she be that same wife to King Danube? Did she have to be?
But the source of my strength is my health. It is the practice of the dance that hones both muscle and mind.
Adrian sat in the darkness beneath the big elm in Anderblock Innis. He had come to Oracle angry this day, for he had been scolded yet again by Lady Dasselrond and her seemingly endless stream of critics, with nearly every one of the Tuelofar chiming in at the sparring match earlier that day to tell Adrian everything he was doing wrong, with not a word of criticism to Toyan Mealway, his opponent.
Because Toyan Mealway was perfect.
Adrian recalled the image of the perfect and perfectly unconscious elf lying on the ground at his feet.
Yes, every one of my moves was obviously flawed, and my beaten opponent was perfect.
The shape in the mirror did not respond, of course, and that served as a calming influence on Adrian, forced him to pause and consider the source of his ire. That, in turn, drew him back to the other truth of that source, that his accomplishments with the sword and the gemstones were not solely the result of heredity. The Tuelofar had given him great gifts. He could deny that in his frequent outbursts and angry tirades, but he could not ignore it in here at Oracle, in this place of bared thoughts and emotions.
I wish to be done with their gifts. Like Bryn Dariel, I wish to be out on the open road where I'm master of my own movements.
Adrian expected resistance to the notion, as he had found every time before, a nagging at his mind that told him he was not yet ready, that Lady Dasselrond and her minions had much more to teach him that would be valuable. On all of those previous occasions, this typical pause after his heartfelt rant had brought more contemplation than mere pragmatism, had brought a sense that Adrian would benefit in more ways than physical from his time with the Tuelofar, however long that may be. Perhaps he would come to accept the reality of his human condition, that he would die long before Dasselrond and the others, though most of them had already been alive for centuries. That was the typical result of this typical pause, and Adrian waited for the simple logic to wash over him yet again. But he found himself thinking in different directions. He found himself wondering even more eagerly about how he might fare on the open road. He wanted to see other people, other humans. He wanted to see Bryn again. How badly he wished that he might talk to her again. Or absent that, he wanted to see other young women and talk to them and touch their soft skin. The thoughts continued to grow, to expand. Adrian was superior to most of the skilled Tuelofar, perhaps all of them. Though they, every one, had trained in the sword dance for decades, how might he fare among the much shorter-lived humans? And they were out there, he knew. Hundreds of them, thousands of them, tens of thousands. Soon enough, he believed, he could walk among them with their highest regards. Could any man defeat him in combat? Could any man power the gemstones more strongly than he? It was a bet that young Adrian would be eager to take. He sat back and relaxed, staring at the mirror with a knowing smirk on his face. But then suddenly, he came to realize that he understood less than he thought. Whether an impartation from the shadowy figure in the mirror or a sudden insight of his own, he could not know. But Adrian came to realize that he was allowing himself minuscule dreams that paled beside the truth of who he was, or at least of who he could be.
Walk among them? Nay.
It was a moment of epiphany. He would never truly walk among his people. He was not born to walk among them, but to tower over them. This power, with sword and with stone, could not be truly appreciated using other frail humans as his measuring rod.
I am special. Blood of hero. Trained to...
For all his life he had figured that he was being trained to serve as a ranger, and perhaps that would be a stepping stone along the way. But no, there was much more involved here, for he would be no simple ranger. His strength went far beyond that. He understood that now, suddenly and very clearly. Whatever the elves were training him for seemed perfectly irrelevant, for the truth of Adrian was that he had been born not to serve, but to rule.
To dominate.
The prospect of a showdown with Lady Dasselrond, of striking out on his own, suddenly seemed far less scary and far more intriguing.
He spends far too much time in there.
Lady Dasselrond spoke to Toel, the two of them standing in the small meadow, looking at the tree under which Adrian had again gone to Oracle.
We wanted him to learn Oracle. It is his tie to the past, the great and noble tradition of his family. Surely Elbrian and Mather speak to him.
I had believed that Oracle would temper young Adrian. I had believed that the spirit of Nightbird might calm the boy and teach him some humility.
All boast.
The spirit of Nightbird will win out in the end.
Despite her claim, Lady Dasselrond wasn't so certain of that anymore. The longer Adrian remained at Oracle, the more surly he was when he climbed out. As far as any lasting effects his conversations with his father and his soul might be having upon him, Dasselrond hadn't noticed any. He was still a strong-willed, stubborn, arrogant young man. If anything, those negative and very dangerous traits had only become more evident during the previous weeks. He was a young man without true companionship, the lady forced herself to consider. A man who had lost more than his best friend, who had lost his only friend. Although, as much as Dasselrond could sincerely remind herself of those troubling truths, she found that she could muster little sympathy for the boy. He tried her patience with his every word, and while she still believed that he might prove the solution to the troubles of Vanderblock Innis, she still wanted him to be gone from her homeland. Or even worse. Only the blackened scar of Bestis Bolzabar, the constant reminder of why she had gone to the trouble of rescuing the dying baby from Giuseppe's womb, allowed her to hold to her course concerning Adrian. Even still, Dasselrond's patience was wearing very, very thin.
We must believe in the boy and his pure bloodline.
The gemstones! They're gone, everyone!
The pair turned to see Toyin Mealway, the same elf that Adrian had bested on the sparring field that morning, running towards them.
Gone? Yes, milady. The gemstone pouch is missing. I thought perhaps that you had taken.
Not I.
Lady Dasselrond narrowed her golden eyes and turned in the general direction of Adrian's place of oracle. She was the lady of Caer-Alfar, possessed of the magical emerald that was so tied to the land, and she would have known if any strangers had ventured in. She knew, too, that none of her disciplined people would take the pouch without first consulting her, and so that left a very simple solution to the puzzle quite evident.
Adrian?
Dasselrond steeled her gaze and tried to decide if this time, perhaps, the young would-be ranger, the young would-be savior, had gone too far.
You are not my father.
The stream of thoughts continued to flow into Adrian, or perhaps through him. He could not really be certain how Oracle truly worked. All of those thoughts continued to point his nose away from the Elven Valley, continued to prod him to go out into the wider world, despite any consequence such an action might bring about by angering Lady Dasselrond.
Nightbird would never so guide me away from the Tuel-Alfar. And did you not guide me in the opposite manner only a few weeks ago? Who are you, ghost? Inconsistent in nature, or two ghosts, perhaps?
The shadowy form shifted along the mirror glass, and behind it came an image that had Adrian leaning forward eagerly, a view of buildings, houses, but unlike anything he had seen here in Caer-Alfar, much larger structures, including one with soaring towers and gigantic multicolored windows. All the images he had ever seen in the mirror previously had been merely shadows, shades of gray in a dim light. Adrian leaned even further forward, squinting. A notion came over him to bring up some light then, and so he reached into his pocket and pulled forth some gems.
I cannot tell them apart in this accursed darkness!
Do not look at the stones. Feel their power. Use your inner strength to tell them apart.
Adrian's smile widened, but he stopped short and looked at the shadowy image in the mirror. He knew much of Nightbird, of course, and knew too that his father had never gained any real proficiency in the use of gemstones, and yet that suggestion, along with more subtle instructions to him of how he might accomplish the task, seemed to imply a deep understanding of the magical stones.
Who are you, ghost?
No answer. And Adrian didn't press the point. He changed his focus from the mirror to the gemstones, closing his eyes and merely feeling each stone, talking to each stone, and more important, listening to each. In a few seconds, he held only 2 stones.
Crispiculcanthus clavius.
He felt a cool tingling about his skin as his fire shield came up. Then he reached into his second stone, which he knew to be ruby.
Incendia visum!
A small flame sprung forth, just enough to light the darkness. The shadowy image went away immediately, but Adrian still saw a glimpse of a great human city within the depths of that glass. Only for a moment, though. Only until his eyes began to adjust to the new light. Then all he saw was the gleam of his magical candle, and his own puzzled expression as he stood there, staring into an empty mirror.
No!
He rose too fast and smacked his head on an exposed root.
Blasted cave!
Adrian grabbed his precious mirror, pulling it close, then smacked his head again as he stood up. Before he even realized what he was doing, young Adrian lifted his hand and Ruby up to the cluster of roots of the base of the tree above him. Lady Dasselrond and an entourage of 2 others trotted easily through the forest, sometimes leaping and fluttering their delicate wings to climb to and about the lower boughs, sometimes running along the ground with a gait that seemed more a dance than a run, more a celebration of life than a means of travel, for that was the way with the Tuel-Elfar. A simple appreciation of life and beauty, a joining that was complete with their enchanted land. The Rangers of Corona understood that truth, but few others ever could. For the other truth about the Tuel-Elfar was an attitude of absolute superiority over every other race, a belief that they alone were the chosen race. Only the elven-trained Rangers even came close to measuring up beside one of the people, as far as the elves were concerned. For Rangers in training who did not measure up to the standards imposed by Lady Dasselrond, the consequences could be dire. Dasselrond thought of this now as she made her way through the forest, after confirming her suspicions that young Adrian had taken the pouch of gemstones without her permission. Perhaps it was time for the training to cease, for her to admit failure, for her to seek other avenues for removing the stain of Bestis Bolzabar from the fair Elven Valley. The group approached the tree beneath which young Adrian was still at Oracle. Others were around the area.
All of you, keep a watchful eye. I fear trouble is afoot.
No warning in the world could have prepared any of the elves for the catastrophe that was Adrian. So intent on the tree, Lady Dasselrond saw it first, a rising glow of orange speckling up the trunk behind the thinner areas of bark. The Lady of Caer-Elfar stopped abruptly on a low branch some distance away, and those running with her took the cue and similarly stopped. She felt it then. They all did. A tingling of mounting energy, of sheer mounting power. The elves usually welcomed the powers of the universe, but this energy, Dasselrond knew, was not akin to that which she often summoned through her mighty emerald, though the source of both was surely a gemstone. No, this energy had a different quality altogether, was wrought of anger. The orange glow climbed and climbed, running out along the branches. Only then did Lady Dasselrond notice that one of her kin, Brisendal, was in that very tree, standing on a higher branch and appearing absolutely confused.
Leap, Brisendal! Leap now, quickly!
A massive fireball engulfed the tree, angry orange leaping into the nighttime sky with such intensity and ferocity that the faces of those elves closest to the conflagration turned bright red from the heat and the flash.
Brisendal!
Lady Dasselrond watched helplessly as Brisendel fell out of that blaze, her delicate wings trailing fire. She tried to flap those wings, tried to slow her descent, but she could not, and she hit the ground hard. Many elves moved toward her, so did Dasselrond, but she stopped herself and realized what she must do. She brought out her emerald and reached into its magical depths with all her heart and strength, calling to the magic, begging the magic to come to the aid of Brisendel and Anderblock Inninus. Dark clouds rushed together overhead, their bottoms reflecting the bright orange in washes and lines of color. Lady Dasselrond reached deeper into the gemstone, trying to harness even more of the great gem's magic. Even as the bluish glowing form of Adrian crawled out of the hole at the bottom of the tree, the downpour began, a thick and drenching rain. Adrian staggered away, looking back at what he had done. And for a moment, Lady Dasselrond hoped that perhaps this dramatic lesson would finally exact the change so necessary within the boy. A fleeting moment, though, for Dasselrond saw into Adrian's heart at that moment, as reflected in his eyes. He was shocked indeed, but there glowed pride there, beyond any thought of remorse. Dasselrond's lips grew very thin, and as if another of the two Elfar had read her every thought, an arrow zipped across the small field to strike Adrian in the leg. The young man turned to see Brisendel lying on the ground, two others beside her, batting out the flames and trying to tend to her. Now his expression became one of horror, but not, Dasselrond recognized, horror for what he had done. Rather, this one was horrified by the potential consequences to him from what he had done. Another elvish arrow soared through the night air, but Adrian was ready this time, and he managed to dive aside, then started to run off, limping from the wound in his leg.
No more! I will punish young Adrian!
You do not need them anymore. They were coming to expel you for taking the gemstones. You've outgrown them, and that frightens them.
Adrian didn't know how to answer that voice, and couldn't take the time to consider it anyway. All he understood was that the elves were after him, and given the fact that he had a small arrow stuck into his thigh, he didn't think that they'd be in any mood to discuss his actions. He scrambled and he ran. He tripped over a root and fell headlong. Adrian clutched at the leg with one hand and went for his gemstones, for the healing hematite with the other. He wanted to stop the pain, of course, but more than that, he realized he had to get out of there.
Calm yourself now. Pull forth the magic of the malachite, then use the lodestone to flee.
Confuto prolabor!
A moment later, Adrian felt himself growing lighter, rising off the ground, floating within the levitational power of the malachite. Then he reached out with a lodestone, feeling the emanations of all the metals in the area. He looked out farther, beyond the forest, to the rocky peaks of the mountains that encompassed the Elven Valley. He sensed metal there somewhere, nowhere specific, but far beyond Anderblock Inninus.
Advalare, Citatus, Magnus!
Then he was flying through the trees, and then above the trees, his weightless form spirited away by the magnetic pull of the gemstone. He never found the exact focus of that pull, for his energy began to wane long before he reached it. But he was out of the valley at least, for the first time since his infancy, up high on the side of a rocky mountain, with a cold wind blowing about him and snow speckling the ground beneath him. He let go the powers of the lodestone first, and then as he slowed, he gradually diminished the malachite, setting himself down gently in the snow. The cold felt good against his wound, but he went immediately for the hematite, sensing its healing powers. He pressed the stone against his wound and fell within the swirling gray depths, embracing the magic. Sometime during that trance, and hardly aware of the movement, Adrian yanked the arrow out of his leg. And sometime after that, the young man regained full consciousness, let the magical powers drift away, and let himself drift out of their enthralling hold. It was still before the dawn, and the downpour had spread throughout the region. He could see the Elven Valley looming dark below him, his fire obviously extinguished. Adrian lay back, cold and soaked and still in pain, and more than that, confused, and more frightened than he had ever been. Those feelings only intensified a few moments later, when the ground before Adrian seemed to stretch weirdly and then contracted suddenly, a distortion of distance itself. Lady Dasselrond rode that distortion. She stood before Adrian, towering over the prone young man.
I did not mean...
But it became obvious to Adrian that Dasselrond wasn't listening to him. She stood there, seeming tall and terrible, with her arm extended, the emerald glowing green in the night, too bright to be any reflected moonlight. Vines crawled up out of the ground below him, enwrapping him, tightening about him, twining with each other. And then, when they had fully secured him, they began to recede to their subterranean domain, pressing the breath from Adrian's body. He brought up his serpentine fire shield, brought up the fire of the ruby.
Fatus! Draconis Incendium!
The sudden and violent burst of flame disintegrated many of those grabbing vines and lessened the grip of the others.
Thundermandial!
Lady Dasselrond was struck by a bolt of lightning. The vines let go, and Adrian jumped up to his feet, facing the Lady of Caer-Far.
You disgrace your father! You bring dishonor to your name and tragedy to those who brought you in to care for you.
It was an accident!
It was the logical conclusion to your reckless course, the inevitable result of who you are, Adrian Windon, and the proof that you are no ranger and never shall be one.
I will leave.
You will give me the gemstones.
Adrian instinctively recoiled, and when he looked more deeply into the Lady of Caer-Far's eyes, he understood the source of his trepidation, for she was not going to let him walk away. He knew then, without doubt, she was going to take the gemstones and kill him then and there. Adrian brought forth the power of the hematite again, the soul stone, not for healing this time, but to send his iron will rushing out to crash against the resolve of Lady Dasselrond. And there, in the spiritual realm of the hematite, the two did battle. Their wills manifesting themselves as shadowy creatures, engaging each other viciously. And there, on a mountainside outside Anderblock-Inanis, Adrian Windon, the son of Elbrine and Gilseppany, the bastard child of the demon Dactyl, manifested through Father Abbot Dalibert Markwort, overwhelmed Lady Dasselrond of Caer-Far, brought the great lady, one of the most powerful creatures in all the world, to her knees before him. He could have killed her then, could have simply snapped her willpower and forced her spirit to forever evacuate her body. He almost did it, in part out of his need to defend himself, in part because of his frustration, in part because of his fear, and in part because he hated the elves and was jealous of them and their long lifespans, immeasurably long by the reckoning of human beings, who might have 20 generations pass in the time of one elven life. He could have killed her, but he did not. Rather, he let her go, and she stumbled backward, as if his will alone had been holding her up.
Go away!
The gemstones!
Go away! They are mine! Passed down for my people by your own admission.
You are no ranger!
I am no plaything for Dasselrond's amusement! But I have these.
He pulled the handful of gemstones from his pocket.
And I have my own people out there. And I am keeping the mirror.
This is not over.
Lady Dasselrond reached into her gemstone again, distorting and compressing the landscape behind her, then riding its reversion to put herself far, far from Adrian Windon. Adrian stood there, trembling from rage and from fear. A few moments later, he looked around at the wide world he had just entered, and suddenly it seemed to him much wider than he ever could have imagined.
Where am I to go?
He was cold and he was alone. And the life he had known had just abruptly ended. And he couldn't begin to fathom the truth of the life he had just entered. Lady Dasselron stood in Enderblock Innis, beside the group who continued to tend the injured Briesendal. She would survive, thankfully, but never again would she know the beauty of elvish wings. Dasselron wasn't really paying much attention at that moment to her younger friend's plight. Too concerned was she over the escape of Adrian Winden. She felt his power again, and keenly, something as great and as misguided as anything she, who had battled the demon Dactyl, had ever known. A shudder coursed the elf's spine as she considered the part she had played in the creation of this monster, this magnificent and truly terrible warrior.
They taught me to fight better than any man alive. They taught me to view the world philosophically and spiritually, to question and learn. They taught me to appreciate the simple beauty of things, the way that every aspect of nature complements every other. They gave me so many profound gifts. I cannot deny this. And yet, I hate them with all my heart and soul. Were I to raise an army tomorrow, I would turn it upon Enderblock Innis and raise the valley. I would see Lady Dasselron and every one of her taunting kin dead in the grass. In truth, I am frightened by my own level of anger toward them. I remember once overhearing Belamar Jaraviel and Toel Dahlia speaking of their respective trainees. Belamar was explaining the latest test they had devised for Bryn Dariel, a challenge of tracking, and was saying that he and Dasselrond had devised a series of tests, each one more difficult than the previous, until she reached a level of trial that she simply could not pass. Only then could they truly judge her potential, and only then could she truly understand her limitations. That made sense to me, for I, still young in my power with the gemstones, have already come to understand that the greatest asset of a warrior, the thing that will keep a warrior alive, is the ability to understand his limitations, the wisdom not to overstep those bounds. A warrior has to choose right every time he picks a fight, or else he is no more than a dead warrior. I appreciated the Tuel Alfar and their techniques at that moment, for their honesty and integrity, for their high expectations of each of us. They would bring us to the level where we could honestly and without self-doubt take the title of Ranger, or Bryn could at least. For then Toel, my mentor, had explained to Belamar Jaraviel the course that Lady Dasselrond had set out for me. A regimen of trial after trial, and with the expectation, nay, the demand, that I would not fail any of the challenges. I could not fail, as Toel explained, for I had to be the perfection of form as a ranger. I should have been flattered. In retrospect, I am surprised that I, though only a dozen years of age at the time, recognized the horrible truth of that statement for what it was. I expected Belamar Jaraviel as close to a friend as I had among the Tuel Alfar, which says little, I admit, to recoil from such a suggestion as that, to tell Toel that he would go straight off to speak to Lady Dasselrond. Instead, he said, Twecken Dimarity Vilvin Plecer Alfar. I can hear the resonance of those words in my head now, these years later, more clearly than I heard them that long ago day. Twecken Dimarity Vilvin Plecer Alfar. It is an old elvish saying, and the Tuel Alfar seem to possess a limitless number of those, which has no literal translation into the common tongue of men, but is something akin to reaching high into the starry canopy. For the elves, the saying refers to the joy of their eventide dance, when they leap and stretch and try to enter the spiritual realm of the stars themselves, shedding their earthbound forms and soaring into the heavens above. Or, in a less literal usage, the saying refers to the high expectations placed upon someone. When Belamar Jaraviel spoke those words concerning me, he was saying that he fully expected that I would live up to the demands that Lady Dasselrond had imposed upon me. It was a compliment, I suppose. But as the months of trial moved along, Belamar's words became a heavy weight wrapped about my neck. The Tuel Alfar would take care not to limit me by setting their expectations too low. But might they be limiting as well by setting their expectations and not hopes, too high? If they ask of me perfection of form, of body, of mind, and most important of spirit, are those expectations potentially translated into a most profound sense of failure should I not attain the desired level and immediately? And as important, are those expectations indelibly embedded in the minds of the elders? Would Lady Dasselrond have offered more room for discretion if she was not absorbed by this need that I become the epitome of a ranger, the symbol of perfection in human form as defined by the elves? She did not say to me upon our parting that I could not become that very best of rangers, but that I could never become a ranger at all. Her disappointment, I think, sent her flying into a world of absolutes, where nothing but the best could suffice. Thus, the fact that I disappointed her on the highest level of expectations translated into a shattering of all her hopes and expectations at every level. I could not be her epitome of a ranger. Thus, I could not be a ranger at all in her eyes. Oh, how I hate her and all of her superior-minded folk. How I long, more than anything else in all the world, to show her the truth of Adrian. To not only become a ranger, as she claims I cannot, but to become the best of rangers. The stuff of legend. Let them sing of Adrian in lyrics more reverent than those to Tyrannon Denonial, and in terms more reverent than those now reserved for my own father, Elbrian the Nightbird. When I have reached that pinnacle, I will visit Lady Dasselrond again, I think, to stand over her valley and let them know the truth. I will force from her an admission that she was wrong about me, that not only am I worthy, but that I am most worthy. These are my revelations, as shown to me by the guiding force of Oracle. This is my dream, the force within me that carries me on now from day to day.
Adrian sat on the side of the hill, expertly hidden in the shadows of the trees, and as quiet as those shadows, watching them at their work. Two women, human women, and a young man of about his own age knelt by a small stream, washing clothes, and they were talking. And how good it was to hear human voices. Even if he could hardly understand a word they said, Adrian felt more at home here than he had for years in the foreign land of Anderblock Inniness. For indeed, he knew now, sitting there and looking at the people, that the elven land was, and would forever be, foreign to him. To be truly at home in Anderblock Inniness, Adrian had come to understand, one had to be possessed of an elven viewpoint, and that was something that he, with barely a tenth the expected lifespan of an elf, could never have. So now here he was, someplace far to the east of the Elven Valley, lurking near a small farm town. There were hunters in the town as well, he knew, for he had shadowed them on several excursions through the nearby forest. How clumsy they seemed to him, and how loud. In watching them, plodding along the paths, oblivious of prey barely 15 strides away, and scaring off more game than they could possibly have carried back, Adrian could almost understand Lady Dasselrond's disdain for humans. More than that, though, the young man was quite pleased to see the bumbling hunters at work, for their ineptness made him more confident that he could make a great name for himself here, much as Bryn would likely do in the southern kingdoms of Togai and Baron. He had come here this morning with the hopes of making his first contact with these people, with Aline, the oldest of the women, and perhaps with Kasich, the young man, for both were out here every day. Unfortunately, old Dania had come out this morning as well, with her hawkish, hooked nose and foul temper. He had seen her here a few times, and never once had she showed the hint of a smile. Never once had she spent more than a quarter of an hour without yelling at Kasich. Adrian sat and watched, having no intention of going anywhere near Dania. Sometime later, he was about to give up and wander back into the forest, and was in truth feeling more than a little relief that circumstance had brought him a reprieve, when the old woman unexpectedly departed, leaving Aline and Kasich alone. Adrian was out of excuses. As nervous as he had ever been in his young life, he rose to his feet. Then, before he could begin to second-guess himself, he walked down the side of the hill, out from under the trees.
Hi there!
Kasich saw him first. Then, as if it suddenly registered with the young man that Adrian was no one of the village, was no one that he knew, Kasich's face screwed up curiously, and, his gaze never leaving Adrian, he reached out to the side and tapped Aline on the shoulder.
Mums, you best look over here!
With his limited understanding of the language, Adrian could hardly pick out the words through the dialect. He kept approaching slowly, and without making any movements that could be construed as threatening.
Who are ye?
Kasich took a defensive stance as Adrian neared the opposite bank of the stream. He glanced around and spotted a large stick, then picked it up.
And what do you want?
Adrian's perplexed look was genuine. He held up his hands and stopped.
Adrian, Nitul. I am Adrian with Adrian.
He almost said his surname, but bit it back, realizing that if his father was nearly as important as the Tuel Elfar had indicated, then the name would be recognized. And that, for some reason that Adrian had not yet sorted out, the young man did not want.
He ain't no bandit, he ain't. Who are you then, boy? And what's bringed you all the way out here? Your family's coming to Festool?
I am Adrian.
Where do you come from?
Adrian smiled and looked back over his shoulder, opposite the rising sun, then looked back at Aline.
From the west? Ah, ain't nothing out in the west. Just a few of them hunting towns.
He is a bandit.
Then he's a damn bad one. Come here, boy.
Adrian crossed the stream and stood near Aline. Kasich stared at him hard, silently challenging. But Adrian, so desperate to find some companionship, at least knew better than to return that stare. If he did, if he engaged in some kind of a duel with Kasich, it might soon become explosive, and he figured that he'd have a hard time being welcomed in the town after that battle, especially by Kasich's grieving parents.
Where's your family?
Dead. No more.
Oh, where you been living then?
Trees.
Ain't for speaking much, is he?
I'm thinking he's not catching our meanings. Well, whatever's your trouble, boy, ye come back with me, and I'll get you a fine meal and a warm bed at least.
Aline pushed him along the trail heading back to the village.
Now go along now.
Aline lingered a moment with Kasich.
Bandit.
Oh, and better for us if we got him under our eye now, if he is.
Adrian heard every word and understood most. He only smiled again, feeling very much like he had just found a home. The reaction from the rest of the villagers ranged from apprehensive to warm, except for Dania, who insisted that the strange young man be put right out. His sudden, unexpected, and still unexplained appearance caused quite a stir, of course, and later on that day, Adrian found himself sitting at a table with many of the village leaders, tough men and women all. They grilled him all through the afternoon and far into the evening, and whenever he couldn't understand a question, they rephrased it, searching for an answer. Most of all, they wanted to know where he had come from.
Tolwyn.
That was the elven word for west. They all looked around at one another, their expressions puzzled.
Tolwyn. Yeah, Tolwyn. Hunting camp. Yeah, I heard of Tolwyn.
Adrian looked at the man curiously, but didn't try to correct him. The first thing he had to do, he realized, was gain a stronger command of the language, and he had an idea of how he might do that. They put him up in one of the small rooms above the town's common room, the only building in the small community that had 2 stories. It also had, Adrian quickly discovered when he followed Rumpar the tavern keeper to fetch his dinner, a small cool cellar to help keep the food fresh. Adrian was back at the cellar before dawn, propping open the outside trapdoor and crawling down into the musty room. He used one of the gemstones, a diamond, to bring up a soft light, but as soon as he had himself situated, his mirror placed on a shelf along the opposite wall, he dismissed the magical glow and let his eyes adjust to the early morning light. Sure enough, the shadowy figure was waiting for him in the mirror, and it seemed to recognize his needs immediately. When he emerged from the cellar soon after the sun climbed over the eastern horizon, Adrian felt more confident about his ability to understand both the language and the dialect of the people of Festool. He spent that day in the company of many of the village leaders, being questioned again about where he had come from, this mysterious town of Tolwyn, and about what had happened to his family. Throughout it all, Adrian remained vague and even cryptic, following their leads. After some time, and fearing that he might slip up as he became more and more tired, the young man had an idea. He put his hand in his pocket, feeling about for the cool, smooth hematite, the soul stone. He established a magical connection almost immediately, then reached out with his thoughts into the mind of one of the village leaders, a woman who customarily led the hunts out of town. Inside her thoughts, Adrian listened carefully. She believed that he was from some town named Tolwyn, and of course had no idea that Tolwyn was the Elvish word for west. Furthermore, the woman had a picture of Tolwyn town in her head, one that Adrian easily extracted and then repeated for the interrogating panel. The young man watched in amusement as the woman's head nodded with satisfaction at each detail he offered. After using the mind-searching to confirm their thoughts of him, Adrian left the room that night in the good graces of every one of Festertool's leaders. He had passed the test and was accepted fully. They now put him up with Aline, who was a widow, and Kasich, who Adrian learned was her only living child. Kasich was given the task of teaching the newcomer his duties, mostly simple manual labor, like washing things in the stream and dividing the firewood among the village houses, which Kasich was delighted to do, for he was promised that once Adrian could take over his former duties, he would assume more important chores, like herding animals and fending away wolves from the outer fields. Adrian too went at his tasks eagerly, determined to settle in here and learn all that he could about these people as quickly as possible. Every dusk and every dawn, the young man went back to Oracle, and each time the shadowy figure was waiting for him in the mirror to teach him more and more. Within 2 weeks, he was speaking the language as well as the people who had grown up with it, and he had learned as well to use his soul stone to read the thoughts of anyone speaking to him, using them as a guide to help him understand the words. Within 2 weeks after that, though, young Adrian was beginning to get a little restless and bored. He cleaned clothes, he cooked, and he carried wood. These were his basic chores, the ones that earned him his food and shelter. If he wanted more than that, wanted a little coin with which to buy anything from the traders' caravans that often came through Festertool, he had to work at night for Rumpar in the tavern common room. That was not only where Adrian could earn money, but also where he enjoyed himself the most. For there in the evenings, with the drinking, the tales began. There Adrian began to learn more about his heritage, about the society he had just entered, and its history.
Here now, boy. Are you meaning to spend the whole of the night standing there talking?
Rumpar spoke to him one night as Adrian stood transfixed near one table of boisterous men, one of whom was recounting his perilous adventures along the road during his journey to the Barbican to enter the Covenant of Avalon. Adrian heard a familiar name in that story, Nightbird, and heard another name mentioned repeatedly, Gilseppany, which at that time meant nothing to him. Later that night, after all but a handful of Rumpar's closest friends had left the tavern, and those few had joined him in a private back room, far from being angry at having to remain so late, Adrian relished the time with Rumpar's colorful group of friends, 4 middle-aged men full of tales of battle and adventure. All had fought in the Demon War, so they said, and all had killed many goblins. The room itself was a testament to that war, decked with strange souvenirs, including a jagged dagger, a small, seemingly misshapen helm, and a meticulously maintained sword hanging over the mantel.
Oh, Rumpar, he saw the most fighting. Fought in the king's army, he did. The kingsman.
But they should have put him in the All Hearts.
Don't listen to the fools, me boys. They're given to telling stories when they had but a touch of the drink.
Adrian studied Rumpar closely, scrutinized the look in his eyes, and discerned somehow, through some instinct that he didn't quite understand, that there might be more bluster than truth to this tale.
I did what was demanded for country and crown. Little pride I'm taking in having to fight the beasts or in the many I killed.
Every word of that last sentence was a lie, Adrian realized. The man puffed with pride. That much was obvious from his tone, his expression, and from the gleam in his eyes. Also, the condition of the sword marked it as Rumpar's most prized possession, with not a hint of rust about it.
Goblin blood stained that blade. Aye, and that blood of them powery dwarfs too.
Despite the fact that he didn't believe Rumpar, Adrian found himself transfixed by the image of the sword, and by his own envisioning of its gleaming blade slashing in the morning light, driving across the chest of some horrid monster, spraying the red bloody mist as it cut. It was no elven blade, certainly, much cruder and ill-fashioned, but it held the young man's interest. Adrian had survived his time in the wilderness after he had left Enderblock Innis by using his wits, his ability to hide, and on the 2 occasions it had been necessary, his magical gemstones. Despite the overwhelming power of those gemstones, something about the sword, this sword, any sword, touched Adrian at a deeper level. The gemstone power was a gift, one that set him above his potential enemies, but mastery of a sword was an earned power, one that matched him, muscle and thought, against an enemy. Hardly thinking of the movement, Adrian found his hand drifting toward the hilt of the blade.
Here now! Don't ye be touching it!
Adrian recoiled immediately, his hand coming back to his side. He turned to face the man.
Probably hurt himself.
And get your finger marks all over the blade?
Adrian held back his smirk. If only they knew. This was not the time to push the issue, he recognized, and so he stepped away from the mantel obediently. He went about his duties for the rest of the night. Though the men all indulged a bit too much in drink, and he believed that he could likely take down the sword and study it without being noticed, he exercised some of the patience that the Tuel Alfar had taught him, realizing that he would soon enough find a better opportunity to handle the blade. Rumpar and his close friends met again a few nights later, and then again soon after, and each time Adrian was asked to attend them. That confirmed to him that he had chosen right in exercising patience, in not taking any chances of angering Rumpar. In those subsequent gatherings, he kept away from the sword, though he glanced at it strategically, to get Rumpar and his buddies talking about the demon war, and at the same time gleaning more information about his human heritage, about the folk of the region, and even about his legendary father from the tales. Settling into the routines of the village fully, his command of the language grew daily. Another couple of weeks slipped past before Festertool and Adrian faced their first real crisis. It wasn't much of a threat, really, starting merely as a report from some children who had gone out fishing that the river was running very low. For Adrian, who knew so well the ways of nature, it wasn't much of a mystery. The rain had been steady over the last few weeks, and on his journey to Festertool, he had seen the snow-capped mountains. Eliminating drought from the equation made it obvious to him why the stream was running thin. He went out, even as the villagers began discussing the issue, backtracking the stream to the expected beaver dam. 2 strikes of lightning from his graphite had the river running again. And soon after, he returned to Festertool with 2 beaver pelts in hand, even as the first scouting party was heading out for the stream. It was Adrian's first taste of applause from his own people, and though it was for a rather minor feat, and certainly nothing heroic, he found that he enjoyed the attention immensely. So much so that as all talk of his exploits fast faded over the next couple of days, Adrian found himself searching for some other way to bring his name back to the forefront. He was in the back room with Rumpar and his friends a few nights later, the older men indulging in drink and Adrian sitting quietly and listening again to their overblown tales of wartime heroics. His thoughts drifted out of the conversation, going to the sword, and then soon enough, he found himself drifting toward the sword physically as well. This time no one noticed as Adrian grabbed hold of the hilt and lifted the weapon from its perch, bringing it easily down in front of him.
Here now!
Don't hurt yourself with it, boy!
You put it back!
I was just testing its balance.
What are ye knowing about such things?
Rumpar walked over and roughly pulled the sword from Adrian, humiliating him.
I know how to fight.
A bare-knuckled brawler!
Surely made for the all-horns!
I have done battle with finer weapons than that.
The look that Adrian noticed coming from Rumpar told him without doubt that he might have just put himself upon an irreversible course.
Ye should be watching your words more carefully, little one.
Adrian thought that perhaps he should back off, but the boredom of the uneventful weeks and the casual dismissal of his work with the beaver dam made him itching for some action.
But my words are the truth. Far better weapons. And I know how to use them, Rumpar, beyond that which you can imagine. In this town, out here on the frontier of the wild, it seems folly that such a weapon as that sword hangs unused above your mantle, when I could put it to better use.
Good to know.
I could. Chasing bandits or orcs or slaying dangerous animals. I will fight you for the sword.
He'd as soon part with his daughter.
Then I will fight you for the chance to borrow your sword. If I best you, then you let me carry it and use it as necessary. And if you best me, then I will offer you my services. Cutting wood, cleaning your house, whatever tasks you choose for 1 month, every morning, early before I go to my other duties.
Rumpar stared at him long and hard, and Adrian recognized that the man was going to dismiss him and his ridiculous challenge out of hand.
Go on, Rumpar! Teach a foolish whelp a lesson he'll soon not forget.
Yeah, it'll be good for the boy to learn that lesson now.
Do it, Rumpar!
Come on, Rumpar!
1 month. Make it 5 months.
A year, then! or 5 years, it matters not at all.
The man held up his large fist.
You're thinking you can match this?
Not the fist. The sword. You use the sword, and I will use...
Adrian glanced all around, his gaze at last settling on a broom leaning in the corner.
I will use this.
If you're fighting to first blood, you'll have a heap of whacking to do with that! Go on your way, boy, before I teach you a lesson.
Before you lose your reputation, you mean, warrior. Take up your precious sword and learn.
Ooh. Kick him good, Rumpar!
Young upstart!
Rumpar took his sword up reverently, turning it over in one hand. He closed his eyes, and Adrian could see that he was replaying old days of battle. Adrian envied him those memories, the opportunity he had known, and had apparently wasted, to add his name to the list of the immortals. Rumpar looked back at Adrian, who stood holding the broomstick, and the man's gaze had altered, taking on a more serious and grim feature.
You're going to get yourself hurt, boy.
In response, Adrian leapt forward and quickly swept the broom so that it slapped Rumpar across the backside. Rumpar leapt forward, his sword going in a roundabout slash, streaking in for Adrian's head. Adrian had no trouble skittering back 3 short steps out of range. Rumpar continued forward, overbalancing. Adrian, his broomstick held across his chest in both hands, punched out with his left hand, bringing his weapon over the advancing blade. Then he drove it and Rumpar's sword down. Adrian brought the broom right back, the bristles sliding across Rumpar's grisly face. Then Adrian reversed his grip and released his left hand in order to complete the broomstick's rotation down and under. The broom's momentum brought its end firmly into his left armpit, and he quickly transferred the weapon to his left hand. Using his torso as the fulcrum, Adrian drove his left hand out to the side, the broom smacking hard against Rumpar's sword hand. A quick turn and release had the broom in both his hands again, now held more like a club, and Adrian struck Rumpar hard across the chest. Then he reversed his grip again, now holding the broom in his right hand like a sword, and thrust ahead with a movement characteristic of Benel de Sada, jabbing the man hard in the ribs. Rumpar staggered backward, then landed in a sitting position on the floor.
A lucky blow!
Oh, but an ungrateful little cur you are!
Adrian stooped and retrieved the sword, holding it before him for just a second.
I expect no cheers! You'll soon enough be glad that I have arrived, for I am Adrian, Ranger of Festertool, who'll haunt the forest about your little town, silently protecting you, though you hardly seem to deserve it.
Don't seem so silent to me.
Rumpar managed to climb to his feet.
Here now, boy. No more of your games. Let me have my sword.
Adrian fixed him with a glare so cold that he said no more.
Go on now, boy. Be gone with you.
Boy! A boy who could defeat any 2 of you, any 3 of you in battle. A boy you will come to appreciate if danger ever finds Festertool.
Perfectly satisfied with the outcome and with his performance, Adrian left the room, gathered his few belongings, and walked out of Festertool, the night still dark about him. As the days passed and the weight of his impulsive decision began to tell upon him, Adrian began to rethink his course and his place in the world. He wasn't lonely out in the forest, and he often met the huntsmen of the village, even giving them some information about where they might find game on any given day. What Adrian came to realize during those first days out of the village was that Festertool certainly was not, and never would be, his home. It wasn't that he believed he had caused lasting damage to his relationship with the townsfolk by besting Rumpar. In fact, some of the hunters had made remarks to him that it was long overdue for the braggart to get shown for what he was, but rather that Adrian recognized the limitations of Festertool, of any village this far out of the mainstream of human society. That understanding certainly frustrated the impatient, human, and youthful impulses of Adrian, but schooled in the wisdom of the Tuel Far, he found his patience and recognized Festertool not as his home, but rather as a stepping stone along the journey to his destiny. In accordance with that, Adrian thought long and hard about the title he would now bestow upon himself, an appropriate name to go along with his claim to be the Ranger of Festertool. He considered his name Adrian, and his actual surname that he dared not use. The villagers thought him overconfident, he knew, but only because, despite his performance against Rumpar, they did not understand the truth of his abilities. his superiority. That perception led Adrian to his new name, the one he would tell openly, one reflective of his father Elbrian, but one that subtly elevated him above his father's heroic status. Elbrian was Taimaroi, the Nightbird.
And I am Tai McQuillick, Adrian, the Nighthawk.
They will not accept me as acting Baron when you leave for Ursel.
Roger Lockless protested after Giuseppe announced to him and Dainsy that he would become the acting Baron of Palmaris when she left for Ursel.
They will love you as I do, Roger Lockless.
No, Giuseppe, it is too great
Enough from you. You will not be alone in this endeavor with Dainsy beside you. And the staff of Chasewind Manor understands your duties well enough and will guide you, as will Abbot Browman, now that he has returned to head St. Precious.
Why did you take the position of bishop, knowing that you were soon to head south?
It is a position that will be continued, I believe, Dainsy. I expect that Abbot Browman will be accepted by King Danube as the leader of the city in church and state.
So, I should not become too comfortable in Chasewind Manor.
I have already spoken with Abbot Browman. He will find great duties for you, my friend. And though you'll not hold the formal title of Baron should Browman be accepted as bishop by King Danube, you will find your duties no less demanding or important.
The responsibility without the accolades. It has been that way since first I rescued Elbrian from the Poweries.
That brought a smile to Giuseppe's face, for of course, the rescue had happened the other way around.
Lady Giuseppe!
Deep breath of it's an impatient one.
He wishes to catch the high water.
Giuseppe knew, however, that Dainsy's assessment of the man, especially concerning this particular duty, was right on target. Brotherford had come for her from Ursel as soon as the weather had allowed, and he hadn't seemed pleased by the situation, addressing Giuseppe somewhat sourly on every occasion.
Well, I must be going. King Danube awaits.
Dainsy rushed up and hugged her tightly, but Roger hung back for a moment, staring at her.
Queen Giuseppe, I do not know that I can ever call you that.
Oh? But then I will have to take your head. You will be there.
Front row. And woe to any noble who tries to deny the Baron of Palmaris the opportunity to see his dearest friend ascend to the throne.
That brought another warm smile to Giuseppe's face, for she didn't doubt Roger's words for a moment.
You help Abbot Browman. Be his friend, as you've been mine.
And you be one as well. Forget not your friends here in the north once you are settled comfortably on the throne in Ursel.
Giuseppe kissed Roger on the cheek. Then she strode towards the ship that all too soon would be taking her to her destiny as Queen of Hunts the Bear. River Palace floated away from Palmaris' dock soon after, Giuseppe at the taffrail, waving to Roger and Dainsy, and to Browman, Vicenti, and Castinagus, waving farewell to Palmaris, the city that had meant so much to her for the majority of her adult life. She stayed at the taffrail for a long time, reflecting on all that had gone before, knowing that she had to make peace with her past now, with her losses, if she was to be a good wife to Danube. The skyline receded, lost in the haze that drifted off the water, as the years themselves seemed to drift away from Giuseppe now. She had to look forward, not back, to perhaps the most important duty she had ever known. Besides, in looking back, the specter of Elbrian loomed, and viewing those memories brought Giuseppe only great doubts about her decision to marry King Danube, to marry anyone who was not Elbrian.
Your evening meal would be served at sunset, my lady.
Giuseppe turned to regard the young sailor, offering him a warm smile. Then she looked past him to Duke Brotherford as he stood on the deck, staring sternly out to port. Pointedly, she realized, not looking at her. Why had he sent the sailor to tell her, when he was but a few strides away? Perhaps it was a matter of protocol that she didn't know. Perhaps a measure of respect for her and her privacy. Or perhaps, Giuseppe mused, and this seemed most likely of all, Duke Brotherford was intentionally sending her less than friendly signals. He had been somewhat cold to her since he had arrived in Palmaris the week before, informing her that the weather had held calm, and the time had come for her to journey to Ursel, as per her arrangement with King Danube. Indeed, It had seemed to Giuseppe that old Brotherford was quite a reluctant messenger and cartman. He turned from her now and started walking away, apparently having no intention of causing any direct confrontations. But Giuseppe didn't play by the same rules of tact. She would not go into this union with the king blindly, nor would she let unspoken resentments remain so.
Duke Brotherford!
The man pretended not to hear.
Duke Brotherford!
Now he did stop, though he did not turn to face her.
I would speak with you, please.
Brotherford turned slowly to face her as she approached.
Milady?
In private.
As you wish.
The Duke led Giuseppe to his cabin beneath the flying bridge.
Tell me.
Concerning, my lady?
Your attitude has changed over the winter.
Concerning?
Concerning me. Ever since your arrival in Palmaris, I have noticed a palpable distance, a chill upon you, whenever necessity brings us together.
I am a messenger, duty-bound to my mission.
You have changed, or at least your attitude towards me has changed. I do not pretend that we were ever friends, but it seems obvious to me that you greeted me with far more warmth in the past than you do now. So what have I done, Duke Brotherford, to so offend you?
Nothing, my lady.
Nothing more than my accepting the proposal of King Danube.
The man walked to the side of the cabin, to a small cupboard. He reached in and produced a bottle and a pair of glasses.
Would you care for some boggle, my lady?
Normally, Giuseppe would have refused, for she had never been much of a drinker. She understood the significance of Brotherford's actions, though. The man was offering her a chance for a private person-to-person and not duke-to-queen conversation. Giuseppe nodded and took the glass of wine, bringing it up and taking a small sip, her eyes locked on Brotherford, who nearly drained his own glass in one gulp.
I should be savoring it, I know.
You have nothing to be nervous about, Duke Brotherford. You are uncomfortable around me, and have been ever since your arrival in Palmaris, and I am curious to know why.
No, milady, nothing like that.
Do not play me for the fool. Your attitude towards me has surely shifted, and to the negative. Am I not even entitled to know why? Or am I supposed to guess?
Brotherford finished his drink and poured another.
Anything that you say now remains strictly between us.
Not many in Ursel envied me this voyage.
The journey can be long and arduous.
Because of you. Not many were thrilled that I was sailing north to retrieve Lady Giuseppe. Some even hinted that I should toss you into the Mazer Delaval long before we ever came in sight of Ursel's docks.
That admission stunned Giuseppe.
You said that this discussion was between us, and in that context, I could speak candidly.
Please do.
Few in the court at Ursel are delighted that King Danube is marrying a peasant. I discount not your heroics in the war and fighting the plague, but that was many years ago, and the memories of the people are short, I fear.
The memories of noble women, you mean?
Brotherford tipped his glass to her.
The place of queen is always reserved for women of noble birth, for the virginal daughters of dukes or barons or other court nobility.
Yet it is the king's prerogative to choose.
Of course, but that little changes the reality of what you will face in Ursel. The noble women will scorn your every step, wishing it was they who walked on the arm of King Danube. Even the peasants.
The peasants? What do you know of us, Duke Brotherford?
Oh, I know that few will greet you with the tolerance that you have found here in the north. Oh, the peasant women will love you at first, seeing you as the realization of a dream that is common throughout the kingdom. The dream of all the peasant girls, that the king will fall in love with them and elevate them to the status of nobility. But that same source of their initial love for you may well turn into jealousy. Oh, beware your every move, Bishop Giuseppe, for they, all of them, will judge you, and harshly if you err.
The man was obviously rattled then by the sound of his own words, and he gulped down his second glass of boggle. He believed that he had overstepped his boundaries, despite the claim that this was a private conversation, Giuseppe knew. He expected that she would hate him forever after, perhaps even that she would enlist Danube against him. Covertly, if not otherwise. In truth, Giuseppe was a bit taken aback, a bit angry, and that emotion was indeed initially aimed at Duke Brotherford. But when she considered his words, she found that she could not disagree with his assessment.
Thank you. You have spoken honestly to me, And that, I fear, is something I will not often find at King Danube's court.
Rare indeed.
As for our relationship, I ask only that you judge me fairly. Allow me the chance to prove my value to king and country as queen. Judge me as you would one of those noble daughters.
Brotherford didn't answer, other than to hold the bottle of boggle toward her. Giuseppe toasted him with her glass, drained it, and then presented it for refill. She left Brotherford's cabin soon after, thinking that this had not been a bad start to their relationship. And in truth, though they had known each other for more than a decade, this really was the start of any relationship between them, for this was the only honest exchange the pair had ever shared. Giuseppe believed that she had made an ally, and she feared she would need many of those at King Danube's hostile court. No, not an ally, she realized, as she considered again the words and movements of Duke Brotherford, but she believed at least that she could now count on the man to treat her honestly. That was more than she expected she would find from many others at Danube's snobbish, exclusive court. River Palace sailed into Ursel Harbor to great fanfare and cheering, with throngs gathered to greet the woman who would become their queen. Given the exuberance, the sheer glee, it was hard for Giuseppe to keep in mind the warnings of Duke Brotherford. But only for that short, overwhelming moment when first she viewed the passionate people. For she had learned much in her life, and Giuseppe knew that the greater the passion, the easier and the greater the turn. As she stepped onto the gangplank and looked out over the crowd, she imagined the cheering and beaming smiles transformed into screaming and ugly grimaces. In truth, it did not seem to be so much of a stretch. In addition, there were two standing among the nobles at the dock who reinforced the Duke's dire words. The two Giuseppe reasoned who had already spoken ill of her to Brotherford, who had likely helped change his attitude toward her. Constance Pemblebury and Duke Targon Bricalis flanked King Danube as always. Their proximity to the man who would be her husband brought little hope to Giuseppe. She could see through the phony smiles stamped upon their faces, could hear the anger in their every hand clap. Constance in particular held Giuseppe's gaze with her own, and Giuseppe could not miss the hatred in the woman's eyes. She debarked River Palace, smiling and waving, with Duke Brotherford's words resonating clearly in her mind. Her first step onto Ursel's dock, she realized, even as she took it, was the beginning of a very trying road. Marcalo Dianero stood and stared at the distant town for a long, long while. He and Sadia had come to this region, farther south than Miklin's village, for the winter, hoping for milder weather. They had survived fairly well over the last few months, and in truth it had been an existence far less stressful than any Dianero had known in the last decade. He did not deny the were-tiger now, nor did Sadia utilize her soothing, magical music to keep the beast within, for that was beyond her talents. She did not fear the beast, but rather welcomed it.
What better way to hunt?
In fact, over the last couple of months, with Sadia's help, the former monk had come to see his affliction as something completely different. Rather than a curse, was it possible that the were-tiger was a blessing? A way for Dianero to more powerfully carry out the way of God? The often violent path of righteousness? Dianero still wasn't certain if he quite believed that, or if he only claimed to believe it to hide his real fears that he had become a demonic creature. With Sadia, though, and her soothing, gem-encrusted instrument, Dianero was now seeing a different side of the were-tiger, a more controlled violence. Sadia had no trouble playing and singing a magically enhanced song to turn Dianero's tiger's eyes away from her and out into the forest for more acceptable game. The pair had not gone hungry that winter. Despite all of that, despite even his growing hope, if not belief, that there might be a blessing to be found beneath the tearing claws of the tiger, despite all the assurances of Sadia that she, with her instrument, could control the creature, the weight of this next step they had decided to take settled uneasily onto Marcalo Dianero's shoulders. He looked at the village on the hill before him, and he saw so many similarities to Miklin's village. He could foresee the blood splashing against the walls, painting them red, He could see the people milling about the village now, including women and children, and he could well imagine their screams. Dionero understood, and this was the most poignant and troubling thing to him at that moment. As he stared at the distant village, Sadia had never been able to help him suppress the were-tiger. Once the beast emerged, only the satiation of its murderous hunger, no easy thing, seemed to allow Marcelo Dionero to regain full control. In the face of that awful truth, that one nagging reminder to Dionero that this was indeed a curse and no blessing, what benefit might Sadia's song offer to the helpless folk of that village, should the were-tiger emerge?
It will work. You must trust in me, my love.
Her last two words struck Dionero profoundly. My love. Never had he expected to hear such words from a woman. He had entered St. Mirabel at the age of 20, dedicating himself to the order, while fully expecting and accepting the rule of celibacy. To his surprise, the secret life of many of the Abelican monks had been far from celibate, and Dionero had heard stories of their dalliances with whores on occasion. He knew, though, that those affairs had never been anything akin to love. It had been a physical coupling only, a release and relief, and nothing more. So he had believed it might be with Sadia after their first few, almost vicious sessions of lovemaking. She was full of fire and passion, her eyes sparkling, her body reaching out hungrily for his. She was also possessed of so many other qualities, Dionero had learned, of tenderness and reflection, of an almost brutally honest assessment of the failings of the world around them, and most appealing of all to Dionero, of vulnerability. Sadia was as tough as anyone he had ever known, but she had let him into her heart, had let him see her at her most vulnerable and open. Yes, their lovemaking had been just that, a sharing and an openness that Marcelo Dionero had never known before, and had believed could be achieved only in the deepest of prayers to God. His love now was secular, but in many ways it seemed to Dionero to be a more spiritual experience than anything he had ever known at St. Mirabel. Together, hand in hand, they went into the hamlet, Tubers Creek by name. Festertool was buzzing with excitement when Adrian came in one summer morning, a slain deer draped across his uncannily strong shoulders. He hadn't visited the town often over the last few weeks, but never, not even when he had first come to Festertool, had he witnessed such excitement.
Why, he's bringing in a deer!
The old man was one of Rumpar's cronies who had been in the private room when Adrian had won the use of the sword.
And with all them better things for killing.
Adrian looked at the old man curiously, not beginning to understand what he might be chattering about.
Are you gonna kill him?
The young boy ran right up to Adrian and pulled hard on the fraying bottom of his dark brown tunic. Adrian looked at the boy.
Kill who?
Nicky, come here now and don't be bothering that one.
Wait, kill who?
Adrian dropped the deer and faced the mother squarely.
Now when who's any of me own business.
The mother pushed Nikia into the house before her and shut the door. Adrian stood staring at the closed door for a few moments, then shook his head and turned to retrieve the deer. He saw a couple of other people regarding him then, including Kasich, with whom he had not spoken since he had won his sword. Kasich hadn't been happy with him, and Adrian could easily understand jealousy to be the source of the young man's resentment, for Adrian had what Kasich, what all young men their age most wanted, the respect of the village men.
Bandits.
Adrian stopped cold, even as he bent over to grab an antler, as surprised that Kasich had spoken to him as he was by the answer itself.
Bandits?
South. Waylaid a group from Roadapple, not 2 days' march from here.
Word says they're heading north our way.
The girl who had spoken was one of Kasich's companions, a handsome young brown-haired woman with dark eyes that reminded Adrian of Brindariel's.
Wicked bunch. Killed one of the men. Took his heart right out on the road.
Kasich's words did not have the desired effect. Adrian knew of Roadapple, had seen the village a couple of times during his travels. He had even spoken with a group of huntsmen from the southern town, guiding them to a meadow where he had noted some deer. Bandits, he thought then, and his heartbeat quickened at the notion of finally finding a mission for which he believed himself worthy, one that seemed 100 steps removed from guiding hunters or blasting beaver dams.
Take the deer to the shed.
Kasich stared at him skeptically.
Are the leaders of the village preparing a party to go out to find the highwaymen?
If they were, they'd not invite you.
They're more likely to prepare the defences of the town in hopes that the bandits will stay out on the road. Your deer will be welcomed.
Take it then.
Adrian walked away, leaving the deer. He found Rumpar soon after and informed the man that he was heading south to Roadapple and the bandits.
I will put your sword to good use.
A bit of a flash did shine behind Rumpar's eyes at that remark, but it was fast replaced by the same cynicism and anger with which he had viewed Adrian ever since the boy had humiliated him and taken the sword.
You had to get yourself killed then. And me sword, the pride of Festool, the blade that slew 100 goblins and powries in the demon war, will fall into the hands of common thieves. Give it over, boy, before you get yourself murdered.
Rumpar held out his hand as he finished, but the only thing Adrian put in that hand was the weight of his iron-willed gaze. The same look he had used upon Rumpar and the others when he had won the blade. The look of confidence and strength.
I will add to the legend of Rumpar's blade, not replace it. Though it and you are not deserving of my generosity.
Adrian walked away then, crossing the town under the scrutiny of many villagers, who were already whispering the news that strange young Adrian was planning to go out to hunt the bandits. Saga and Dionero were welcomed by the people of Tuber's Creek with open arms, the folk of the small secluded village seeming glad for the new additions, even if a few, mostly older women, raised their eyebrows and offered some judgmental remarks at the spectacle of the older man with a wife little more than half his age. They introduced themselves as Kahlo and Sadia Crump, with Dionero taking obvious pleasure in the subtle, teasing aspect of the alias. The first was obviously his own name shortened, and the chosen surname, Crump, was taken directly from Bishop Marcalo Dionero's most infamous act, the execution of a merchant named Aloysius Crump. If Dionero enjoyed these name games, as he had perverted Father Abbot Marquardt's first name, Dalibert, into his previous alias of Bertram Dale, then Sadia positively basked in it. The cryptic nature, leading to possible disaster, seemed only to spark her insatiable hunger for adventure and danger. They were welcomed with a host of questions, but nothing sinister or prying, just the normal interest of a group of secluded people thrilled to get news of the outside world. And who better to deliver the happenings than Sadia the Bard? The couple was given a temporary place to stay, with promises of a permanent residence in the form of a dilapidated old house of one villager who had died the previous year. 2 days after their arrival, on a day when the weather was too fine for hunting, the whole of Tuber's Creek joined together at the abandoned house, and by the time the sun set that evening, the place was again habitable. Later that night, when all the villagers had left, Dionero spoke with Sadia.
The warmth of homely home. Soon we must obtain all of the best furnishings.
As warm as you make it. Even a peasant's shelter can be charmed, for it is not where you are that is important. It is what you do while you are there.
It was an invitation that Marcalo Dionero had no intention of refusing. Much later that night, with a fire burning in the fireplace before them, while Sadia played and sang quiet songs of love lost and wars won, Dionero allowed himself to truly relax, to reflect upon his past achievements and errors, to consider his life's course to this point, even to ponder what road he might next walk. When he considered his present company and her refreshing take on the world, no course seemed improbable, his options limitless. But his options seemed limited indeed when he considered that he could not walk those roads alone, or even just with Sadia, when he reminded himself that another creature would always accompany him. He sat back and enjoyed her song then, not allowing his frustrations to tickle and tempt the release of his darker side. Adrian figured that he was closing in on Roadapple, for he had put over 15 miles behind him, but still he saw no sign of any bandits. The one road was clear, and had been all the way south. When he at last came in sight of the town, nestled in a small wooded valley between two round-topped hillocks, he veered east. Perhaps the bandits had taken up a position on the southern road out of Road-Apple. So when he had circled the small village, the road in sight again, he turned south and started to follow it. Thinking he had found his prey, Adrian smiled widely when he saw movement in the brush along the side of the road. He kept on walking nonchalantly, one hand resting easily on the pommel of his belted sword, the other holding a graphite and a lodestone. He focused his thoughts on the graphite first, ready to loose a stunning bolt should the enemy spring upon him. And so they did as he continued his stroll. More than a dozen men, many holding bows, leaping from concealment, charging at him.
Tempestus dial!
Adrian released the graphite energy, not in a concentrated and devastating bolt, as he had learned, but rather in a general shock, a force that radiated, crackling in the air. A few of the ambushers tumbled to the ground, mostly those who had been charging and suddenly found that they had temporarily lost control of their legs. All of them felt the stunning blast, felt the disorientation. One archer let fly, his arrow soaring nearly straight up in the air, while another stood shaking as his arrow fell from his grasp. Adrian, thinking his victory at hand, drew his sword and leapt ahead, closing fast on a pair of seemingly helpless men. And then he stopped and stared at them, suddenly seeing them not as bandits, but as farmers and hunters. Realizing his vulnerability, he rushed ahead again in a moment, seizing the closest man and putting his sword tip to the man's throat.
Who are you?
Shoot him dead! Kill him, for he's the one to be sure and take don't tell his heart out!
Adrian gawked, confused for just a moment, before it registered what was going on here. These were no bandits, but were a group from Road-Apple, out to secure the road.
Hold! 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 I am no highwayman, but have come as you have to rid the area of the vermin. I am Adrian. I am Ty McQuillick, Ranger of Festertool, sworn protector of the region.
All around him came doubting, confused looks, but the archers did hold their shots, and a couple even lowered their bows.
I heard of him. He cleared the river. That was yourself, eh?
Adrian held his sword out wide and bowed low.
You're just a boy!
A boy with power! You felt his shock! And how'd you do that, boy?
Return to Road-Apple in the knowledge that the road will soon again be secured.
Because we mean to secure it.
As you will, then. Lie in ambush if you choose, but I'll not join you.
Who asked you?
But I will return to you. You will learn the truth of Ty McQuillick, the Nighthawk.
Oh, fancy name!
Adrian slid his sword back into his belt as he went. The young man only smiled all the wider, for he meant to live up to every implication of that lofty title. He spent the rest of that day and all of the next searching the area for signs of the bandits, but to his dismay he found nothing definite. Either the highwaymen weren't in the area and hadn't been for a while, or they were very good at covering their tracks. Frustrated after yet another fruitless day, Adrian set his camp in the open on a hillock that night and brought up a blazing fire. He wanted to be a target, though it occurred to him that being so very obvious might imply to the bandits that he and the camp were no more than decoys. And only then did Adrian realize how badly he wanted, no, not wanted, but actually needed, to find the highwayman. This was the first opportunity for him to begin to separate himself from ordinary men. And Adrian was already beginning to understand that such chances in times of peace would be rare indeed. His agitation had him pacing long into the night, though after a while he gave up believing his beacon fire would bring the highwaymen to him, and he let the flames die down. But even as the fire dwindled, his frustration mounted, and Adrian realized that he was losing his edge, the fine calm that kept a warrior's thoughts clear and focused in times of crisis. He immediately found a comfortable place to sit and reached for his gemstones, seeking the smooth and inviting depths of the hematite. He used the magic of the gemstone then, much as he used it at Oracle, to fall deeper within himself, that he might more clearly define his honest feelings and perhaps guide those thoughts along more positive avenues. But then something happened that the young man did not quite understand. The gemstone pulled him deeper into its magic, asked him to step right into that gray swirl, and thus to step right out of his own body. The mere thought that he could somehow separate his spirit and body horrified him. Wasn't that the province of death after all? And this was not like the time when he had entered the spirit realm briefly to do battle with Lady Dasselrond. No, this time he would fly free, truly free of his corporeal form. Despite his very real reservations, the young man didn't shut out the gemstone altogether, kept enough of the magic swirling and speaking to him so that he could further explore this darker side of hematite. For a long, long time, Adrian sat there, oblivious of the potentially disastrous consequence should the highwayman walk into his camp and simply murder him. Transfixed, he moved closer and closer to that narrow opening, sliding bits of his spirit up to it, trying to peer beyond, hoping secretly that he might be seeing the other side of death itself. A little closer he went, allowing the opening to widen, peering in, and then widening it a bit more, following his curiosity almost blindly into this promising and dangerous tunnel. And then, suddenly it seemed, though in truth more than an hour had passed, he fell free of his body, was standing across the fire, staring back at his unmoving form. After the moment of horror passed, Adrian realized that he could return to his body whenever he wanted. He could see it as a glowing spot in the darkness of the spirit world. The hematite was there, holding open the portal. Adrian's trepidation gradually diminished. He turned away from his physical body, looking at the wider world around him through spirit eyes. With the fear gone, he found that he felt free, freer than ever he thought possible. He wondered why the Tuel Alfar hadn't shown him this side of the hematite. Perhaps they didn't know of it. Or perhaps Lady Dasselrond had been afraid to show him this power, fearing that he would fly out of her valley, fly beyond her control. For yes, he knew intuitively he could fly. His spirit could soar on the night breezes, or of its own accord. He tested it, circling the hillock. Adrian found that he could see and sense the spirits of all the animals nearby, could feel their life force, an amazing sensation of heightened perception that absolutely delighted him and gave him an idea. He soared out, looking through spirit eyes, and even more than that, feeling through spirit senses. All the life around him registered to him, the trees and the grass and the animals. And Adrian was soon able to differentiate between even the subtle gradations in spirit types. Within a few minutes of his spirit-walking journey, Adrian could tell the difference between a squirrel and a deer without needing to see the creature. He was covering enormous amounts of ground with merely a thought. He went right through Roadapple, where a few sentries remained, despite the late hour. At that moment, Adrian learned an even darker aspect of this spiritual walk. For as he passed a few of the sentries, he felt a sudden and nearly uncontrollable urge to rush into one of their forms, to expel the spirit of the man, and take the body as his own. He almost did it, and knew that he could with little resistance. But he wisely held back, fighting the temptation, guessing that the expelled spirit would sooner or later find its way back into its body, and then might remember enough about the possession to identify the violator. That wasn't the reputation Nighthawk wished to build for himself on the frontier. He rushed out of the town, needing to be far away from the temptation. For as stubborn and confident as he was, Adrian recognized that there was real danger here. For another hour, the spirit of Adrian soared through the forest all around Roadapple, when finally, just as he was thinking that it was time to return to his body, he saw the glow of a distant campfire and felt the emanation of human life, and another, even stronger spiritual sensation. He soared in eagerly, flying into the treetops above the small camp. He saw 5 men, dirty and unshaven, and a pair of women who seemed equally grubby, but he hardly paid them any heed, for there, reclining against a tree, loomed a sight beyond Adrian's wildest expectations. A giant rested there. It quickly became apparent to Adrian that the brute was the leader of the band, or at least that he didn't take orders from the others. Adrian stayed around for a while, listening, confirming that these were indeed the bandits that had been terrorizing the region. While he hovered in the high branches and watched, 3 of the robbers took out some of their ill-gotten gains and began gaming for them with carved bones. Adrian watched a bit longer, trying to find some measure of each of the thieves, looking for strengths and weaknesses. Then, he eagerly retreated, soaring back to his body. Adrian initially figured to sleep the night out, then go for the band in the morning. But he was too energized even to think about sleeping, and soon found himself walking down from his camp, heading in a straight line for the highwayman. He fumbled through his gemstones as he walked, trying to formulate some attack plans. 7 humans awaited him, vicious and experienced killers, to say nothing of their burly 20-foot-tall companion.
Yes, the gemstones will have to play a part in this fight.
Dawn broke long before Adrian ever got near the encampment, and he wondered if he should find a secluded place to hole up and fall into the gemstone magic again. Before he could even seriously consider the option, though, he learned that he did not have to seek the highwaymen any further.
Stand where you are!
One of the men Adrian had seen the previous night walked out into the middle of a rough path before him, a long curved dagger in hand.
A pity to have to cut up one as young as yourself.
What do you want?
Adrian drew out his sword and had his graphite tucked neatly in the palm of his weapon hand, against the pommel. He dropped his other hand into his pocket, picking up the lodestone. A movement to the side caught his attention, but he did well not to let on that he had heard the rustle. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a second man, one of the ones he had surmised to be among the most formidable of the group, holding a large spear. Adrian sent his thoughts through the lodestone, trying to sense any other metal the robber might be holding. He felt the emanations of several pieces, most notably a pendant the man wore about his neck.
Oh, don't you kill him?
Adrian was a bit surprised and impressed that one of the bandits had been able to move behind him without his hearing it.
Let me keep him as me pet.
Adrian heard the other woman's laugh, so one was before him, one to the side, and 2 behind. That left 3 men unaccounted for. And more important to Adrian, the giant had not yet shown itself.
You just remove all your weapons, all your belongings, and all your clothes, boy. Then we might be letting you go. Or if Danielle there likes what she's seeing, we might be taking you along.
Adrian made no move, just sent his thoughts into his 2 gemstones, building their energies. He hadn't seen any bows here, or in the camp the previous night, but he thought that an area shock might be a good way to start things.
You deaf, boy?
The man in front of Adrian advanced a step. Another man dropped to the ground from his concealment in a tree behind him.
You start dropping things, or we'll start cutting you up!
One man missing, and still no sign of the giant.
Are you deaf, boy?
The man in front advanced more determinedly then, brandishing his knife. Adrian heard a slight sound behind him and instinctively ducked, and an arrow whistled by. Up rose Adrian.
Tempesta style!
He sent forth a stunning area shock and followed it quickly by sending a sudden violent burst of energy into the lodestone, focusing its beam upon the pendant and causing it to fly off.
R.A.Salvatore Magnus!
The young ranger now knew that he would have nothing further to fear from the bandit on his right side. With all of the others about him still staggering from the lightning shock, Adrian leapt ahead, his sword rushing out, rolling to the inside of the long dagger, catching the smaller blade and pushing it to the side. A quick, perfectly balanced charge of Benaldesada sent Adrian forward, his sword stabbing hard. The highwayman managed to duck a bit, catching the blade in his shoulder instead of his chest. Adrian ran past the falling man toward his companion, who still stood beneath the tree. The ranger stopped short, though, and spun to see both women and the man from his left charging his way. Adrian continued his turn, meeting the charge of the man before him. A sword arced down, coming diagonally for the side of Adrian's neck. Adrian moved as if he meant to try to parry the diving blade, but then at the last second, he dropped into a low crouch, and the highwayman, caught by surprise and overbalanced, stumbled forward, his sword wavering. Up came Adrian, advancing even as the man stumbled forward. The man was up against Adrian then, his eyes and mouth wide in astonishment. But not pain, Adrian noticed wonderingly, for he could see his sword dripping blood, sticking out of the man's back. Adrian felt his stomach turn as he saw the light go out of the man's eyes, but he had to ignore the sickly feeling, for the others were quickly advancing. The remaining bandits came in hard, but stopped short, and where was the giant?
I'll play with you, I will. I'll take off your fingers one by one, and then your toes.
Adrian turned his thoughts away from her words suddenly, his instincts alone warning him. putting all the pieces of the curious actions of these three together. He spun to his right to see a huge stone soaring his way, a perfect shot that would surely squash him flat. There was no way he could duck or dodge, and he certainly had no chance to parry or deflect the boulder. So he brought up his sword hand again, and with an urgency and power born of desperation, threw every ounce of magical energy he could muster into the graphite.
Venom and Dial!
The concussion of the blast sent Adrian and the three bandits tumbling. The remaining man, who had the misfortune to be almost directly under the blast, and one of the women were sliced by the rocky shards that battered them. Adrian scrambled quickly to his feet. He hardly noticed the unhurt woman rising a short distance away, for charging through the forest, shaking the trees and tearing away branches, came the behemoth. The young ranger set himself against that charge, reminding himself in the few seconds before they engaged of everything he had learned, the fighting strategies, the fluid movements, and necessary patience. In came the giant, swinging a club that more resembled an uprooted tree. Adrian scrambled forward, diving into a roll. He came up smoothly and under control in a spring that took him between the giant's legs. He stabbed out to the right as he went, striking the behemoth's calf. How he wished he had an elvish blade. For Rumpar's rather ordinary sword barely dug in, and Adrian had no time to pause and drive the blade in deeper. He skittered through the gap in the giant's legs, rolling ahead, then coming up and diving sidelong just in time to avoid the thump of the great club. What followed looked like some weird dance, with Adrian diving, rolling over a huge foot, landing on his feet, and moving on without hesitation, always seeming to be one step ahead of the stomping and clubbing giant. And with each turn and each shift, Adrian somehow managed to get in a slash or a stab, but did little real damage.
You will get tired, puny one.
Adrian rushed out as if to dive into another headlong roll, then pulled up short, cut around, and tumbled back toward the giant. Then, Adrian took a chance and charged at the giant's leg, stabbing hard at the ankle and scoring his deepest hit yet. But he got kicked for his efforts. Adrian saw his pouch fly open and his gemstones go bouncing all over the ground. He grabbed one with his free left hand, then let go of his sword to take up another, the complementary stone, scrambling still to get out of the behemoth's reach. The giant lifted its great club.
Cuspicul Cantus Clavius! Vatis Draconis Incendiam!
The giant dropped its smoking club, both of its singed hands slapping at the flames, burning its thick mop of hair. It started running away. Adrian grabbed up another stone and his sword, fast in pursuit. He neared and leapt, catching the giant's belt and pulling himself up to get a toehold there, then propelling himself upward even more. In one long stride, the young man was kneeling atop the dazed giant's shoulder, and he took his sword by the hilt in both hands and stabbed with it, his finely toned muscles driving the blade deep into the side of the giant's throat. Adrian let go of the blade, but followed through with the movement, rolling into a forward somersault down the front of the giant, catching hold of the smoking tunic and pulling himself out to the side. He hit the ground in a sprint, trying to get out of the giant's reach, but he needn't have worried, for the behemoth continued to retreat, both its hands at its throat, trying to extract the sword. It did finally pull the blade out and throw it to the side, both hands coming back to try to stem the fountain of blood that then erupted. Adrian casually lifted his arm, aiming for the giant's back.
Venom and Dial!
The giant staggered, but to its credit, the stubborn thing would not fall down, and it kept on running.
Stubborn beast! Venom and Dial!
Then the giant staggered forward, stumbling to its knees, to smash face first into a tree, nearly uprooting it. Adrian waited a moment longer to make sure that the brute was indeed dead, then glanced back at the two women, and at the man with the torn shoulder trying futilely to stand. Keeping one wary eye their way, the young ranger retrieved the gemstones that had fallen from his pouch, then went to gather up his bloody sword. He stayed on his guard, reminding himself that there remained one unaccounted-for highwayman. By the time Adrian got back to the main group, the wounded man was standing and glaring at him. He lifted his good arm as if to throw a punch or make a rude gesture, But Adrian hardly waited to see which it might be, just reached up, planted his hand on the man's chest, and gave a shove.
Here, who are you now?
Adrian walked to the first man he had struck. The man was sitting against a tree, and even as he neared, Adrian knew that he was dead. The lodestone had driven hard into the metal medallion, taking it right into the man's throat, then had apparently been deflected as it tore through the metal, for the back of the man's head had been blown right off, soaking the tree with blood and gore. Adrian tried to remain methodical, gently pushing the man over to the side so that he might retrieve his gemstone. But as he dug at the tree, for the lodestone was deeply embedded in the trunk, the weight of his actions finally fell upon him. He had killed men, his own kind, 2 for certain, and likely a third, he realized, when he considered the concussion and debris from the boulder blast right above the bandit's head. And likely he had killed a woman as well. 1,000 different emotions washed over Adrian then, from guilt to remorse to a feeling of utter helplessness.
This is foolishness. All men die.
Adrian cut harder into the tree and extricated the lodestone. He pulled away from the gory scene and stormed back to the woman and the wounded man. The woman was cradling the body of her fallen companion.
Get up.
You killed her! You killed me only friend in the world!
Get up, or you will soon join her.
Adrian reached over and grabbed her roughly by the shoulder and yanked her to her feet.
You two.
What are you to do with us?
You are both going to Roadapple. I will lead you there and leave you to walk in on your own, surrendering to the people. You will admit your guilt with this group of highwaymen, though whatever role you choose to portray for your part in the band is of no concern to me. Perhaps they will kill you, perhaps they will show mercy. Again, I care not which.
Generous.
Adrian shut the man up with a glare that promised a sudden and brutal death.
All that I demand of you is that you guide the folk of Roadapple back to this place, and that you tell them who it was that rescued their town from the work of your murdering band.
And who might you be?
Tell them that it was Nighthawk, the ranger of Festertool. You will do as I instructed, or you will die.
Adrian pushed her along in the direction of the town.
And where is your missing companion?
You got us all!
Adrian gave the man a sudden kick that sent him sprawling into the dirt.
Where is your missing companion?
Scouting. Could be anywhere.
Adrian gave a little smile. Anywhere indeed, and likely back along the way he had come, for someone had tipped off the band to his approach. With his 2 prisoners in tow, Adrian veered from his course, retracing the steps that had brought him to the bandits. Sure enough, he soon spotted the missing member of the band, squatting in a tree, obviously intending to ambush Adrian as he passed underneath. So the young ranger kept his course straight and seemingly predictable, walked right under the tree, pushing the woman ahead of him, and tugging the wounded man along at his side. The thug leapt down, but Adrian was already moving, stepping back, and pulling the wounded man into his dropping companion's path. The 2 crashed down in a tumble, and Adrian ran right past them, shoving the woman hard into a forward sprawl. The ranger ran right to the tree trunk, then right up the tree trunk with 3 quick steps, leaping into a back somersault, then snapping his body out flat as he came around, double kicking, catching the would-be ambusher in the face and chest. 3 bandits walked into Roadapple soon after, telling a tale of Nighthawk, the ranger of Festertool. And the people of the quiet village were surely impressed, Adrian saw from the concealment of a faraway tree, when they found the dead highwayman and the blackened and battered body of a giant. The young ranger smiled, despite certain nagging feelings that kept bubbling up into his consciousness. He knew that he was on the road to immortality. Giuseppe settled into life at Danube's court quickly, if a bit uncomfortably. The palace itself was spectacular, with richly detailed tapestries lining every wall and great statues gracing many rooms. Every door was surrounded with bas-reliefs, every wall with murals depicting the greatest events of Hans the Bear's long history. Also, to Giuseppe's delight, the palace held many secret doors and corridors, used for escape in times of crisis or for spying, which he suspected might be a common thing in this place of countless intrigues. She didn't get as much time as she would have liked to explore, though, for Danube insisted that she sit beside him each morning while he attended to the duties of state, a process of hearing disputes among Ursul's citizens, and continual, and always exaggerated reports from the outlying counties, each trying to outdo the others in the eyes of the king. This was a time of peace and prosperity, though, and so the majority of her duties occurred at eventide almost daily, when all the nobles gathered for feasting and dancing. For Giuseppe, these supposed celebrations proved the most tedious of all, a peacock show of primp and paint, where ladies tittered and battered their eyelashes at every nobleman, married or not, who crossed their paths. More than a few of those lecherous noblemen veered from their original course to follow the flirtatious women, often to more private areas, and often repeatedly, and with different women, throughout the course of the night. Giuseppe watched all of the pretentious and lewd games with distaste. More than judging the noblemen, though, she pitied them, for she had known love, true love with Elbrian, and the thought of either of them straying from their pledge of fidelity seemed preposterous to her. But Giuseppe worked hard to take it all in stride. This was not her world, certainly not, and she could not pretend to understand the society of Ursul after only a few weeks in the castle. She had come here for good reason, personally, and for her desire to do good for the general population, and so she watched the goings-on with a sense of detached amusement, when she could. At one such dinner, with Danube surrounded by a bevy of tittering ladies, Giuseppe moved to the side of the room, to the fountain of sweet juice. She dipped her cup and began to sip, watching the party from afar.
So, you waited for the greater prize?
Giuseppe turned to see Duke Targon Bree Callis, dressed in his regal Allheart finery, his great plumed helmet tucked tightly under one arm.
Clever woman.
Giuseppe shot him a skeptical glance and tried very hard to keep the disappointment off her face. Callis had left Ursul on the day of her arrival, on official business, it was said. Giuseppe had hoped that he would stay away for a long, long time. He had made a play for her back in Palmaris years ago, when Elbrian was barely cold in the ground, and she had refused his advances. He had never forgiven her. In truth, Giuseppe knew that even if she and Callis didn't share that uncomfortable memory, they would hardly have been friends. She thought the man a puffer. Even his walk was a swagger. Perhaps Duke Callis had reason to feel pride. His list of accomplishments in governing and in battle was extensive. But Giuseppe never had any time for such self-importance, whatever actual achievements might lay behind it. To her it seemed as if Callis and so many of the other nobles spent an inordinate amount of time and energy trying to elevate themselves above everyone else. A perfectly human attitude, Giuseppe had to admit, for hadn't every person alive done so at one time or another? But still, the level of such behavior at Danube's court amazed her.
Had I known that you desired the king, I would have acted differently, my lady.
It wasn't hard for Giuseppe to see right through this man, for she understood his pride was the source of his every action. He might have acted differently back in Palmaris had he known that King Danube desired Giuseppe, but Giuseppe believed he would have merely been more insistent in his advances toward her. For Duke Callis, betting a woman was a measure of ego, even more than a measure of lust, and certainly no indication of love. He would come to her now in this public place, feigning friendship, for he certainly did not want to fall out of favor with his friend Danube. But in truth, the man remained outraged at her, even after all these years, simply because she had refused his advances, and that during a time of her grief. She didn't quite know how to respond to his last statement. If she gave any indication that things might have been different between them had she not desired Danube, which was preposterous, especially since at the time of Callis's proposals, Giuseppe had no interest in Danube or anyone else, she would likely be inviting even more covert advances from the Duke. And if she denied the possibility of anything at all ever developing between them, Danube or not, then she would only anger Callis all the more. So, she said nothing, and didn't change the expression on her face. Callis rambled on then, speaking of some obscure business of state, some duties he had performed while traveling through his province of Westerhans. He spoke in general terms and casually, matter-of-factly, but his persistent efforts to portray himself in the most favorable of lights were not lost on Giuseppe. When it came to self-promotion, the man simply could not help himself. Giuseppe listened politely, but her eyes, wandering around the room to watch the movements of so many others, betrayed her true lack of interest to Duke Callis.
Enjoy the evening, my lady?
The Duke gave a rather curt bow and walked away. Giuseppe watched him go, relieved that she was done with him, but also wise enough to know that she would have to do better in the future. She didn't care much for the man, obviously, but her future husband counted him among his best friends. Giuseppe spent a long while reminding herself of that truth and convincing herself that she had to be a generous spirit here. She had not traveled all the way up the Mazer Delaval to drive wedges between Danube and his friends. That was not her place. So she wanted to believe with all her heart, but as her gaze meandered around the great ballroom, it inevitably settled upon another of her future husband's closest advisors and dearest friends. Constance Pemblebury, prettily dressed in a gown that showed off all her best features, sipped her drink and charmed a group of men and women. Constance Pemblebury, the woman who had seemed destined, in the eyes of many at Danube's court, to become queen. The woman who had bedded Danube many times over the years, and who had borne him 2 children. Children Danube had placed in the royal line of succession. And now Giuseppe had come to Ursel, shutting the door on Constance's greatest ambitions. And perhaps on her heart as well. Constance had been pleasant enough these last days, always smiling at Giuseppe, but there was something far more sinister beneath that facade, Giuseppe sensed. And indeed, even as she watched Constance now, the woman glanced her way, and for just a moment, a look of distaste, even hatred, flashed across her painted face. Giuseppe caught that expression, but didn't think about it, for another idea came over her then, and the only thing surprising to her about it was that it was truly the first time she had considered Constance in this manner. Always before, Giuseppe had wondered and feared how Constance might view her, and had tried to figure out how she might smooth their relationship for the sake of poor Danube, who could not help but be caught in the middle. But now, suddenly and unexpectedly, Giuseppe did not view Constance as one who had to be mollified, but rather as one who had spent many nights in the embrace, in the bed, of King Danube. More than a few dark thoughts crept into Giuseppe's mind at that moment. She wondered if she could have Danube send the woman away, to live in another province, another city, somewhere far to the east perhaps. She thought, just briefly, of coercing her future husband into disavowing his relationship with Constance's, with his own children, removing them from the royal line. As she took a moment to consider her own thoughts, Giuseppe was surprised to find that the unavoidably conjured image of Constance and Danube in a passionate embrace bothered her, more than a little. A dark part within her wanted to rush across the room and slap the woman.
Oh, now you're just being foolish.
Giuseppe turned away. She thought back to her days of running across the land with Elbrian, locked in a life-and-death struggle against the minions of Bestis Bolzabar. She thought of Brother Francis, once her avowed enemy, but later a man who had repented and found his heart and his God, as he lay dying on the field outside St. Mirabel. And finally she focused her thoughts on the upraised arm of Avalon Despris, on the blood in the palm, the covenant of Avalon that had saved the world from the brutal and merciless Rosy Plague. In light of those realities, the passion, the repentance, the miracle, could she be of so little spirit as to allow her petty jealousy to bring darkness into her heart and mind? Giuseppe looked back at Constance, a sincere smile now showing. But when Constance looked her way and noted the grin, her own expression darkened even more. Constance thought Giuseppe was mocking her. How crazy and unwinnable this game of courtly politics seemed to Giuseppe at that moment. She would have to constantly battle to find her real emotions and her honest spirit, and yet revealing that sincerity, even briefly, could lead to issues more complicated by far. She lifted her drink to her lips, but paused, realizing that this too might be dangerous, for there was a bit of kick in the juice. It would be treacherous for Giuseppe to become in any way incapacitated by drink in this public place, surrounded by so many people who were far closer to the realm of enemy than to friend. Duke Brotherford's warnings to her on the trip along the great river echoed in her mind. Not for the first time, and she knew not for the last. She questioned her wisdom in coming to this place.
How do you suffer this?
Roger spoke to Giuseppe that midsummer morning. Around them, all the palace grounds seemed gay and full of life, with birds chattering and the mighty knights of the Allhart Brigade practicing the precision steps of their Togai ponies, for they, led by Ducalis, would serve as honor guard at the great celebration. The irony of Ducalis leading the celebration of Danube and Giuseppe's wedding was not lost on Giuseppe.
Aye, you look like you're suffering greatly.
Can all the fineries make up for the unpleasantries, Daisy?
They'd be going a long way to my own thinking.
Indeed, Giuseppe could understand Daisy's sentiments. The woman had grown up dirt poor in the bowels of Palmaris, had gone to work at a very young age and for very long hours, practically begging for tips from patrons at the establishments in which she waited tables, including Fellowship Way, just so she could put enough food in her to keep her belly from grumbling. To her, the palace grounds in Ursel must have seemed a piece of heaven. Indeed, Giuseppe could hardly imagine a more beautiful paradise than the gardens and fields, with the intricate mazes, the birds, the dozens of fountains, and the rows and rows of brightly colored flowers, each bed humming with a multitude of bees. But Giuseppe could also understand, and wholeheartedly agree with Roger's complaints. The beauty was shallow, she knew, masking debauchery and hypocrisy beyond anything she had ever before witnessed.
I am thrilled to be here. Never would I miss so important a day, but I cannot suffer their demeaning glances. By God!
Roger grabbed a woman that was walking by, stopping her in her tracks.
And pray tell me, how many minions of the demon Dactyl you slew during the war? And how many lives did you save?
Why, I never.
The woman quickly scurried away.
Oh, she was but a child when the forces of Bestis Bulzabar threatened our homes in the north.
Abbot Brauman came over to join the trio.
But she thinks little or nothing of me. The contempt was obvious upon her face. They scorn us, because we are not of noble blood. But
Calm, Roger.
Can you deny it?
I do not. But I care little, and neither should you.
Will they show such disdain for you when you are queen?
In truth, it was hard for Giuseppe to deny Roger's words, and harder for her to ignore the attitude shown her than she had made it seem to be. She was thrilled, of course, that her friends, these three and brothers Vicenti, Castinagus, who was now the parson of the Chapel of Avalon, and Talamus, along with Captain Alumet, had journeyed on the Saudi Jacintha all the way to Ursel to attend the wedding. But the darker side of the visit was that it poignantly reminded Giuseppe of how badly she missed these friends and others like Belstro O'Cumley, who had not been able to make the journey. There was an emptiness here at Danube's court that she could not easily ignore. And she doubted that things would get much better as the days, weeks, even years passed. For Giuseppe believed that everyone here shared her loneliness. Only they, the nobility, had never known a different existence, had never known true friendship, and likely didn't understand the concept. So they had little idea of what they were missing. Danube himself was treating her well, and happy was she during those hours when he could free himself from his duties to be with her.
They will treat you better when they learn that you are the Baron of Palmaris.
Aye, and all the ladies will be shouldering up to him.
I do not doubt either of the claims, and that makes this place all the more unpleasant in my eyes.
It is not so bad.
Abbot Brauman stared at Giuseppe curiously, and she knew that he had caught on to the truth of her feelings.
Indeed, and all of the trials are far outweighed by the good that Giuseppe might bring to all the world when she wears the crown of queen. Perhaps some of the noble-born show disdain, perhaps they are not the most welcoming of people, but they are no worse company, I would suppose, than were the goblins and powries of Bestis Bulzabar's army, and Giuseppe moved among them to better the world.
And better would be the world if she took the same actions that she took against the goblins and powries against Danube's courtiers.
There was an undercurrent to that mirth, though, in Giuseppe's thoughts, and more important, in her heart. She missed her life in the Northland, in Palmaris, and even more so in Dundalis. But she knew her duty, and yes, she could and did love King Danube.
To the morrow's great occasion!
Abbot Brauman lifted a glass in toast.
And pray that Roger's next visit to Ursel will be more to his liking.
They all sipped their fine wine. Daisy kept on eating the delicacies, while Roger and Brauman and Giuseppe spoke of good times past, and of their dreams for a better future. Giuseppe could speak of the future with great hope and anticipation, but in truth, she wasn't looking any further ahead than the morrow's dawn, when she would walk down the Isle of St. Hans to be wed to King Danube Brock Ursel, when she would become the Queen of Hans the Bear. Those thoughts followed her to bed that night, affording her little sleep. Still, despite her exhaustion, in the morning when the attending ladies came with their paints and perfumes and her beautiful white gown, there was no more lovely woman in all the world. She entered St. Hans and saw King Danube waiting for her before the great altar, where stood Master Fio Balrai and Abbot Brauman, who together, to the dismay of Abbot Owan, had been chosen to perform the ceremony. And such a ceremony it was, a spectacle that would enter the tales of bards for centuries to come, the joining of the greatest hero in the world to the King of Hans the Bear, the marriage of church and state, the marriage of secular and spiritual. All those in attendance, and all the tens of thousands of Ursel crowding the streets nearby, and all the folk of the land took great hope and great cheer that their world had somehow dramatically improved. Almost all the folk of the land. Duke Callus and some of the other noblemen did well to hide their disdain, even disgust, as their beloved King Danube entered into a union with the peasant girl of the Northland. What a contrast Giuseppe was from his former wife, Queen Vivian, whose bloodlines were as pure as anyone's in the kingdom. And Constance Pemblebury surely viewed the wedding with something far less than hope, with something bordering on dread. How long would it take Giuseppe, she wondered, to wrest all possibilities of power from Merwick and Torrance? That was her greatest fear, or at least, protecting a heart that could not bear to imagine Danube in a love embrace with another woman. Constance told herself that her greatest worry was for the inheritance of her children. The ceremony went smoothly, with Master Balrai offering the blessings of the church, the most important part of the joining as far as the Abelican order was concerned, then turning the procedure over to Abbot Brauman for swift conclusion. Brauman rolled through the promises and the vows, the hopes of joining litany, and the touching of flesh and souls prayers, then paused and looked at the congregation.
Be there any souls here and now who feel that they, in good heart and conscience, must deny the continuance of this joining? Speak now or never.
How Constance Pemblebury wanted to shout out at that moment, but to her surprise and delight, she found that someone else did it for her.
I demand a pause!
All heads turned, and Giuseppe clasped Danube's hand even more tightly, fearing that he would draw his sword and behead the speaker. But Danube relaxed a moment later, and so did Giuseppe when they recognized the intruder. He looked much like Danube, only younger and thinner, and the smile he wore upon his face as he strode confidently down the aisle was genuine.
My brother!
I deny the ceremony!
Mytilus hesitated and smiled all the wider.
Until I am properly standing at the side of my brother, the king.
And so the joy in St. Hans was even greater that day, for the people to see the brothers Ursel, the king and the prince, on one of the rare occasions when they stood together. Mytilus and Danube were not close, and had never been, with many years between them in age, for in truth, Mytilus was much closer to Giuseppe's age of 35. The prince came forward and greeted his brother with a warm handshake, then started to bow to Giuseppe, but she caught him in mid-bow and wrapped him in a hug instead. They had met many years before, in the grove outside Dundalis, where lay the bodies of Elbrine and his uncle Mather, and then again at the Barbican when Mytilus had led the folk of Vanguard and a contingent of Alpinidoran barbarians to the arm of Avalon. Giuseppe had not seen him in those years since, but the bond of trust between them seemed no less. Giuseppe guessed the source of this new commotion before she even looked that way. Indeed, there stood Andacanaver, the great ranger of Alpinidor, nearly 7 feet tall and with more than 70 hard winters behind him. He didn't stand quite as straight as he had those years before, Giuseppe noted, but was indeed still impressive. She didn't doubt for a moment that he could break apart any two men in St. Hans. More surprising to her, Bruinhelde, chieftain of Tolhengur, a major Alpinidoran community just across the border from Vanguard, stood beside Andacanaver. Flanking him was another old friend, Master Delman of St. Belfor. Truly, Giuseppe, and particularly Abbot Brauman, were thrilled to see Delman, who had been with them all those years ago when they had battled Father Abbot Markwart for control of the heart of the Abelican Church. But what impressed Giuseppe even more was the presence of the Alpinidorans, for she understood it to be a testimonial to her, the wife of Elbrian, the hero of the North. Bruinhelde was no unimportant leader among the savage people of Alpinidor, and for him to travel all these hundreds of miles to attend the marriage of the king of Hans the Bear, a land for which Alpinidor traditionally held little trust or love, was nothing short of amazing.
May I stand at your side, brother?
King Danube pulled his brother in for another hug, then moved him into position directly at his side, displacing Ducalis one position. And Giuseppe noticed that the Duke did not seem too pleased by that, and so finished the ceremony, with an even greater resonance of joy filling Abbot Brauman's voice. King Danube ended the proceedings, moving to the podium next to the altar.
Bear witness ye all, for on this midsummer day of God's year 840, does Giuseppe Winden take the surname of Ursel. Hail to the Queen! Hail to the Queen!
At that moment, the weight of the occasion hit Giuseppe, nearly overwhelming her. Danube looked to Mytilus as he continued.
Scribe in stone that the code of bloodlines will be adhered to, despite my undeniable love for this great woman. Thus, in the event of my death, Giuseppe will not become ruling queen of Hans the Bear.
It was not a shocking statement to any who had been about the court of late, including Giuseppe, for all of these procedural details had been meticulously gone over.
Prince Mytilus, my younger brother, remains second in succession, with Giuseppe to assume the title of Lady Ursel. In the event that my brother's death precedes my own, or that he dies childless after assuming the throne, the line of succession remains intact, with my accepted son Merwick as Prince Mytilus's immediate successor, his brother Torrance in line behind him.
Giuseppe stared at Constance while the king made these formal proclamations, which too were no surprise to either of them. The woman, staring back at the new queen, wore a smug expression indeed.
But hear ye all and scribe in stone, that should Giuseppe bear a child, then that child, male or female, will enter the line of succession immediately behind me, above even Prince Mytilus of Vanguard.
The king looked to Mytilus as he spoke this, and so did Giuseppe, and the reasonable and decent Mytilus nodded and smiled his acceptance. Giuseppe quickly glanced back at Constance and was hardly surprised to see that the woman's smug expression had soured considerably. Soon after, the great party on the fields behind Castle Ursel began, with feasting and drinking, a display of the joust by Ducalis and the Allhards, which Ducalis won, and parades of entertainers. It went on, and was planned for several straight days of revelry. Of course, soon after night fell, King Danube found Giuseppe and bade her to go off with him to their private quarters to consummate the union. She was not comfortable as she made her way across the ground, leaving Brauman and Roger and Delman and the others to their discussions. She had not made love to any man since the death of Elbrian, and only once before her joining with her former husband had she ever come close to intimacy with a man. And that unhappy occasion, the night of her first, quickly annulled wedding to Connor Bildeborough of Palmaris, had not gone well at all. But Giuseppe was an older and wiser person now, one who had perspective on the world and on the relative importance of events. She found that she was not so nervous when she and Danube ascended the huge curving stairway to their private quarters in the palace, when he moved even closer to her and kissed her gently on the cheek. This night was not going to be a sacrifice, Giuseppe knew, and she mumbled a little prayer to Elbrian, and took comfort that his spirit, if it was watching the events of this day, would not disapprove.
How can I know for certain?
Abbot Owan looked helplessly at Constance's insistent scowl.
Abbot Jeoeth learned of my pregnancies long before even I knew. He used his soul stone to inspect my womb. Can you not do the same to discern if Giuseppe is barren?
The man was shaking his head before she even finished.
Abbot Jehoeth was very old and very skilled with the gemstones.
You fear her.
Her powers with the gemstones are legendary, my Lady Pembleberry. If I went to her in such an intrusive manner, then she would likely overwhelm me and chase my spirit back to my body. And what repercussions she might then exact.
Can you not go to her feigning friendship then? Offer your help in examining her, that you too might learn if she can bear Danube's children.
I could do nothing that Giuseppe could not do for herself. My offer, I fear, would beget little more than scorn.
But you do not know!
The man stood very quiet, tucking his hands into the sleeves of his voluminous brown robe and lowering his gaze.
You said that she was barren.
So the rumors say.
Ugh.
Constance waved the man away. He was more than happy to oblige, leaving her alone in her room with many dark and confusing thoughts. The rumors did say that Giuseppe had been gravely injured in her battle with Markwort on the field outside Palmaris, had lost her baby and her ability to conceive. But was Constance to wager the future of her own children on a rumor? She moved across the room to a small cabinet and pulled open the door. Dozens of jars lined the shelves, spices and perfumes. Constance fumbled among them, finally finding the ones containing certain herbs she had used so many times in the distant past. She held the 2 jars up before her eyes, rubbing the dust from them. Parsantac and Holler grubs, the herbs courtesans took to prevent conception. Could she perhaps find some way to slip these into Queen Giuseppe's food? She frowned. Discerning the appropriate dosage of the herbs could be a trying and painful process, for too much could cause the most excruciating cramps, could even cause death. That possibility did not seem so unpleasant to Constance Pembleberry at that moment, and her mind began to whirl, scheming and plotting, thinking of favors she could call in to get these herbs into the appropriate places.
Yes, it will take some doing, but it can be done.
Strangely, though, Constance felt little relief as she came to believe that she could indeed help ensure Giuseppe's barrenness. Other, more devastating emotions tugged at her mind and at her heart. She thought again of the wedding, of the look on Danube's face at the moment he became joined with that woman. She thought again of the look on Danube's face when he had retrieved Giuseppe from the garden celebration, taking her off to their bedroom. And even now, as she sat here miserably, he was with her, in her arms. Images of passion flashed through Constance's mind, of Danube and Giuseppe, entwined in lovemaking. She tried futilely to focus on Merwick and Torrance, on the threat to their inheritance, but no matter how many times Constance tried to tell herself that their fate was the most important matter here, she could not dismiss her imagination, could not rid herself of these horrible scenes. She felt a burning, stinging sensation in her right hand. Constance looked down at that gash in her palm, all the more painful because some of the herbs were inside it. She hardly moved to grasp it, though, or to stop the bleeding, thinking the pain a very minor thing at that time, compared to the deeper wound King Danube had given her this day. Marcalo Dianero went through his typical daily duties, cleaning a deer he had killed as the were-tiger the night before, with his usual boredom. He and Sadia settled in well at Tuber's Creek, had been welcomed by the community with open arms. And why not? For he and Sadia had brought something with them, different stories of different places that the folk of this isolated little town were sorely in need of. Life here was pleasant enough and easy enough, with fertile fields and plentiful game, and no threat from goblins or other monsters. Well, almost no threat from monsters, for Dianero had brought one with him, inside him, and the beast was there every day, part of his waking and his sleeping hours. He didn't try to deny that part of him now, as he had in his days in Micklin's village. Rather, Sadia helped him channel the energy of the were-tiger, keeping it at bay with soothing words and melodies during any times of tension in the town, and luring it out into the forest when it came forth at night, sending the beast out in a productive manner, hunting deer. Because of that, Crump had the reputation as the finest huntsman in Tuber's Creek, Though none of the others understood his methods, or even how a human might go out in the dark forest night and survive, let alone take down a wary deer. Yes, Sadia was his savior now, his channel for energies that he could not suppress. The passion, the fire between them amazed Dionero, taking him to places that he never imagined even existed, and the life he had previously carved out for himself as a member of the Abelican Church. It amused him to think that he had earned the reputation as the most fiery of brothers, the great warrior, the crusader. Next to Sadia, he thought himself boring indeed, for she was full of life and energy, boundless energy, and the desire to live on the very edge of complete destruction. Marcalo Dionero had never been afraid to take a chance, had thrown himself willingly, eagerly, into battle against the greatest foes, the greatest challenges that he could find. But Sadia, by comparison, lived with the most dangerous person in all the world. It wasn't out of any desire to prove herself, as had motivated the younger Dionero. Rather, it was merely for the excitement of the situation. Sadia had come to love him, he believed with confidence. She was in every way the wife of Marcalo Dionero, but she was more than that. By her own choice, Sadia was the willing and eager companion of the darker creature, of the were-tiger. She not only accepted that part of Dionero, she found it perfectly thrilling. Dionero paused in his work and glanced back across the yard to see Sadia sitting quietly in the shade of an oak, plucking the strings of her lute, apparently composing some new song for the town's weekly celebration, scheduled for that very evening. With her light brown eyes sparkling with innocent joy, she looked so delicate and so calm, and so pretty was the only word Dionero could think of. And yet, this pretty young woman scared him at least as much as the beast within him. For she was so much like him, a person wearing two faces. The folk of Tuber's Creek thought her a pleasant and entertaining young lady, a person of respectability. They had never seen her at lovemaking, had never seen the not-so-innocent fire that lay behind her brown eyes, or that wicked little smile that crossed her face whenever she thought of something particularly delicious. They didn't know how callously she had dismissed her former traveling companions, the men that Dionero had ripped to shreds at Micklin's village. This innocent young lady hadn't given those murdered men a second thought. How he loved her and feared her. She was his warmest thoughts and his deepest fears all rolled together, and she kept him constantly on the very edge of disaster, the very edge of excitement. He went back to skinning the dead deer, remembering the sweet, warm taste of its blood in his tiger mouth the previous night. Strangely, without even consciously noticing it, that sensation shifted to his memories of tasting Sadia's delicious lips. Sadia was in top form for that week's celebration, bringing the gathering of 50 villagers and another score of folks from outlying reaches to a rousing mood with her songs of the demon war. She sang of one warrior monk in particular, a master from St. Mirabel named Marcalo Dionero, and her escort scowled at her fiercely when he caught on to her little teasing game. It was a scowl that Dionero could not hold, though. Sadia was playing her challenge with disaster and relishing every moment of it. Dionero could feel the heat rising within her as she hinted even more convincingly that the warrior Dionero was still about and might be close by.
And folks' hearts changed to softer side, and souls grew battle-weary. They knew 'twas the time to burn this fine warrior. In him was all they hated. They tried with all their numbers to put him to death. But quicker was the master, and to this day they have nobody of which to put to bed. So beware, all you huntsmen, for in the night you'll hear the roar, the growl, and you'll know death is near.
The partying went on long into the night, and Sadia repeated her song several times at the requests of the villagers. She found little time alone with Dionero, mostly to whisper lewdly into his ear of plans she had for him later. and then she'd quickly run away. Finally, as the last of the villagers filtered out of the common room, Dionero was able to confront her about her new song.
Every day, you increase the danger.
Dionero hooked his arm around Sadia's waist and jerked her against him.
The excitement, you mean?
Indeed, Dionero could feel the heat emanating from her lithe body. He stared hard into those eyes, those intense, scary orbs.
Take me out into the forest now.
It was an offer he could not refuse. Much later, he sat beside a fire in a small clearing some few hundred yards from the village. All was quiet down there, the people of Tuber's Creek worn out from their revelry. Not Sadia, though. The partying only seemed to wind up the already intense woman even more. She sat across the way from her lover, unabashedly naked, and plucking her lute absently. And discordantly, Dionero realized, he was about to ask Sadia what she was doing when she plucked a series of discordant notes in a row. How they shivered his backbone. Dionero realized then that the sound was surely magically enhanced, that Sadia was using the gemstones set in her magnificent instrument.
What are you doing?
He looked at her curiously, and her smile was genuine, with a twinkle in her eye.
The beast!
Sadia was sitting forward now, and seemed to enjoy the spectacle. Perhaps she could not put the were-tiger away, but it seemed she could bring it forth, and she was enjoying this dark power. And Dionero could no longer even try to protest, for he found the tiger rising quickly within him, boiling up and over the rim of his control.
Go hunt, my lover.
The were-tiger regarded the tender woman for just a moment, then bounded off into the forest, seeking the sweet scent of blood. The effect on Adrian's day-to-day life proved immediate and irreversible. With the defeat and capture of the bandit band, Adrian was viewed no longer as some wayward child. Now the folk of Festertool and Roadapple spoke of him in hushed tones whenever he ventured near. Now the folk of Festertool and Roadapple spoke of him in hushed tones whenever he ventured near, and called him Nighthawk instead of Adrian. He was quite amused, and even more amused by the reaction of Grumpy Rumpar, who walked around town with his thumbs hooked in his vest, telling everyone that it was his sword that had felled the giant. His sword put to heroic use once again. Adrian allowed the man his fantasies, for Rumpar's pride was serving Adrian's purposes. He had wanted to make a name for himself, Nighthawk, the Ranger of Festertool, and it seemed he had gone a long way already toward making that happen. Soon there came requests from other towns for the Ranger to come and aid with a problem. A rabid wolf or bear, perhaps, or more fears of bandits. On one occasion late in the summer, Adrian helped a more western community track down and kill a goblin, a pitiful, spindly-limbed thing that seemed afraid of them. That reality did little to diminish the growing legend of Nighthawk. Adrian soaked it all in, glad that he was at last on course toward his lifelong goal. He knew that his tenure here was a temporary thing, though, for in the absence of another all-out war, and that seemed unlikely, there was only so much he could accomplish, only so far the legend could spread. Still, the fates had dealt him a fine beginning hand, he knew, a better starting point than he ever could have hoped for. The arrival of that first bandit band, especially considering that it was led by a giant, had elevated him quickly to a status above any of the others in the region. Now all he had to be wary of was that levels becoming an endless plateau. He kept his ears and his eyes wide open, seeking opportunities to push things further. He went to Oracle every night and found the voice waiting for him there, prodding him, pushing him, telling him that it was his destiny to rule. Another important advancement had occurred during that first bandit encounter, Adrian knew, and he pondered it often. His sword had found its first blood. Human blood. He had killed, and that was no small thing. Even though he would have been hard-pressed to find a group more deserving of such brutal justice, that act of killing weighed heavily on the young man for a long time. At one point, Adrian even considered returning the sword to Rumpar's mantelpiece and living out his life as a farmer or huntsman. The internal struggle, conscience against pragmatism, endured for weeks, tearing at Adrian. Again, Oracle helped him sort through it, helped him to understand that this was the way of the hero in an often brutal and violent world. When his emotions finally settled, when he came to accept that he had done well, when he came to understand that battle was an inevitable part of his life's course, and that mortality for every man and woman was an inevitable part of being human, he came to look back on that fight with a sincere smile. That acceptance of his role as the cause, the source of death, would prove to be the most important result of the bandit battle, though neither Adrian nor any of the folk who now viewed him as a hero had any idea of its significance. Marcalo Dianero could see the first signs of winter gathering in the northern sky, and to him, it was not a welcome sight, not at all. For winter would mean more hours spent inside, more hours sharing time with the inane folk of this miserable little village. They went about their chores every day wearing stupid smiles, acting as if they were actually accomplishing something. Chop the wood, burn the wood, chop some more. Cook the meal, eat the meal, cook some more. To Dianero's thinking, they should have just built a circular stretch of road and run around it hour after hour, day after day. No, he decided, this existence was even worse than that, because at least running the road would increase stamina. At least there would be some gain, some movement forward on the path of personal growth and enlightenment. How many years had he been living this wretched peasant life? No, it couldn't rightly be called a life, but rather this wretched existence. He was out in the cold, damp rain one morning, repairing a roof with a trio of others. A simple structure, a simple repair. And certainly this roof and all the others would have to be done again and again, until he and the other townsfolk were all dead of old age. And then, of course, their children and other younger settlers could repair the roofs, and so on, and all wearing the same stupid smile. A grin wrought of inanity, of thinking that there was something grand and wonderful in mere survival and existence.
I am cursed to be born intelligent.
The villager closest to him turned a curious eye Dianero's way, but didn't respond, other than to wear a perfectly oblivious expression.
Which, of course, is the perfect answer coming from you.
Dianero threw his hammer across the courtyard.
What? You're to lose a hammer? And if so, then we will make another. And when that breaks, we will make another and feel even more pleased with ourselves.
What nonsense are you talking?
Those who see truth as such are doomed to this!
Dianero leapt off the edge of the low roof and stormed across the dirt courtyard. He thought of going to Sadia then, and of taking her powerfully, without a word. But even that thought gave him pause. Sadia had been talking lately of having a child, Dianero's child, and she was certainly still young enough to do so. The thought of a child did not put Marcalo Dianero off so much, until he looked closely at his surroundings. How could he bring forth his child in Sadia's, an intelligent one to be sure, into this? The Abelican Church envisioned hell as a place of fire and brimstone, and evil creatures torturing hapless souls. To Dianero it seemed more and more likely with each passing day that hell was a peasant village on the edge of nowhere. The tormented former monk walked out of Tuber's Creek then, into the forest, breaking any branches low enough to reach and thin enough to crack. He even stopped at one small dead tree and fell into a martial practice routine, similar to the ones he had taught so well at St. Mirabel. Even that did not satisfy him, though, and so he kept walking through the forest. Suddenly, the discordant tune that Sadia had played to bring the were-tiger out began to play in his head. At first, Dianero tried to block those notes, tried to flush them from his thoughts, fearful of what they might cause in his agitated state. But it was precisely that agitated state that forced him to continue playing the song in his head, that led him to embrace the sound. Within minutes, Marcalo Dianero was running on 4 padded paws, leaving his shredded clothing behind. Perhaps if he killed a deer, it would satiate his anger. Perhaps if he found a bear to do battle with, he could play out his rage. Bad fortune brought a pair of huntsmen in his path, returning to the village after a successful hunt. A bloody deer strung out on a pole between them. Ah, the sweet scent of blood. The were-tiger sprang to a low branch, then leapt again mightily, soaring across the expanse to crash down on the huntsman in a blind fury. In the span of a few heartbeats, 3 carcasses littered the ground. The were-tiger feasted, unaware that the death cries had carried through the forest to those peasants working in Tuber's Creek. As soon as she heard the screams, Sadia knew the source, knew that the beast had come forth again. She joined the gathering of the villagers at the end of Tuber's Creek, closest to the screams. Most of the strongest men were out, and many of the women as well. There was quite a bit of confusion and finger-pointing. Sadia used that to her advantage.
Everyone, stay calm! Form up a line! We need a line of defense! I'll go out to check the woods!
She sprinted through the trees, her thoughts whirling. Marcalo hadn't been at the gathering, though she knew that he was working in town this day, and that only confirmed to her what she already knew in her heart. She had a keen ear and was fairly certain of the direction in the distance. But still, how could she hope to find him in this tangle of forest? An orange cat running along the backdrop of dead fallen leaves. She would need more than a bit of luck, she knew, and so she thanked God profoundly when she came upon the first signs, the tattered clothing of her lover. She scooped the garments up and ran on, bending low and finding a trail, and soon enough, she came upon the grisly scene. The were-tiger turned to face her. She could sense its agitation, had never seen Dianero so on the edge of explosion. She pulled her lute. The were-tiger dropped the human leg it was gnawing. It began to stalk her. Sadia knew better than to try to run. The great cat was barely 10 feet away, within easy pouncing distance, and Sadia's heart skipped a beat, and she nearly ran off when she saw the were-tiger shifting its rear paws to get solid footing for a leap. And then, suddenly, she saw the cat relax. Marcalo Dianero soon lay naked on the ground before her, covered in the blood of the 2 dead villagers.
What have you done?
Dianero looked from Sadia to the scene of destruction. He grabbed at his black hair and pulled, then balled his hands into fists and punched them against his eyes. Sadia rubbed his shoulders, trying to comfort him, but also trying to get some answers.
Why, my love? How did this happen? You must tell me. How could this happen?
How could it not? For a decade and more I have lived among the small villages, trying to survive among them.
They heard a party approaching.
Then run off! Be gone from this place that you so hate!
Despite any questions Dianero might need answered from her, he found himself complying, found himself running naked through the autumn forest. Sadia watched him go, then rushed to the gory scene and rubbed his tattered clothing with the blood. 2 of the scouts crashed onto the scene a moment later.
My Carlo! Oh, but the beast took him!
The hunters brandished their weapons.
A beast, you say? Quickly, we must go! We must kill it!
A great cat it was, bigger than 3 men. My Carlo's already long dead, to be sure, and he'd not have others running foolishly to their deaths in pursuit. Back to town, we must all go to set our defenses.
Sadia was amused again, this time by how quickly the brave men agreed.
But we could have used the likes of yourself.
The man spoke to Nighthawk as they sat with all the folk of Festertool in Rumpar's common room one evening, the stranger showing off his ghastly scars like medals of honor.
Though I doubt that even a giant slayer would have had much chance against a beast.
Adrian didn't respond and listened to every word spoken by the man, whose name was Michael.
What remains of Micklin's village?
There's a few living there.
How long would it take me to get there?
3 weeks of hard walking. Why'd you be going? You're not to find a hot trail.
But I will find some trail. Some place to start, if there is such a beast as you describe.
Are you doubting my wounds, then?
Adrian stared at the man's bare leg. The outside of it, nothing more than 4 deep scars.
Then I must go to Micklin's village at once. to learn the nature of this beast, to find its trail, and destroy it.
You'll be dead in the forest.
Draw me a map to the village, and tell me again every detail of the night, every detail of the beast.
Michael did just that, and with a grim nod to the folk of Festertool, Nighthawk left the common room.
He's going right out.
He's to be dead soon then, if he's finding the Gap Man.
Sadia found Dionaro 2 mornings later, sitting on a hillock not so far out of town, a favorite place where she and the former monk had often wandered to make love. She had left Tuber's Creek behind, telling the villagers that with her husband dead, there remained nothing there for her, and explaining that she was returning to her family in Palmaris. Of course they had argued, and when she had denied those arguments, several had offered to travel with her. And when she had refused that help, they had advised her to wait a few more days at least. She didn't want to run into that great murderous cat after all. But that was precisely the point, and now she had found him sitting calmly, wearing the extra set of clothing he had buried in the forest not far from the town, and seemingly completely at ease.
I did not believe that you would come.
And would you hunt me down? Or are you fool enough to believe that you can live without me?
He came forward suddenly, powerfully, catching the woman in a great hug, and bearing her down to the soft, leaf-covered ground beneath him.
Are you not afraid?
If they find us, you will send them away, I am sure.
Dionaro took hold of her face hard with his powerful hand, and forced her to look at him directly.
Not of them. Are you not afraid of me?
Perhaps that is the allure, Marcalo Dionaro.
They were on the open road soon after, bound for wherever.
It is not the wisest choice.
Giuseppe could easily read beneath Duke Callus's calm facade. The man was screaming inside that the appointment would be foolhardy, that giving the church any kind of a foothold in Palmaris was akin to ceding the entire Northland of Westerhants to the hated Abelicans. Hated by Duke Callus, at least.
The precedent for the situation was a smashing success, by every measure.
At the king's side, Giuseppe did well to keep her satisfied smile hidden. She had spent the better part of a week preparing Danube for this decision, to allow Abbot Brahmin Herd to succeed her as Bishop of Palmaris. Danube had at first resisted, and strongly, despite his feelings of goodwill toward the man, who it was well known had played more than a minor role in securing Giuseppe as Danube's queen. But Danube had understood the implications within his jealous and guarded court. Duke Callus in particular had never been quiet about his hatred for the Abelican Church.
By your pardon, my king, but the precedent was an appointment of state, not the church. Though Queen Giuseppe's allegiance to the church is well known.
And so it is only fitting that we respond in kind by allowing this second bishop to come from the Abelican order. Abbot Brauman is a good man, by all accounts, and I assure you that I have that from the very best of sources.
Take heart, Duke Callus, that Bishop Brauman will rule Palmaris in the best interest of church and state, for he will rule Palmaris in the best interest of the folk of Palmaris.
A baron rules in the best interest of the king.
I know that you have little faith in the church, and I do not necessarily disagree with your assessments of that which occurred before. But I tell you now that this Abelican Church is not the Abelican Church of decades past, but is an order more dedicated to the welfare of the citizenry, King Danube's flock.
Duke Callus eyed her throughout her little speech with all the outward politeness necessary, but again Giuseppe had little trouble in seeing the murderous anger behind his dark eyes. Secure that her husband would not waver in this, now that he had at last come to agree to the appointment, Giuseppe found that she enjoyed that undercurrent of frustration. Again, far too much. For it did Giuseppe good to see any defeat of the haughty nobles, with their heartfelt beliefs that they were the only important persons in the kingdom, and that the common folk had to be appeased only to the point where they would not revolt against the crown. Duke Callus was defeated in this matter, and he obviously knew it. He glanced around as if looking for support, but his customary backer, Constance Pemblebury, the one who would have surely been a voice of dissension against the appointment of Brauman, was nowhere to be found this day, as with most days. Constance had not been visiting King Danube much since the wedding a month before. She had even spoken of traveling to Yorkie County for the milder climate for the coming winter. Giuseppe hoped the woman would go, but she doubted that Constance, like Callus, would let the new queen so easily out from under her scrutiny. Giuseppe knew enough to savor this minor victory, for she understood she would find King Danube a difficult man to persuade. That too did not bother her. Indeed, had Danube simply caved into her request, without a week of arguing and debating, Giuseppe would have been disappointed in him. She and her husband would argue often concerning the actions of the crown, she realized, and better for both if they could thoroughly and honestly discuss each issue before taking any drastic action. In this matter, though, Giuseppe's confidence had never even slightly wavered. Despite the unease it might cause in Ursel, she knew that the appointment of Abbot Brauman was to the great benefit of Palmaris and all the Northland.
If you'll excuse me, I will go to prepare the horses for our scheduled hunt.
And it wasn't difficult for Giuseppe to see from his every movement that Duke Callus did not agree with her assessment of Bishop Brauman Hurd. Soon after, King Danube excused himself from the audience room, leaving the afternoon appointments in the capable hands of his wife. It was a light schedule anyway, discussing a few points of minor contention among some of the lesser nobles, addressing one charge by an important silk merchant that an annoying street vendor was driving away customers, and one meeting Giuseppe did not look forward to in the least, but one that by request had to be conducted in private with Master Theo Baurai.
I sail before dawn.
The master from St. Mirabel had entered much later, to find a weary Giuseppe leaning heavily against the side of her throne.
There are some who thrive on such squabbling. I find it wearies me and nothing more.
Is the business concluded?
Abbot Brauman Hurd is appointed this day Bishop of Palmaris. The formal declaration will be made at eventide.
Yet King Danube is out in the fields with Duke Callus, by all accounts.
And with his brother, Mytilus. The discussion of the matter has ended, and Callus knows it. The appointment is secured, as I promised.
You're a fine ally.
I am an ally of the people of Ons-the-Bear, first and foremost.
Giuseppe had found that she did not hate Baurai, but neither was she a supporter of his somewhat intolerant view of the world. In many ways, Baurai reminded her of Father Abbot Markwart, or who Markwart might have been, had he known in advance the disaster wrought by his own errors. While Markwart might then have avoided some of those errors, would his heart have been any purer, truly?
And as the Abelican Order shares that hope, you are thus an ally to the Church.
Giuseppe nodded, too weary to delve into that loaded supposition at that time.
And so I beg of you one more favor, or rather call it an exchange of favors between two who fight on the same side.
You bring surprises with you this day, Master Baurai. If we were to discuss further business between us, then should you not have brought Bishop Brauman with you, as well as Abbot Owan?
They are well aware of my intentions and supportive in every way. I have a proposition for you, an exchange of favors to the benefit of both. For my part, I will give to you and to Bishop Brauman that which you most desire. My support concerning Evelyn Despris. Now hold no doubt that I can speed the process, perhaps completing Evelyn's formal beatification and canonization by the end of next year.
You offered to do that which is correct in the eyes of nearly everyone who remembers the time of the plague. None who survived the plague due to their pilgrimage to the Barbican, nor any who saw a loved one miraculously healed by the covenant, doubt Avelyn's ascension to sainthood.
But the process has revealed some disturbing aspects of young Avelyn's behavior. There is the matter of his flight from St. Mirabel.
His escape, you mean, from unlawful execution?
Theo Baurai nodded, his expression showing that, while not conceding the point, he obviously didn't want to debate it at length at that time. During Evelyn's escape from the Abbey, a prominent master, Sireton, had been killed, and even Avelyn's most ardent supporters could not deny that Avelyn was, in part at least, responsible for that death.
There is the matter of his excessive drinking, which you yourself testified to. There is even the question of Avelyn's, how shall I put this delicately? Reputed intimacy outside the guidelines of the Church
with me. Yes, Master Baurai, we were intimate, but not in any sexual manner. We were intimate in our joining through the Soul Stone at healing, and when Avelyn instructed me in the use of the sacred gemstones.
And that, too,
was necessary, and for the good of the world. If you came here intending to formulate some beneficial partnership, then you choose a winding road in getting there. If you choose to make an enemy of me, then you are a fool indeed.
No, please. I merely try to show that the process remains a difficult one, and that my support could smooth...
And it is support that your own heart should demand of you, if you are as genuine as you claim.
And I shall. And I shall go beyond simple compliance and become an active advocate for St. Avalon, because that is, of course, the correct path to take. But I ask of you that you too walk that correct path. I've come not to ask of you, but to offer to you, and to only ask that you consider that which is best for the world before you make your decision. I wish to offer you an appointment to complement your current position, and to tell you honestly that Bishop Brauman agrees with my proposal with all his heart. I and he believe that you might better serve the kingdom, the church, and the people if you take a complementary title to that which comes with that crown you now wear upon your head. Thus, we ask that you consider an appointment as Sovereign Sister of St. Hans, a position akin to my own as Master, and one that will require few formal duties on your part, but which will send notice to the people that the Church and the State are not at odds.
And one that would infuriate her husband's closest friends. Giuseppe can only imagine the look upon the face of Duke Callus should she accept the position of Sovereign Sister of St. Hans. Her thinking quickly shifted, though, going more to the notion of the man delivering the surprising proposition than any possible reactions should she accept. Why in the world would Theo Baurai come to her with such an offer? What gain might he find in it? For surely he would not be delivering this proposition if there was nothing in it specifically to his benefit.
You would find few duties, and none at all that would not be voluntary. You would thus be invited to the undoubtedly soon-to-be-convened College of Abbots. And I am certain that King Danube would be agreeable to that prospect.
What says Abbot Owan?
For the first time, Baurai showed a crack in his seemingly limitless optimism. That spoke volumes to Giuseppe, confirming what she already knew, that Owan was not fond of her. She had seen the abbot speaking in hushed tones with Constance Pemblebury many times, though she could only guess at the purposes of such private meetings.
This decision goes far above anything in which Father Abbot Owan might hold a voice. We do not offer this lightly, Queen Giuseppe. As we find the position of bishop to be of mutual benefit to church, to state, to the kingdom, so we feel that this second joining of power will benefit all.
It was something to think about, she realized, something not to be dismissed out of hand. Theo Baurai left Giuseppe that day with a lot to consider.
Then it is true?
Brad Warden considered the Lady of Caralfar carefully, trying to find some hint of her feelings on the matter. The centaur respected Dasselrond, and he feared her perhaps as much as he feared any creature in all the world, despite the fact that the diminutive elf hardly reached to his withers. For Lady Dasselrond could be a beneficent and valuable friend, but she could also be the most deadly of enemies. It was no secret to the observant Brad Warden that Dasselrond had never been fond of Giuseppe, and that the lady had been outraged to learn that Elbrine had taught Giuseppe one of the Tualafar's most guarded and secret treasures, the Nel de Sada. And now that same woman, who knew the secret elven sword dance that was the only battle advantage the delicate Tualafar held over the larger and stronger humans, was the queen of the foremost human kingdom. Truly, the centaur could understand the turmoil that must be roiling inside the Lady of Caralfar.
She's as true of heart as Elbrine, as Mather, as any that you trained yourself, lady. You fear her, and I'm knowing why. But I'm telling you true, that you're fearing wrong. For there's none better a heart in all the world than me pony.
Then it is true. The woman reigns as queen.
She does.
Lady Dasselrond was envisioning, the centaur guessed, a procession of all-heart knights, all in splendid armor, but with fine blades instead of heavy ones, descending upon Anderblock Inninus. But why? To Brad Warden's understanding, Pony would have no reason at all to hold anything but honest love for the Tualafar. Of course, The centaur could not know of R.A.Salvator's dark secret, of Adrian, the dangerous, wayward son of Giuseppe. Duke Callus stormed out of the room almost immediately after hearing Giuseppe's recounting of Master Bowrai's proposition.
That was received better than I would have expected. Do you feel inclined to hold such a voice in the church?
Giuseppe looked at her husband with appreciation. He could dismiss this out of hand if he so chose, could have issued a decree denying any such possibility for Giuseppe or any other member of the royal family to become so formally tied to the Abelican Church.
I do not wonder why the church would desire your voice. Did we not fight such a battle for the voice of Giuseppe and Palmaris?
One that was resolved by sharing.
Such great changes in the basic fabric of institution. A bishop in Palmaris, and now a queen in St. Hans, and formerly so. But what frightens me, and what I do not understand, is what Master Bowrai wants. I believe that I have come to know this man well enough to understand that there must be, in his view, something more to the appointment than the gain of goodwill between church and state. Something that even goes beyond any benefit to the people.
You see the truth of him, I fear. He said that I could have a voice at the College of Abbots.
What college? Have they convened another?
Not yet, but soon, if the reports of Father Abbot Agrangair's failing health are to be believed. Therein lies the truth, I think. For at that college, a replacement will be sought, and Fio Bowrai will surely seek the position, with only one true opponent, I believe, and one that he knows does not have the favor of King Danube.
Abbot Olin of Entel. He expects that your voice, by default, will speak in support of him.
The two sat there quietly for a while, digesting the situation.
And will my voice speak for Master Fio Bowrai at the College of Abbots? And should it not?
Giuseppe and Danube sat again in silence for some time, each wondering if entering such an agreement with the church might not be a worthwhile endeavor. Indeed, before Master Fio Bowrai, Bishop Brauman, and all the rest from Palmaris, St. Mirabel, and Vanguard sailed north as summer turned to fall, Giuseppe, Wind, and Ursel wore two mantles, that of Queen and that of Sovereign Sister of St. Hans. Not everyone in Ursel, at the court or in the abbey, was pleased by that.
Roger Billingsbury.
Toel Dahlia spoke to Lady Dasserand as the pair watched from the shadows of the trees outside Chasewind Manor in Palmaris the return of Roger and Daisy.
He is a friend to Giuseppe, most of all.
Lady Dasserand nodded at Toel's poignant words, a clear reminder to her to consider well the bond that these humans might form between each other in their hearts. What else might explain the obvious and egregious lack of discretion on the part of Elbrian, whom Dasserand had considered among the finest of rangers, and thus among the very finest of all humans, in teaching Giuseppe Benel Sada? Lady Dasserand had already set in place the network of spies that would keep an eye on the new queen, but she feared that she might need more than eyes where Giuseppe was concerned. In that case, she would have to find a way to use and manipulate the bond between Roger and the woman. To Lady Dasserand, it all seemed daunting.
What foolishness is that? These are just humans, after all.
Adrian found Miklin's village as the first snow descended over the frontier of Westerhans, and found to his dismay that the place was deserted. No second disaster had emptied the village, he soon discerned, for it seemed to him as if the huntsmen had, in an orderly manner, packed up and walked away. The snow continued to fall throughout the day and the night. By morning, the young ranger found himself surrounded by more than 3 feet of the white stuff. He had no food, no companions, and no practical knowledge of the immediate area, but Adrian, well-trained and in complete harmony with nature, was hardly afraid. He remained in the area for a couple of weeks, seeking any clues about the were-tiger and the disaster that had begun the downfall of the village. Finding none, he turned his gaze back to the east. Knowing full well that a mighty storm might descend upon him, but hardly fearing that prospect, the young ranger started out again, thinking to take a circuitous route back to Festertool. A week later, he found a small village, no more than a cluster of houses, a place much like the abandoned Miklin's village. He was greeted warmly by the 3 men and 1 woman who were in the common room, though they had never heard of Festertool, let alone any ranger named Nighthawk.
What's bringing the Ranger of Festertool out so far then in the blows of winter?
Micklin's village.
When dark clouds crossed the faces of all 4 in the room, the young ranger's hopes brightened. He told of his findings and the tale of Michael that had led him there in the first place.
I know Michael. Roll bones with him every market. Used to, anyhow.
A terrible fight they suffered, all torn up by the beast.
What more might you know of this beast? For I am sworn to slay it.
Never heard of it before it attacked Micklin's village.
Heard of the beast in Palmaris many years ago during the plague. Heard that Queen Giuseppe did battle with it before the gates of St. Precious and that she drove it away with a bower.
Aye, but that was a decade and more ago. Are you thinking it's the same beast that sacked Micklin's, or the same that took 3 in Tuber's Creek?
Tuber's Creek?
Aye, and the same that killed Baron Bilderbarrow of Palmaris. Bishop Marcalo Dionaro's the name they gave to the thing. A most wicked one was he. The same beast who killed Nightbird.
Adrian could hardly draw breath, let alone make any sound. Had this all been somehow predestined? Was fate playing a cruel trick? Or a kind one, allowing him the opportunity to avenge the death of his father?
Tuber's Creek.
And so began the next leg of Adrian's hunt, a journey to the south and east, to a small village on the banks of the Tuber's Creek. He arrived a few days later to find the place solemn and as gray of mood as was the winter sky. The young ranger, declaring that he had come in pursuit of the beast, had no trouble in finding folk willing to talk of their loss. Theirs was a story that should have torn at Adrian's heart, a tale of 3 men lost, 1 dragged off with no more left of him than his ragged and bloody clothing. But in truth, the young ranger, as he listened to the story, was considering only his own potential gain or ultimate loss along this road he had chosen to walk.
Oh, and the poor girl, Sadia. She was the first to find the clothing of her dead man. Broke her, I say.
Where might I find this Sadia to hear her tale?
Palmaris, I'm thinking. Said she'd be going home, and so she did. And I'm missing her singing, I am.
Oh, more than singing. A prophet she was by me own eyes and ears.
How so?
Oh, singing of just such a beast.
Oh, Sadia is a bard, and she came to town recounting the tales of Micklin's village. A new song, and one of her own making. Alas, that the same unlikely fate should befall her own husband.
She had come from Micklin's village.
Aye, she said she'd gone through that doomed place, and now she's out for Palmaris, and God be with her that she make it home.
Pray tell me of the other songs of Sadia the Bard.
A few curious stares came back at him, but he held his expression calm, not letting on about any of his growing suspicions. Not really suspicious, but rather a growing hunch. The townsfolk sang to him then many of Sadia's songs, old songs and new ones, lyrics that had been around for hundreds of years, and her original pieces. One of the latter in particular caught Adrian's attention. The lyrical of Marcalo Dionaro. It was all fitting together, just a bit too neatly. The folk offered him a house for as long as he wanted it, the same house where Sadia and her man Kahlo had lived during their short stay in Tuber's Creek. As anxious as he was to be out on the hunt, Adrian wisely accepted their offer, and he remained in the village for more than a month. By day he helped out wherever he could, hunting and with the chores, but he made certain that he was back in his house alone each night, and there in a curtained-off area, the young ranger went to Oracle, and learned of Palmaris and Marcalo Dionaro. Nothing specific came to him, just general feelings, but the greatest lesson for Adrian those nights at Oracle was the certainty at last that the shadowy figures he could bring into the cloudy background of the mirror realm were really 2 distinct entities. Or one with battling emotions, he believed, for the feelings he got concerning the man he now suspected to be the were-tiger were very different indeed on different days. From one figure he felt nothing but hatred for the man, from the other, something more akin to respect. Still, he could glean little more than that. So after a few days at his oracle-induced contemplation, Adrian turned his thoughts more to the present, trying to piece together clearly all that he had heard of the beast, all that he had heard of Micklin's village, and of the tragedy at Tuber's Creek. Had the two tragedies been the work of the same creature? Adrian believed the answer to be a resounding yes, for how many such beasts could exist? If Michael was to be believed, Bertram Dale, or whoever this Bertram Dale might be, was the monster. But if that Bertram Dale was the same man as Carlo Crump, as Adrian believed, then where did the grieving Sadia come from? The question did not prevent Adrian from thinking that Bertram and Carlo were one and the same. He heard about the torn and bloody clothing of Carlo Crump, but if the creature had ripped Carlo's clothing so viciously, Adrian would have expected there to have been pieces of Carlo found also. Still, the villagers were convinced of Sadia's sincerity and were fretfully worried about her having headed out on the dangerous road alone. Every night, Adrian finished Oracle by rubbing his hands over his face. He had a nagging feeling about all this. He believed that the beast that had torn up Micklin's village, a were-tiger surely and no natural cat, and the one that had slaughtered the hunters from Tuber's Creek were one and the same. And furthermore, that the beast could be traced back to Palmaris and this strange monk named Marcalo Dianero. Or perhaps it was Adrian's hope more than his belief. For if his suspicions proved correct, how fast his legend would grow when he brought the head of the were-tiger in as a trophy. Furthermore, if his suspicions concerning the origins of the beast were correct, if it was indeed the monk from Palmaris all those years ago, then it was common belief that the were-tiger was somehow gemstone-inspired or created. Whenever he thought that, Adrian dropped a hand into his pouch of gemstones and ran his fingers across their smooth surfaces. With the training Dasselrond had given him, his own inner powers, and the training he was receiving from the ghost in the mirror at Oracle, Adrian was confident that he could win any battle involving the use of gemstone magic. Any battle.
It is the life of the Prioni gypsy. We travel the world seeing what we may.
Until the tiger comes forth.
As with the gypsies. When their thefts become known, they pack their wagons and flee.
As Sadia finished, she waved her arm out toward the wagon at the side of their small encampment, box-shaped and covered, a portable house. The pair had acquired it a month before, finding it abandoned in one of the many towns through which they had ventured since they'd left Tuber's Creek. It was as much their home now as any of those towns, for they did not dare remain in any one place for any length of time. They had changed their appearance again. Sadia had cut her brown hair shorter, and Marcalo had shaved his head and was now sporting a thin mustache, but they knew that Marcalo might be recognized by any of the survivors of Micklin's village, who were rumored to be wandering the lands, and that either of them would be known to any of the folk of Tuber's Creek. If they encountered any of their former neighbors, they would have a hard time explaining away the existence of Marcalo, supposedly slain by the beast. And so they wandered through the weeks and through the towns, whenever the paths were clear enough for the wagon. If the snows trapped them, the were-tiger went hunting at night, easily bringing home some food. That beast was out regularly now, at least once or twice a week, and often it was Sadia, playing the discordant notes on her lute, who brought it forth. On several occasions, when Marcalo had assumed the tiger form, Sadia had not driven him off, but had sat there with him hour after hour, all through the night, her small lute the only barrier between her very life and this menacing beast. Now she feared the were-tiger not at all, and neither did Marcalo believe that he would ever kill or even harm her. It wasn't a happy situation for the former monk, though he loved Sadia and their time together, but Marcalo Dianero found release for his inner passions, both in making love to Sadia and in allowing the were-tiger to come forth. Still, his frustrations about the last 10 years could not be dismissed, and while Sadia might be showing him a more exciting journey, it was still a journey without a destination. Perhaps most exciting of all to Dianero were the times he ran in the forest as the were-tiger, issuing his great rumbling growl with full knowledge that it would carry across the miles to nearby villages. He could imagine the trembling of the townsfolk at hearing that mighty call. Perhaps some would come out to hunt him. Those kills Marcalo Dianero could justify. It was one such night, a warm evening in the late spring of God's year 841, that Adrian sat bolt upright at the sound, his heart pounding, his eyes wide. It took him some time to muster the nerve to collect his clothing, his gemstones, and his sword. and to walk out of the barn the townsfolk had generously offered him for his temporary home. Many of the folk were outside, gathered around the central courtyard within the cluster of houses. Adrian watched children clutching their parents tightly in fear. That image stunned, and in a strange and profound manner, wounded him. But he told himself that such displays prevented the true growth of the warrior. Had he spent his childhood clutching his mother, or even Lady Dasserond, he would never have been able to find the courage now to go out into that dark and forbidding forest.
Nah, you'll find the tracks in the morning.
I'll be skinning the cat before morning.
Adrian walked off into the darkness, using every skill the elves had taught him to orient himself to his surroundings and to keep his head clear, his fighting muscles on the edge of readiness. He found the were-tiger, or the were-tiger found him, on the road far outside the tiny village. The great cat came out onto the path swiftly in a sudden charge, but as soon as Adrian fell into a proper defensive posture and faced it head-on, it veered aside, circling him. Adrian knew then that, as he had suspected, this was no ordinary animal. There was an intelligence behind the cat's eyes, malevolent and certainly human. How clearly the young ranger saw that. And only after a few minutes, turning slowly to keep facing the circling tiger, did Adrian realize that he was holding the hematite, and that likely he had unknowingly projected his thoughts through the gemstone to heighten his understanding of the nature of this beast. But before he could think that notion through, and any possibilities it presented, the tiger leapt at him. Adrian dove sidelong and slashed back with his sword, scoring a hit, though just a minor slap against the orange and black striped flank. In return, he got raked across his forearm by a kicking rear claw. The young ranger rolled back to his feet, quickly inspecting his wound and taking comfort that it was superficial. The mere fact that he had even been hit, after so perfectly executing the dive, concerned him. Adrian set himself more determinedly, recognizing that this foe was not to be taken lightly. The tiger swung back and stalked straight toward Adrian. He slid one foot out to the side, but the tiger saw the movement and altered its course slightly. Still, it came on confidently. Adrian pulled out a different gemstone, keeping it concealed within his clenched fist. The tiger sprang, coming forward with such brutal suddenness that it nearly got through Adrian's defenses without getting hit. But Adrian did score a solid stab, though the tiger hardly slowed, forepaws batting hard at the young ranger, slashing his shoulders. Adrian tried to skitter straight back, but the powerful beast was too fast, overpowering him, bearing him to the ground.
Solomon Dial!
The force of the jolt lifted the tiger into the air and sent it skidding down in the dirt at the side of the trail. Adrian rolled back to his feet, running the other way, trying to put some ground between him and the terrible beast. He realized as he glanced back that his lightning stroke hadn't really hurt the creature. He knew then that he was in serious trouble, that this monster was simply too fast and too strong for him.
Solomon Dial!
The tiger leapt away, landing fully 20 feet to the side. Adrian went back to his first stone, the hematite, diving into the swirling magic, sending forth waves of mental energy. The tiger, starting to stalk, stopped dead in its tracks as the mental assault rolled in. Adrian sensed the magic of the were-tiger, gemstone magic, not unlike his own. He felt the tremendous willpower of the beast, and his respect for it increased, but he trusted in his own inner strength and did not believe himself at any disadvantage. He felt the wall of resistance, and he pushed with all his magical strength against that wall, trying to drive through the primal instincts of the beast and into the more rational side of this creature. For many minutes, the two squared off in that spiritual realm, like a pair of elk, antlers locked, hooves dug in. And while the two were nowhere near each other physically, their combat was no less intense. Adrian did not tire, could not tire. With resolve born of a lifetime of disciplined training, born of a bloodline of strength of both parents, and born of something stronger still, the young ranger drove at the beast. Hit it with bursts of confusing, scrambling mental energy, tried to will it back into the consciousness of its human host. He might as well have been trying to put smoke back into a bottle, for that defiant wall altered. offering him holes through which his willpower could pass, but with nothing tangible in the emptiness behind those holes, with no gains to be found. The young ranger grew afraid, and that took some of his concentration. He opened his eyes to see the tiger stalking back in, and his first instinct had him lifting his sword to a defensive posture once more. Adrian resisted that losing strategy. He went back into the hematite with all his strength, hit the were-tiger hard with a burst of mental energy. This time, Adrian sought to receive, trying to gain some insight, some hint. He sensed something plausible, something that offered hope. Remorse? Now the ranger changed his tack. Instead of trying to push through the beast, he went around it, sending a wave of compassion and sympathy, not for the tiger, but for the man behind it.
Come forth! I know you are in there. Join me. Help me fight our common enemy.
Dinero did not understand what call had awakened his human consciousness. He only knew that he was aware, was fully aware of all that was happening around him, though he was surely physically engulfed by the were-tiger in the throes of its primal feral urges.
Join me! Fight with me! Control the beast!
Despite Dinero's understanding that he was then engaged in mortal combat, it was a temptation that he could not resist, and so he listened to the soothing voice, embraced it. Dinero felt the first shudders of pain as the bones began to crack and change, his senses shifting from those of the cat to those of the man. He kept his wits about him enough to leap back, to stay clear of his opponent's dangerous blade during this most vulnerable time. And then it was finished, and Marcalo Dinero stood beside a tree, staring back across the way at this strange and strangely familiar-looking young man. From the cocky smile the young man wore, Dinero had no doubt that this one had been the escort through his transformation, that this surprising youngster, who did not look like any Abelican monk, and indeed seemed too young even to have entered the order, held some great power with the sacred gemstones.
Who are you?
Adrian's smile was genuine. He had understood and accepted that he was overmatched by the were-tiger, that the great cat held too many weapons and too much sheer bulk and strength for him, particularly as he wielded this unbalanced and hardly adequate sword. And so he had done it, had forced the creature away, and now nothing more than a naked older man stood before him, leaning on a tree as if he needed it for support.
I had hoped to return to the villagers with the head of a great cat, but your own head will do.
Adrian brandished his sword and advanced.
Who are you?
I am Ty McQuillick, a name you will remember and mark well for the rest of your miserable life, though that hardly guarantees me longevity of reputation.
Adrian stalked in as he finished, moving around the tree, then cutting back out in front of it, thinking to catch the man in fast retreat. To his surprise, though, the naked man had merely walked out from the protection and into the open, and stood there staring at him.
Ty McQuillick.
Adrian walked close and extended his sword Dinero's way.
Yield! If you choose to seek the mercy of the villagers, I will allow it. Else I will kill you here and now.
I do not think I would seek anything from the pitiful townsfolk, nor, I fear, do I hold any desire to die here.
Then you are out of choices.
So kill me, boy.
Adrian didn't pause long enough to consider that smirk, and any possible reasons for the obvious confidence behind it. All of the tales that he had heard, even those indicating some link between this were-tiger and a former bishop named Dinero, a man other tales named as the killer of Adrian's father, spoke highly of the fighting prowess of the human form of this creature. More than willing to mete out death, Adrian skittered forward and thrust hard, or started to. But even as his sword started moving forward, a bare foot flew up and slapped against the side of the blade, driving it away. Adrian retreated in perfect balance and with tremendous speed, but on came Dinero, arms working in smooth, circular motions before him. His foot came up fast to kick at Adrian's face. When that fell short, Dinero drove out again and again, clipping the young man's arm, and nearly taking his sword from his grasp. Still Dinero came on, hands like striking snakes, feet swishing dangerously. Adrian brought his blade sweeping and hard, but Dionero arched back out of range. He leapt up, his left foot going around Adrian's right arm, tucking toes against the young man's elbow, even as his right foot came in like the second blade of a pair of scissors. Dionero's left foot shoved, and his right kicked hard against Adrian's forearm, a maneuver that would have shattered the elbow of a lesser opponent. But the young ranger, very well trained, turned his blade and bent his arm. He rolled his shoulder and flipped his sword to his left hand, leading with a vicious backhand as he came around, a deft strike that would have disemboweled any other opponent. Dionero leapt away. After a somersault, he came up square to the now charging Adrian and launched a flurry of sidelong hand slashes that parried and slapped against the flat of Adrian's blade. Dionero was gone from his sight then, so fast that the movement hardly registered. Only instinct had Adrian skipping high as the dropping monk executed a beautiful leg sweep. Adrian got clipped on one foot, but landed securely on the other, turning and bending forward. There before him sprawled his opponent, vulnerable.
Battle turn astray, the beast inside its...
Adrian knew the song was in his head, but somehow he couldn't resist its triumphant call.
You are defeated!
To any wayward observer, Marcalo Dionero surely looked defeated and helpless, with his left leg bent under him and his right, having executed the less than successful trip, straight out wide. But Dionero had spent a lifetime training his body to move in ways that seemed impossible, had earned his reputation as the greatest warrior ever to march through the gates of glorious Saint Mirabel, long before the were-tiger had inhabited his body and soul. That left leg, seemingly so trapped, used the resistance to heighten the speed of its upward kick. In came the warrior monk's right leg, snapping under Adrian, then flashing back to crash against the side of the surprised young man's knee. To his credit, the amazing young ranger landed with enough of a roll to absorb some of the breath-stealing crash. He kept rolling right over his head, pushing as he went around to regain his footing. But there was Marcalo Dionero in close, clasping Adrian's sword wrist with his left hand. He cupped his right hand over the back of Adrian's hand and, bending it hard over the wrist, easily took away the blade. Adrian punched him hard with his free left hand. Dionero smiled and threw the sword into the brush at the side. In he came, and Adrian charged, thinking to tackle the man. Adrian was flying again suddenly as Dionero ducked low to clip him across the thighs. Adrian landed harder this time, but fought back to his feet and turned just in time to see the soul of the leaping Dionero's flying foot.
A pity to kill one so handsome. He fought well.
Too well. And with a fighting style I have seen before. A style unfamiliar to the king's soldiers and the Abelican monks.
Dionero looked up at Sadia and saw that he had piqued her curiosity.
You aided me in the battle. You sent your music to him to bolster his confidence, to make him air with thoughts of victory.
I did not.
I would have expected that I would need no help to easily defeat any man in all the world, whether in tiger form or not. Nor would I have ever expected to need any help against one so young. But his fighting style, the same style that Nightbird used, the same style that Giuseppe used. He called himself Timaquillic, elvish words by the sound. I know of only one other who took such a title. Timaroe, Nightbird. Coincidence?
Ask him.
Dionero took Sadia's belt and rushed to Adrian, propping and securing him in place against a tree.
He frightens me.
He is just a boy.
A boy who is alive now because he was powerful enough with the gemstones to control the were-tiger.
Not so. He only aided me in my concentration to control the beast.
During the fight?
I knew that I could beat him as a man.
However he does it, he does it. And you may call him a boy or call him Timaquillic. Either title does not change the fact that he is strong with the gemstones and skilled with the blade.
Elvin trained with the blade, the same sword style favored by Elbrian Wyndon, and strong in the gemstones as is Giuseppe. It cannot be coincidence.
I know nothing about that.
Sadia looked over at Adrian, who was now fully awake and sitting stoically against the tree, his arms lashed behind him around the thick trunk.
And this cache of gemstones?
Dionero held up the pouch he had taken from the fallen young ranger.
Only one outside the Abelican Church possessed such a cache, and those disappeared, mysteriously so, after the great battle in Chasewind Manor.
So the elves stole the gemstones and gave them to this young warrior. A warrior they set on the road to avenge the death of Nightbird, perhaps?
Dionero nodded, though he wasn't sure. His answers lay there across the way, he knew. Pouch in hand, he went over and knelt before Adrian.
Where did you get these?
Adrian looked away.
Give me a reason to let you live.
Dionero grabbed Adrian roughly by the face so that he could look into his blue eyes. Eyes that seemed strangely familiar. Adrian continued to look as far away from the former monk as possible.
I do not wish to kill you.
Suddenly, Adrian did lock gazes with the man.
You could not have beaten me without her help.
Dionero had in truth been impressed by the young warrior's skills, but he knew that he had underestimated the youngster at the beginning of the fight and had just begun to gain some insights into his true depth when Sadia had intervened. Still, it didn't matter to Dionero if the young fool believed his own boasts or not. A younger Marcalo Dionero would have untied him then and there, handed him a sword, and promptly defeated him. By the estimation of the man now holding the young warrior's face, that younger Marcalo Dionero was somewhat the fool.
Where did you get these gemstones? Why do you insist on resisting? Perhaps I am no enemy, young fool, and perhaps you do not have to die.
Did my father have to die?
Dionero thought that the young warrior's father must have been one of the were-tiger's victims, perhaps one of the men from Miklin's village, or one of the bandits who had ridden with Sadia that fateful morning.
I do not know. Did he deserve to die?
I cannot know since I never met him.
Your cryptic answers do amuse me, but if you will not divulge more...
My father was Tai Marawi, the Nightbird, and you killed him.
And you are Tai Maquilloch,
Nighthawk.
Who is your mother?
Adrian merely looked away.
I did battle with your father, a great and mighty battle, several times and for reasons that are too complex to explain here and now. But I did not kill him. That claim falls to the province of another. Now tell me, who is your mother?
Lady Dasarand of Ker Alfar, the only mother I have ever known, and not one worth knowing.
The pain was so very evident on his face as he spoke those words that Dionero caught it clearly, though his mind was spinning down a very different avenue. He put the boy in his mid-teens, and knew too that 15 years before, Giuseppe had indeed been pregnant. That child had been destroyed by Markwort on the field outside Palmaris, by all reasoning, since Giuseppe had no longer been with child when she had resurfaced soon after. But hadn't Giuseppe been rescued from Father Abbot Markwort by Lady Dasarand on the field that day? If this Nighthawk was indeed the son of Nightbird, and Dionero sensed that he was, then surely Giuseppe was the boy's mother, and the boy apparently didn't even know it. And those eyes, yes, those eyes, Dionero had seen them before, in close combat. It was all too perfect. The Demon War Saga, Book 5, Ascendance Part 1, is a graphic audio production. Copyright 2002, R.A.Salvatore, all rights reserved. Recorded by arrangement with Ballantine Books, an imprint of Random House Publishing Group, a division of Random House Incorporated. Production copyright 2010, The Cutting Corporation, all rights reserved. Performed by Richard Rowan, Tim Gatman, Andy Clements, Elizabeth Jernigan, Nanette Savard, David Coyne, Stephen Carpenter, Mort Shelby, Scott McCormick, Colleen Delaney, Corey James, Eric Messner, Joe Brack, Christopher Graybill, Terrence Aselford, M.B. Van Dorn, Johann Detweiler, Dylan Lynch, Michael Glenn, and Yasmin Toison. Additional red shirts performed by The Dead Giveaways. Directed by Bob Supan. Produced by Rick Rowan and Wayne Beeman. Executive producers James Cutting, Mary Cutting, and Angie Cornett. Dialogue editing and graphic audio sound design by Johann Detweiler. Book adapted for graphic audio by Johann Detweiler. Additional original music by Dan Smith and Johann Detweiler. If you enjoyed Ascendance Part 1, be sure to look for Brandon Sanderson's Elantris and Warbreaker, and Simon R. Green's Blue Moon Rising, all available in graphic audio at Road Stops Everywhere, at 1-800-670-5220, or at www.graphicaudio.net. Keep listening for exciting previews of other graphic audio titles.
Available now from Graphic Audio.
What is your name?
Anya Creed.
I see.
Who are you?
My name is Agamemnon. We have your passport here.
They took it from me when I was kidnapped.
We will videotape your beheading and then broadcast it all over the world.
Beheading?
Are you afraid to die?
I faced death before.
I will kill you!
Don't move. Who are you?
My name is Anya Creed. The Abu Sayyaf kidnapped me several days ago. I have no idea where I am. You live here, or are you just passing through?
Gunnery Sergeant Vic Gutierrez, United States Marine Corps.
Something bothering you, Vic?
I got this feeling like someone's keeping an eye on us.
Excuse me!
What happened?
Anya, wake up and pay attention.
Where are we?
You are in a cabin located far beneath the surface of the jungle. You're wasting your time. You would need to be a lot stronger than you are in order to break free. Besides, you are to be sacrificed to our god.
I don't believe you.
Very well. You believe now, don't you?
Oh, great.
Oh, crap. Rogue Angel 18. Sacrifice. In graphic audio.
Cadet Vada?
Sir!
You are a disgrace to the service.
Sir?
Many, many people want your head on a pike. I'm going to see your resignation on my desk by 1500 hours this afternoon.
I, Kylara Evangeline Dominique Vada, hereby resign from the Academy for personal reasons.
Now we have to figure out what to do with you.
Dad, listen.
We're sending you out to the Rift with a ship going to salvage. You're taking the Glennis Jones to Lastway.
You're making me captain?
Courage, Kai. You've got what you need to start a good life. Go.
What if I can make enough in trade to buy Glennis? And fix her up and own my own ship?
I need to talk to you.
What's up?
We have a contract to deliver a cargo of agricultural machinery to Belinta. What?
Kai. We wondered how long it'd take.
Trade and profit, right? Well, let's take a look at this contract you signed. We have to buy the goods up front?
Of course. I thought Sabine Prime. Sabine has several manufacturers of the kind of equipment they want.
But it's worth trying.
Mandatory repairs. We have to replace that sealed unit.
Secundus has threatened to blockade Prime.
Prime and Secundus are moving towards war this time.
Sabine's system is now cut off from regular communication with the rest of the universe.
We have a problem. Warships. Get us away from the station, Riel.
Glennis Jones, acknowledge.
Captain Vada, Glennis Jones.
Glennis Jones, this is the Mackenzie Military Assistance Corporation ship Victor. You will proceed alone down the escape passage to the lock. You will operate the lock for our boarding personnel. You will obey the orders of their commanding officer. If you disobey, your ship is toast. Got that?
You're Captain Vada?
Yes.
Start back up the passage. Tell him to sit down on the deck, hands on knees.
Where's Skeldon?
He was here a second ago.
Skeldon!
Pit to Victor. Send me a medic. Live, damn it.
From Elizabeth Moon. creator of the Serrano Legacy, a compelling new sci-fi series, Vata's War. Book 1, Trading in Danger, Part 1, in graphic audio. If you can't find that graphic audio title you're looking for, go to www.graphicaudio.net, where you can order it in CD format or digital download. If you're on the road, call 1-800-670-5220. That's 1-800-670-5220 or www.graphicaudio.net. And if you're looking for a great way to try out a different graphic audio series, check out our convenient and easy-to-store long-haul box sets that include 5 books of a series, available only at www.graphicaudio.net.